At the edge of our town, there's a shitty gas station that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you were to go inside, you'd see row after row of off-brand chips, cookies, potted meats, and ramen. Expiration dates suspiciously missing from canned goods, like they were filed off years ago in some misguided attempt to control inventory turnover. A faded wet floor sign from way back covering a crack at the foundation by the cooler that's since turned into a pothole. The pothole, a collection of points from sticky spill-off, has become a mixture tar pit collecting countless insect corpses and occasional small rodent. Nobody ever complains about the aesthetic. By some providence bordering on the supernatural, the health inspector has repeatedly signed off on the business, always kind of ignoring the faint smell of some kind of mysterious chemical cocktail that's the defining characteristic of the establishment. More noticeable than the family of mutated raccoons that lives in the crawl space below the grease trap. We think they're mutated anyway. At the very least, they have to be inbred to the point of mental retardation. While the alpha, a 3-foot-tall son of a bitch named Rocco, has been spotted multiple times chewing on people's tires and has been run over at least twice. But keeps coming back. The lingering smell, a sweet combination of honeysuckle, ammonia, vomit, and who knows what else, has never been positively identified. But the prevalent theory is that it's coming from the cracks in the foundation, wafting up from the underground. It's strongest right after a rain and pungent to the point of tear-inducing if you get too close to the storm drains, where even Rocco and his clan refuse to tread. If you were to go inside, you might also see the bathroom cowboy. He exists as part urban legend, part urban fact, because even though he's never been officially confirmed to exist, we have several security camera recordings of a man fitting his description entering the building, heading into the bathroom and leaving. What makes him a legend is what people claim to see him doing in the bathroom. Some of the stories are only weird. Like the guy who went to pee only to see a man dressed as a cowboy handing out balloon animals. Some of the stories are more bizarre. Like the guy who says he walked into the bathroom to see a man wearing nothing but a cowboy hat, boxers, and boots with spurs, sitting at an old-fashioned stone sharpening wheel, literally grinding an axe. And when he walked in, the bathroom cowboy stopped what he was doing, looked up with a smile and a tip of the hat and said, "Come on, man. Come on with it." The guy, understandably uncomfortable with the situation, went to find an employee, but by the time anybody came back to the bathroom, the cowboy had vanished, bench grinder and all. Now the cowboy, that may or may not haunt the gas station bathroom, appears to follow a code of rules. He never appears unless there's only one other person in the room with him. He never hurts anyone, and he's always polite. Honestly, it doesn't seem that bad, especially when you compare him to some of the other things going on in there. If you go inside, you might instantly get a toothache. Strangely common phenomenon that nobody really understands. It should go away on its own after a couple of hours. If you do go inside, you'll almost definitely see me sitting behind the counter, because I am the only full-time employee, and I'm almost always here. You may catch me reading a book, because for some reason the internet doesn't work way out here, and cell phone service is dicey on good days and non-existent on most. If you need to make a call, you can leave and go up the hill a ways, preferably back towards town, because the other way will take you out to the woods, and you don't even want me to go into all the reasons. That's not a good idea. Or you can pay me 25 cents a minute and use the store's landline. That arrangement was cooked up by the owners, and I have to actually enforce it because they do check the phone records. Yeah, I'm sorry. Now while you're here, don't be offended if I don't strike up a conversation, because if I'm completely honest, I don't always know for sure if everyone that comes through these doors is real or not. And if I had to acknowledge everyone in that place that could be an actual person, I'd lose my mind. We don't need any more of that going on around here. I guess the point I'm trying to make is this. Weird things happen to me working at this shitty gas station at the edge of town. I wish I could easily decide what was the weirdest thing that ever happened to me, but I can't. There were so many. I've seen a total of 4 coffins inside the store on 3 different occasions. I met at least a dozen people wandering back into town from the woods claiming they'd escaped aliens or a government conspiracy or cultists. And they had no money but needed to make a call. And could I please just let them use our phone before they find them? But rules are rules. I'm not going to lose my job just because you didn't escape captivity with a little bit of pocket change. Then there's Farmer Brown. Yeah, that's his real name. He got mad at us and complained about the bulk feeder that we'd been ordering for him. He insisted something was wrong with the product because all of his animals suddenly had human faces. We settled with him by charging a significant discount on his next couple of purchases. He stopped coming in one day, and they found him, well, what was left of his body, inside a bedroom at his farmhouse, one that had been locked on the inside. As far as I know, they still haven't figured out what happened. Anyway, I guess I could tell you a story or two, but first, I need to get ready for work. See, at the edge of our town is a shitty little gas station that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and sometimes longer. If you were to go inside, you'd probably see the tired cashier sitting behind the front desk doing his best to mind his own business. He's real. You may also see someone else. You may also see something else. If you are curious about the reality of anyone or anything else, including yourself, inside that small, ammonia-scented, flickering, fluorescent collection of off-brand junk food, dirt, four walls, and roof, may I recommend that you follow the cashier's lead and mind your own business. I've been working at that gas station almost non-stop since I graduated high school. At this point, I doubt that I could quit if I wanted to. But enough about me, let's get back to the interesting things, the gas station. I spent a decent amount of time yesterday at the start of my shift trying to decide which story would be worthy of being my first to document to the world. And any time I tell someone outside the gas station anything about what happened therein, I know what to expect. People don't believe it, or people don't want to believe it. Imagine the difficulty that I had trying to call the sheriff's station to explain that half a pig broke into the store and is currently running amok, breaking things and screaming with the voice of an old woman. Yeah, I meant half a pig. Yes, a pig. The front half. No, this isn't a joke. I'm at the gas station. What do you mean, which gas station? The shitty one on the edge of town. You must be new. Can I please talk to someone else? And she finally put me through to Tom. Tom is the sheriff's deputy. The one that drew the short straw all those years ago and had to come out to the gas station for the first time, back before his hair was all white. He's been in enough times to know that all I have to say when he picks up the line is, "It's half a pig. It won't stop screaming and I can't catch it." And he grunts, mutters something about being pretty frickin' weird, and goes out to help me catch it. But Tom's a good guy. I asked around, but nobody knew where the pig had come from. This was back when Farmer Brown was still alive, and he came down to take a look and provide his expert opinion. According to Farmer, the pig had somehow been chopped down the middle, but miraculously none of the important organs were hit. Nothing supernatural about it, just really unusual. It stayed at the local elementary school as part of the mascot for the summer before a scientist and his team from somewhere up north offered the school $1,000 to let them take it. For science, I suppose. Anyway, I don't mean to ramble, but my point is that it's hard to believe some of these stories if you haven't been inside the gas station at least once. Maybe you have. We're the only gas station for miles. We're close enough to some big crossroads. If you've ever been out driving in an unfamiliar part of the country and find yourself lost, it's not impossible that you could have found yourself in my door. Maybe looking to top off your gas. Maybe to ask for directions. If you have a strange memory of a weird place that somehow doesn't seem to fit with the rest of your memories, then there's a chance we've actually met. Back to last night. I was sitting behind the counter with a pen and a book of receipt paper, trying to remember the strangest thing that had happened to me that still falls within the realm of believability. I've had plenty of things that happened to me that were strange, but so unbelievable, I won't even waste anyone's time ever trying to tell them. I call those the try and forget stories. When Carlos interrupted my concentration. And Carlos is one of the part-timers at the gas station. We have a long list of part-time employees. The owner likes to hire transients, drifters, hitchhikers, passersby, and runaways. People looking for work, at least for a few days. I try not to get to know the part-timers. They come and they go after a few days or sometimes a few weeks. Rarely long enough to form any kind of meaningful relationship. But then there's Carlos. Carlos has been working here for almost a year now. He started it as a part of the prison work relief program, unloaded trucks twice a week. He was the only one of the 12 prisoners that didn't disappear during a freak snowstorm last December. But that's none of my business. Carlos did his time, and when they released him, he came to work here, cleaning the store and unloading trucks. He comes in 6 times a day for each of his 30-minute shifts. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not exactly sure what he does during those shifts. The store is never clean, and trucks only come twice a week, exclusively during the daytime hours, as per an arrangement following the incident. Maybe one day I'll ask Carlos what he does for the owner. All I know is that he's the closest thing to a friend that I have here. And when Carlos approached me at my register last night, I knew something unusual was going on. He was sweating bullets, pale, and on the verge of passing out. He kept glancing back at that man in the suit that had wandered into the store and was standing next to the frozen drink machine. He told me that he needed to talk to me now. I told him go ahead. But he refused to say anything unless I followed him into the freezer. I usually hate to leave the front of the store unwatched. We have the occasional shoplifter. Plus there was that one time that Rocco got in and made off with 2 cases of cigarettes, but Carlos seemed serious. So I made an exception for him. And once we were in the sub-freezing safety of the walk-in cooler, Carlos asked me if I had seen the guy in the suit. I said, yeah, I saw him. He asked if I knew the guy. I said, yeah, I'd seen the guy around town. His name was Kiefer. He was running for some kind of office. I can't remember which one. And he stopped by the gas station every now and then. He drove an old black SUV that only took premium. I didn't know much of him from in town, but he was a local, definitely a local. His picture was framed in my high school's trophy case for one of those sports competitions that he had won years and years before I got there. We only have so many things to be proud of, I suppose, but I knew of Kiefer. We weren't exactly acquaintances. I told all this to Carlos, who shook his head and said, no, that can't be Kiefer. I said, why not? Carlos told me, that can't be Kiefer because Kiefer's dead. I killed him 2 days ago. His body's in the trunk of my car right now. And that's where things started getting weird. Now, I really don't want to do this. I recognize how awful it is to pause a story at a place like this, but I'm about to head back to work, and I only just now was taking my lunch break, and I came all the way down here to the library to document the last things before I forgot. But I still have to eat. I have to change out those dirt-covered clothing before I head back. Did a lot of digging last night. Plus, I don't want to leave the part-timer alone with all those lawn gnomes until we know exactly what's going on. Oh, I forgot to mention the lawn gnomes. Okay, so I'm so scatterbrained right now. Like I said, it was a very strange night between the hand plants, Farmer Jr., and that cultist that wouldn't leave me alone. I hardly had any time to collect my thoughts. And of course, there's the Carlos situation. I promise, I'll come back. I'll tell you all about it. First, I'm gonna grab some coffee. There are times when this world drifts so close to the fabric of reality that I can hear something calling me from beyond that veil. Sometimes when I get too close, I can feel that thing on the other side tugging at the corners of my mind. I'm worried about Carlos. He doesn't seem to be taking this so well. In case you don't know, I work at this shitty gas station at the edge of our small town, and weird things have been happening for as long as I've been there. I only started to tell some of my stories, and if you haven't caught up yet, I'd like to invite you to check out part 1. Now, when I returned to work after my post yesterday, I was delighted to find a stack of receipt papers sitting neatly in the register counter, with notes written in my own shaky handwriting. I don't remember writing these notes, but then again, I don't remember a lot of things. It is possible that I'm worked too hard, or maybe the fumes coming from beneath the gas station are playing tricks on me, or perhaps it's just another side effect of my condition. At any rate, I'm not one to look at a gift horse in the mouth, or any other animal in any other orifice, for that matter. Admittedly, my handwriting isn't the best, and at times, the scratches on the receipt paper become nearly illegible. So if anything herein seems unbelievable, it's probably because I copied it wrong. Now, with that in mind, this is my best effort at the transcription. 7 o'clock. It's getting dark earlier these days. 7:30. Farmer Jr. came into the gas station tonight, asking about the hand plants. I told him that they weren't there anymore. He left his phone number scribbled on the back of a coupon for 15% off bulk pig feed from an online retailer. I think he's trying to send me a message. 9 o'clock. I think maybe some kids are trying to play a prank on me. I found a lawn gnome behind the pork rinds. I don't think much about it, and I put him in a box behind the counter. But then I found another matching lawn gnome in the soda case. I added this one to a box as well. It wasn't until I noticed the third and fourth lawn gnomes that I started to suspect something. I had taken out the garbage and found gnomes perched atop the branch of a tree next to the dumpster, staring down at me like gargoyles. I used a chair and broom to knock them down. I put them in a box with the other 3. When I got back to my desk, I found the note in my chair written in red ink. It said simply, "I'm in the walls." I don't know who wrote it. The paper smells like oranges and plumeria. 10 o'clock. There's a strange scratching noise coming from the tiles above the cash register. I fear Rocco and his brood may have infiltrated the building again. 11 o'clock. Farmer Jr. called the store. He asked about the hand plants. I assured him they weren't there anymore, and if they ever showed up again, I would call him. I think he's starting to suspect that I'm lying. 12 o'clock. One of the cultist recruiters wandered in from the community in the woods. They hate it when I call them cultists. I know the recruits aren't supposed to interact with the outside world, but from time to time, they'll sneak into town, never any further than this gas station, and they'll buy a couple cigarettes. They aren't supposed to try and recruit new members until they graduate to the honorable senior cultist status, but this one isn't a very good cultist. I know they aren't supposed to have names, but I'm going to call this one Marlboro. I'll let you guess why. Well, Marlboro stayed in the store for at least half an hour trying to convince me to go back to the compound with him. They hate it when they call their home a compound. He tried to appeal to my logical side, but then I let him know politely but firmly that I was not interested in logic. I can't remember when I left. 2 o'clock. I found myself digging again. Sometimes on slow nights I let myself drift. My mind goes somewhere, and when I come to, I wonder where I was just now. Who was that controlling my body while I was gone? My body did those things I've done so many times before that I guess it's learned to do without me. My body restocked the cigarettes. My body rotated the frozen drink machine. My body scraped the mold off the bottoms of the ice buckets. My body emptied the rat traps, and somewhere along the way my body found a shovel, went out back, and started digging a hole. Actually, I shouldn't maybe say my body started digging. I have been, or rather, my body has been digging this hole off and on for the last few months. Usually I come to after a few shovelfuls. This time I added another foot deep before I snapped back to reality and asked myself, what the hell am I doing? 3:30. I just noticed a door at the end of the hallway past the walk-in cooler. How long have I worked here and never noticed that door before? It seems disappointingly ordinary as far as doors go, except for the fact that it's warm to the touch and it feels like it's vibrating. I tried the handle, but it's locked. And when I go back to my register, I noticed a man in a trench coat standing outside beyond the gas pumps, just outside the reach of our lights, dangerously close to the road. I can't tell if he's looking at me, or if he's looking past the building at the woods on the other side. I wish he wouldn't stand there like that, still, with his arms reaching down past his knees. Scratching against the tiles on the ceiling over the counter is getting louder. 3:45, a man came into the store rolling a large white ice chest behind him. He had sunken blue eyes, wiry hair coming from his nose and ears, long bony fingers and paper-thin skin revealing every blue and green vein beneath the translucent dermis. He wore a bowler cap and smelled like milk. I had definitely never seen him around before. He asked if we would be interested in partnering up with him. He sold ground meat at discount prices, but I told him our store doesn't do well with the fresh food category, recommending he try his hand at making jerky. And before he left, he scooped about a pound or so of raw ground meat from the ice chest into a piece of parchment paper and gave it to me as a sample. Once he had left, I took the meat to the cooler, where I found another lawn gnome waiting for me. I put the gnome into the box with the other 7. 4 o'clock. Carlos just told me something very strange about Kiefer. 4:30. There was a kid named Spencer Middleton who went to the same high school as me and Kiefer. Spencer was just a year ahead of me, but looked much older and acted much younger. I live in a small town, and small towns get bored. For entertainment, some turn to gossip, some turn to sinister pastimes. The latter often fueled the former. There were rumors around town that Spencer liked to torture and kill animals. Rumors that Spencer's parents and siblings always locked their bedroom doors when they went to sleep at night. The rumors didn't slow down any after the fire at Spencer's house, when Spencer was the only one to escape unscathed. I once saw Spencer gleefully stomp on a lizard, throw his head back and laugh. Some short time after his house caught fire for the second time, Spencer lost town. The story went on that he'd gone off to join the army. I don't know what to think about that, so I simply didn't think about that. I would have been perfectly happy to never think about that. But after all these years, I'm forced to. Because Spencer Middleton just came into the store and ordered a cup of coffee. He's sitting in one of the booths, talking to Kiefer. Marlboro's back. He asked if I could spare some time to talk about his fake religion. I hate it when I call it a fake religion. And I told him that he had to leave. He seemed upset. 4:45. Spencer and Kiefer sat around for a while and didn't buy anything but 2 cups of coffee. When they finally left, I let Carlos know. He had been hiding under a blanket in the walk-in cooler, although I can't really understand why. Carlos explained to me exactly what happened. He had finished his shift a couple nights ago, just left the gas station when he saw Kiefer's SUV pull over into a ditch at the bottom of the hill. Carlos, being the good guy that he is, decided to check and see if Kiefer needed any help. He says that when he pulled up and got out of the car, he could hear what sounded like a loud crunching noise coming from just beyond the tree line. Carlos went to investigate. That's when he saw something. When I asked Carlos what he saw, he just started speaking Spanish in a fast panic sort of way. I don't speak Spanish, but I nodded along empathetically. The only word I could pick up was Strega, which is the name of a liquor we carry. Whatever it was that Carlos was saying, it made him race back to his car as fast as he could and back out quickly, without looking. And that's when he ran over Kiefer. And Carlos is a good guy, but he was in a bad situation. He stopped long enough to get out, check on Kiefer, and confirm that he was definitely dead. There was nothing he could do to change that fact. It was an accident. Carlos was on parole. There was that thing in the woods, and Carlos had to make a decision, so he heaved the body into the trunk of his car, and he drove off. Carlos took me to his car and showed me the body. I can confirm 100% that it was Kiefer in the trunk of his car, not just because of his unmistakable face, but also because of his phone and wallet that were in his pocket. 5 o'clock. I finally got tired of the scratching and pulled our ladder out of the storage to see what the raccoon was doing up in the ceiling, but when I pushed back the tile, the only thing up there was another gnome. That makes 12 so far. 6 o'clock. The man in the trench coat is still outside. The cultist came back in, demanding an audience with me, insisting that if I would just listen to him, I would see that his reasoning was superb and flawless, and that I would be a fool not to join him in the perfection of logic and nirvana that is his belief structure. I agreed to listen to his pitch, if he would agree to ask the man in the trench coat to leave. Our hasty verbal contract in place, I steeled myself to listen. Honestly, he did make a few good points. But I suppose it's to be expected from a viral thought experiment strong enough to convince perfectly normal people to abandon their real lives and go live in that commune in the woods, past the shitty gas station on the edge of town. They call themselves mathematists. They believe that humankind exists to fulfill 2 moral imperatives, to decrease suffering and to increase happiness. A successful life increases happiness more than suffering. A decent life decreases suffering more than happiness. How good a person is can be determined by the spread between the happiness increased and the suffering decreased. Obviously, if the individual has a negative spread, that is, if they've increased happiness less than they've increased suffering, or if they've decreased suffering less than they've decreased happiness, then that means, very simply, that the individual is bad. Therefore, if an individual causes a tremendous amount of happiness and suffering, one can simply determine which was higher, and use this perfect rubric to determine whether the individual was good or bad. It's simple, right? Well, the mathematists believe that the world has been going on about good and bad in the wrong way. For eons, we've been attempting to increase happiness, when instead we should have been focusing on decreasing suffering. As happiness is a fluid concept, and the more happiness you create, the harder it is to sustain, as happiness has a clear set of diminishing returns. Suffering, however, is constant. Suffering results from happiness coming to an end. Suffering is pure and eternal. For a mathematist to be supremely good, they must simply end all suffering. That is why the mathematists are working on a bomb to destroy the entire planet. By ending all life on Earth, they end an infinity of suffering into the future. With every life they avert, an entire lineage of people that would be born into a life of suffering will no longer. Every death is a preemptive mercy killing. Every happy moment that will no longer occur pales in the face of all the sad moments that are likewise prevented. And so, as Marlborough explained, their murder cult believes that killing is a kindness. I told him that his ideas were stupid, and he was stupid, and that now he had to go tell the man in the trench coat to go away. 6:30. The phone rang. Now this is strange for two reasons. First, because it was not the landline, it was the cell phone, even though we don't get cell phone service out here. And second, because it was the cell phone. The one I took off Kiefer's body. I'll admit, I was stuck in a bit of a moral quandary ever since Carlos confided in me. On the one hand, Carlos had killed someone. On the other, it was an accident, and Carlos's parole officer may not see it that way. I thought that I would have more time to figure this out, but when the cell phone started ringing, I knew I had to make a decision. I answered it. I didn't speak at first. The voice in the line was one I recognized. "You have something that belongs to my boss." It was Spencer Middleton. "His cell phone and wallet," I answered. "What? No, we don't care about that shit. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what I mean?" He was right. I did. "It was an accident," I explained. "We know. We want to make a deal. You give it back, we pretend this whole thing didn't happen." "Can we do that?" "Absolutely." 7:30. Carlos came in for his shift at 7, and I explained the deal to him. He wasn't thrilled, but as I laid it out very clearly, he didn't have a choice. We parked Carlos's Camry behind the gas station near the growth of hand plants, and made a point to stand far enough away as to not get our ankles grabbed. Kiefer's SUV drove up a few minutes later. Spencer was driving. He and Kiefer got out without a word, sized us up, and opened the back of our vehicle. Carlos popped the trunk. Kiefer and I stared at each other, keeping eye contact the whole time while Carlos and Spencer transferred the body from one vehicle to the other. Spencer had a tarp and blanket ready to wrap everything up. When it was over, Kiefer put a hand on my shoulder and whispered in my ear, "You done good." Then they left. Carlos started crying as I went back inside the store. It was almost daytime. And that's when the new part-timer was supposed to take over. 8 o'clock. The new part-timer's late, and I'm overdue for a lunch break. I made the best of my extra time here by putting price stickers on all the lawn gnomes, or ringing them up as miscellaneous grocery for $9.99 each. And I've already sold a couple. I'm a really good employee. 8:30. I went to the bathroom and I saw a man standing there with his pants at his ankles. He wore checkered boxers and a cowboy hat. He smiled when he saw me. Simply said, in a somewhat sing-songy voice, "Come on, man. Come on with it." I took the opportunity to ask him something that had been bothering me. "You know, is everything going to be okay?" The bathroom cowboy took a second to think. Then he pulled up his pants, he walked past me, spurs clinking against the bathroom tile. He stopped for a second. When he was right next to me, he said, "I appreciate it." Then he left. I honestly have no idea what that means. No, that's the entirety of the receipt paper notes, but I did make a point to continue keeping a journal. I think this will be a healthy way of chronicling the weird events at the gas station. Maybe this will even help out with my condition. I don't know. The next time something strange happens, maybe I'll come back. I'll tell a little more. Until then, I guess this is to be continued. Oh, sorry. Upon further inspection, I realized that some of the scribbles on that receipt paper may have been transcribed incorrectly. I also made some adjustments to the spelling and fixed a couple typos on there. But while I was at it, I added another typo just for the observant reader. Lastly, upon the advice of some of my readers, I removed the part where I listed Farmer Jr.'s social security number and address. Also, special thanks to those readers that pointed out that Srega isn't even a Spanish word. See, I asked Carlos about it when he came in for his fourth shift today, but Carlos simply looked at me blankly. He told me that he doesn't speak Spanish. I should begin this by saying that I am truly sorry to anyone who had heard Part 3, okay? I had no idea what was going to happen. The agents have assured me that every trace of the story has been removed from the internet and that there's nothing to worry about, okay? If you were unfortunate enough to have heard, Part 3, I beg you, for your sake, try to forget everything. If you experience nosebleeds, dizziness, migraines, or hallucinations, go immediately to the emergency room. If you have a recurring dream of an island made of song, under no circumstances should you approach or attempt to open that blue door with a painting of a crow on it. Okay, if you didn't hear Part 3, then there is no Part 3. It doesn't exist. Forget about it. Forget you ever heard of it. By now, you probably already know that there is a shitty gas station at the edge of our small town, and that weird things have been happening there. The city council has personally asked me to stop talking about it, as there have been some astute readers that not only tracked down our small town from the brief descriptions that I've given, but actually come and visited me at work. I heard that one of them has joined the mathematists, and as far as I know, the other two are still missing. Once again, I'm sorry. I'm not working right now. It's the first legitimate break I've had since I started writing my stories on receipt paper all that time ago. And the time moves funny here, see? Flowing slow and fast all at once, like molasses out of a shotgun. It's a good thing that I've been keeping a journal. I've got a few moments before my laptop dies, and I think now might be the perfect time to transpose my journal entries before the battery runs out or the blood loss gets me. Right now, it's a race to see what happens first. Before any of you worry, I've already called Tom. He said he's on his way here to give me a ride to the hospital, right after he picks up dinner for the Ledford orphans, John Ben and his little sister. Tom and the other deputies have been taking turns checking on and bringing them food in an attempt to make the whole thing less tragic. They've been living on their own ever since the incident that totally did not happen. And anyone who says otherwise is a damn liar. There we go again. Off on a tangent. I guess I get to it. And bring up my journal entries while I still can. November 2nd, 2017, 9 p.m. So much has happened since the Halloween incident that we aren't allowed to talk about. I've been much busier than usual dealing with the aftermath, as well as the cult. The mathematists have been cleaning out our inventory on a daily basis, planning ahead for some kind of secret event that I only get to hear about in hushed murmurs and whispers. Night is coming earlier, and the weather is getting colder. November 3rd, 2:00 a.m. The man in the trench coat is back. He's standing just outside the gas station door, staring in. He's been there for almost an hour now. Well, on the bright side, I haven't had a customer come in since he showed up. On the not-so-bright side, I can't help but feel that he's trying to put thoughts into my head. He won't be able to, though. I've had way too much practice. Kiefer came in today, and before the sun went down. He sat in that booth drinking coffee for a while. Eventually, Spencer Middleton showed up. Spencer had a word with Kiefer, then came storming up to my register, screaming at the top of his lungs. He grabbed the display of lotto scratch-offs and threw it across the room. It was obvious that something had upset him. That's when I took the earplugs out. "Everything okay?" I asked stupidly. I knew damn well everything was never okay. "Did you hear a word I just said?" Spencer asked. I explained to him that I had taken to wearing earplugs in an effort to drown out the sound of screaming that periodically radiates through the air vents. I guess the screams must have stopped a while ago, or maybe I had imagined them. Either way, I didn't need the earplugs anymore. At this point, Tom walked into the store, his white hair looking even whiter than normal. Spencer, I could see, became instantly aware of the deputy's presence. "Where is he?" He half whispered, half growled. "Where's the other one?" "Carlos?" I asked. Spencer sighed. "Sure, Carlos. He's not due for another 20 minutes. When he gets here, tell him we need to have a chat." With that, Spencer Middleton let out a shrill whistle and left the store. Kiefer jumped out of his seat and followed close behind. Tom helped me pick up the mess and put the lotto display back together without asking a single question. I wish more people could be like Tom. When Carlos got to work, he told me that he had been having strange dreams. Dreams of something enormous, living, breathing, underground. The dreams always end the same way, but the gas station collapsed into a giant sinkhole. I told him that Spencer was looking for him. That's when Carlos grew solemn and asked me if he could show me something. In the freezer, behind a stack of boxes labeled "Non a Prior." Whatever the hell that means, they've been here as long as I've worked here. There is a moving blanket, and inside that blanket is another Kiefer. My question for Carlos was, "You stole the body back?" He looked at the ground and shook his head sheepishly like a toddler that had just got busted for cooking meth. "You killed another one?" I asked. Carlos explained. "It was an accident." Again. 3 a.m. The man in the trench coat is finally gone. He left claw marks on the glass of the front door. I checked the security footage to confirm my suspicions. He always stays outside the range of the cameras. Why can't I remember what his face looked like? 3:30 a.m. Marlboro was the first customer in the store after the man in the trench coat left. I told him that I was surprised that he was still alive. He mistook this for a compliment and said thank you. I asked him if he was ready for the big event, but then he just stared at me blankly. I could tell that he had no idea what I was talking about, so I filled him in on how I'd put it all together. The unusual cultist activity, the whispers, the buying up of all of our supplies. I could tell that something was about to happen. Marlboro went pale in the face as I was talking, then ran out of the gas station before I could finish, the 99-cent frozen drink still in his hand. I know I should write up an inventory loss slip for the theft, but I just can't bring myself to do it. As hard as it is to explain, there's just something about Marlboro that makes me genuinely feel sorry for him. 6 a.m. I caught myself digging again. I don't know how long I was out there or who was running the store while I was gone. The hole is so deep now that I nearly couldn't climb out of it on my own. I should maybe think about considering the possibility of one day seeing a doctor. 8 a.m. Marlboro is currently crying in the dry storage closet. Through his sobs, I could barely make out the story. Marlboro was sent on some kind of vision quest for the last week and has no idea what the other cultists have been stocking up for. When he went back to the compound earlier tonight, he found the whole place completely deserted. Beds were left unmade. Some plates had food on them. A fire still burning in the fireplace. Everyone's clothes were still in their personal milk crates next to their sleeping bags, but the people, all of the people, were simply gone. Marlboro isn't taking this very well. I have a business to run, so I asked Carlos to help me carry him into the dry storage area. I figured that he could work through some stuff in there, and maybe when he's done, he'll just, I don't know, go home. November 4th, 9 p.m. The exterminators just left. Said they got all the snakes this time. I have my doubts. November 5th, 5 p.m. Kiefer came into the store again today and made some thinly veiled threats. He asked about Carlos too, but I told him that I was tired of being the go-between and that if he had business with Carlos, he needed to take it up with Carlos. That's when Kiefer started getting weird. You know this place is just a big experiment, and you're the little mouse. I asked Kiefer to buy something or leave, so he bought a pack of toothpaste, then started to undress in the store and rub the toothpaste on his naked body. They tell me that something's wrong with your brain. Is that true? I tried to be polite and avert my eyes and answered, yeah. You have some kind of mental condition? I answered again, yeah. That's too bad. See, at this point, Kiefer was completely naked. He walked over to the frozen drink machine and filled a large cup with a sugary red concoction before turning it upside down on top of his head. Then he shook himself violently like a wet dog, flinging bits of cold, sticky debris across everything from the ceiling to the walls, some of it even landing on my face, but I tried not to let him see me flinch. I knew this was all just an attempt to intimidate me, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. What is it exactly? He asked as he crossed back to where his pile of clothes waited for him. What? I asked. What is your condition? Paranoia? Schizophrenia? The gay? No, I answered. I don't sleep. You don't sleep? He sounded genuinely interested. Like, ever? I can't fall asleep. I haven't slept a single day since high school. It's a rare genetic condition with no cure and no treatment, and one day it'll kill me. But until then, I handle the effect as best I can. Kiefer nodded. That must be it. That must be why he can't reach you. Why who can't reach me? Right then, Spencer came into the store. He threw a blanket around Kiefer and ushered him out to the waiting SUV. A moment later, he came back into the store and offered me $100 for the security tape for tonight. And I wonder what I'll spend my $100 on. 9 p.m. I was beginning to suspect something wasn't quite right in the store. I've been finding empty candy bar wrappers strewn about, security tapes mysteriously deleted, strange noises coming through the walls in the middle of the night when I should be alone. At least, more strange noises than usual. At first, I assumed it was just raccoons. But now I know the truth. Now, I know that Marlboro has been living here for the last 2 days. He just walked out of that supply closet wearing a bathrobe, nodded to me as he grabbed a stack of beef jerky, and went into the bathroom. It had not even occurred to me that Marlboro had never left. November 6th, 4 a.m. It finally happened. Yeah, I suppose it was only a matter of time. I know that I should be feeling regret or shame or any other emotions that normally people feel after something like this happened, but all I feel is embarrassed. I came to a couple of hours ago with a shovel in my hand. I had been digging again, and this time I had made some serious progress. The hole was at least 7 feet deep. The steep walls made of loose red clay. It took me a while to realize that I was staring up into an inky black night peppered with uncountable stars, when some of the bigger celestials started to move. I realized those stars were actually just the soulless red eyes of the mutant raccoons staring down at me over the edge of the hole. Probably looking for food. Shameless beggars. I chucked the shovel out of the hole, and that's when I heard it. Imagine the sound of a butcher's knife hitting a watermelon, like a solid wet black. Imagine the watermelon gurgling and falling over like a sack of potatoes. Oh man, this metaphor is getting kind of away from me here. When I climbed out of the hole, I saw the shovel standing upright, the business end firmly lodged inside the chest of a still twitching Kiefer. The Kiefer was dead before I got to his side. In some kind of final act of defiance, he had turned both of his middle fingers up to me. I felt like the slightest amount of respect for him before I went into a mental state that I can only describe as subdued panic. The first thing I wanted to do was find something to wrap the body in, because surely Spencer Middleton would come for it soon. You know, when I went into the gas station, I was surprised to find that Marlboro had taken it upon himself to work the cash register while I was gone. He was ringing up one of our regulars, Charles, the big fat man that always buys soap and boiled peanuts. I nabbed the tarp off the shelf, took it outside, and that's when I learned something. Kiefer is heavy, like really heavy. Like, I understand that a human body is basically just a meaty, fleshy water balloon full of guts and excrement, but nothing could prepare me for how leaky and gross and heavy a dead man can be. It was only by some miracle that I managed to drag Kiefer through the back door and into the freezer without being seen. It took all of my strength to pull the mass behind the boxes and onto the stack with the other three. When I finally finished, I worked up a sweat. Even the cold of the freezer wasn't enough to keep me cool. As I stood there letting my breath come out and the adrenaline wear off, I took stock of my situation. That's when it dawned on me. There were 4 Kiefers in the freezer with me. 4 Kiefers. Where the hell did the other 2 come from? The freezer door opened and Marlboro entered, dragging a dead Kiefer by the legs. He stopped, made eye contact with me. When he saw the Kiefers at my feet, I said the only thing I could think of. Well, this is awkward. Marlboro and I decided to open a bottle of Strega, have a few drinks. He explained that he had accidentally killed Kiefer a couple times. I totally understood. I mean, the guy was easy to kill. At one point, Carlos came into the freezer to grab a box of cookie dough. Didn't even acknowledge all the Kiefers. Now, shoot. My laptop battery is currently at 2%. It's obvious now that I won't be able to transcribe the rest of my journals before it dies. I don't have the time to tell you how I ended up at the bottom of that hole underneath the store with a broken leg, but I can tell you that I hear someone moving around above me, which is good, because I don't think I'm alone down here. Now, if you're hearing this, it means that I managed to upload my story. If you're not hearing this, then what even are you? Someone just called my name from the top of the precipice. I think it was Carlos. I wonder what happened to Tom. Actually, why didn't Tom ever show up? Come to think of it, I seem to remember Tom didn't survive the Halloween incident. Wait, who the hell have I been talking to this whole time? I promise that if I survive long enough to recharge my battery, I'll come back and tell the rest. Until then, I guess this story is to be continued.
Hey everybody, it's me, Jerry from the gas station at the edge of town. Proud to be the newest member of the team. The owners were so impressed with how I managed to stay inside the store for several days without leaving or going insane that they offered me a full-time position while the regular clerk is out recovering from his leg injury. Happy Monday, y'all. The other guy asked me to do him a small favor while he's getting some much-needed rest and relaxation. He gave me the password to his laptop and detailed instructions to transcribe his journal entries from last week. In exchange, he agreed to keep me on as a full-time assistant after he gets back. I get to learn what to expect on the job through his first-hand documentation, and he gets to continue his weird little blog thing. Now that's what I call a win-win. If I'm being honest, this is probably the best thing that could have happened to me right now. Ever since the program mysteriously dissolved at the Mathematist community, I've been feeling very lost and vulnerable. I've been losing weight and having trouble sleeping, and when I do, I keep having these weird dreams of some enormous being deep below the gas station waiting to devour us all. Clearly, a mistake was made and I was overlooked. If any of my old brothers and sisters are out there and see this post, please contact me. Tell the seniors they forgot me. I'm not mad. I miss you. I love you. Before I get started, some guys in suits came by and suggested that if this blog were going to continue, that I make a PSA. If there is anybody still alive that read the story about what happened here on Halloween, don't wait for symptoms to start. Please go to the nearest emergency room or call the Center for Disease Control and tell them you are experiencing the effects of Rommel's syndrome. Anyway, back to the journals. I'm going to do my best because the guy's handwriting is awful, but here's the parts I could read. 7 p.m. The man in the trench coat was standing out back when I went to take out the garbage tonight. I don't know why the man in the trench coat keeps visiting my store or why I've never gotten a good look at him. He was standing at the tree line just beyond the dumpsters, staring as he ever did. Tonight, I stared back. The hinge of his jaw began halfway up his face where his nose should have been, the edges pulled back to either ear in a skeletal grin. His tiny, milky white eyes were beads behind the oily black hairline that hung down straight in bangs all the way to his cheek jowl. His impossibly wide mouth bisected the head between greasy hair and wet flesh. Drool, I would assume. We stood there, 15 feet apart, staring at one another for what might have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes until finally the man in the trench coat turned away. His legs bent funny, in a way that human legs shouldn't be able to bend, and he landed on all fours before galloping off into the woods. I don't know if I've seen the last of the man in the trench coat. Holy shit, did you guys read that? This is some crazy shit. Sorry, Jerry again. I promise I'm not going to do the running commentary thing. I just had to say, Jesus, you know? This is some weird stuff. I mean, I remember him telling me a couple weeks ago to go outside and talk to a man in a trench coat. I'm super glad I didn't now. What the hell? Okay, that's it. I'm done. Back to the transcriptions. The next page is soaked in blood and completely unreadable. I'm going to have to skip that part. Hundreds and hundreds of them. She had never seen so many in one place before, not even in her dreams. Before she left, she told me that I would see her again. Was that supposed to be a warning or a flirtation? 3:23 a.m. It's a quieter night than I'm used to. The package from yesterday afternoon still sits on the counter where I left it. The label is made out to me with a return address I don't recognize. The rectangular parcel is wrapped like a Christmas present with red and yellow stripes, and it feels heavy. I would say it's just the right size for a dead cat. I can't think of any realistic reason I shouldn't open the package, but there is something in the back of my mind telling me that to open this would be tantamount to opening Pandora's box. that the contents of this little parcel will irrevocably change the course of my life in a way that may have seemed impossible before. I feel like this box is full of butterflies ready to create tsunamis, and I'm just not sure I'm ready for that yet. I think I'm going to teach Marlboro how to clean the drink machines. 3:47 a.m. Marlboro's passed out in a hammock in the supply closet. I think he finished that bottle on his own. I guess I'll go and clean the drink machines myself. 5:45 a.m. The hand plants are growing faster than I had anticipated. They are now past the elbows, almost to the shoulders. I saw that the crop had caught a curious coyote that got too close. It was not pretty. I also noticed that Rocco is still alive. I caught him sitting on the roof, tossing food to the crop of hand plants. This is why they're growing too fast. They're eating way too much. If this gets out of control, I may have to torch this crop just like the others. I don't want to. It sends shivers down my spine whenever I hear the way they scream. 7:30 a.m. Carlos came in for his morning shift looking pretty terrible. He filled up on coffee and told me that he hadn't been sleeping too well. The bad dreams have been keeping him from getting a restful night. I wonder if I should tell Carlos about my condition. He asked about the gift wrap package sitting on the counter. I told him that it came with the post yesterday and I didn't know who it was from. He asked if I was going to open it, and I told him that I had a bad feeling and pretty much decided to never, ever open it. 10 a.m. I decided to open the package. Without any fanfare or drum roll, I'll just tell you that what I found inside was a brand new laptop computer. I've never owned my own laptop before, and the only computer that ever belonged to me was a crappy little Tandy 1000 that I put together as a kid. I've always used the library computer lab or the browser on my phone to access the internet. This could be a game changer. The box also contained a signal repeater and some other gizmos. I know this is crazy, but I think I may actually be able to access the internet from the gas station now. There was a handwritten note at the bottom of the package. Hello. I left a comment on your page. There's something I want to tell you. I'm enjoying reading these stories you're writing, but I think if you actually sit down and write out one story at a time, that you will get a lot more upvotes. But it right now seems like a lot of half stories thrown together. I think you'd do great if you actually write out a whole story at a time. I bet you really could get a lot of upvotes and attention. It gets kind of confusing right now. Maybe start with when you got there and work your way up to now. I bet that would be super awesome. I'm so fascinated, but a little muddled as well. I can tell you have a great talent for writing, but I just thought maybe I'd offer a suggestion to help. Please do not take offense. It's just something I was thinking. Hope all is going well for you. Great. Another one of my readers tracked me down. I'm going to have to figure out how people keep finding me and put a stop to this. Thank you, whoever you are, for the laptop. I'm definitely keeping it. 10:15 a.m. I turned on the Wi-Fi card and noticed that for some reason there are dozens of secured networks around the gas station, most of which have 4 or 5 bars. The names for their networks are pure gobbledygook, like this one: 1E7, G7, C7, TA11, GUY, 23233, 1324. Who the hell is transmitting Wi-Fi out here? 11 a.m. A man came into the store to buy a gas can a couple hours ago. I didn't think much of it at the time, but then he came back in asking if we could help him out with something down the road. I never got his name, but he was a big guy, tan skin and a thick beard. He said he was having car problems. I told him I wasn't a car guy, but he insisted that he didn't need a car guy. He just needed someone else to see what he was seeing. Marlboro agreed to watch the counter while Carlos and I followed the bearded man down the hill and around the curve, close to the spot where Carlos saw that thing in the woods. He couldn't remember what happened that night. After we got everything sorted out with Spencer and things started to go back to normal, I asked Carlos what it was that he saw in the woods that sent him running in such a careless panic, but he just shook his head and said he didn't know. The mind is a funny thing and memories aren't the most reliable. I realize that I'm not the only person from the gas station with a list of try and forget stories. The man's car was parked on the side of the road, close to the same spot that Kiefer's SUV was broken down. So my car started acting funny, the guy said as we neared his vehicle. I began to wonder why we had walked this whole way when our own vehicle would have been quite useful in a case of a dead battery or, random bear attack. The guy kept going. I pulled over onto the side of the road when my electricals all started going haywire. I killed the engine, then when I tried to turn it over again, nada. I could see at this point that the hood was open. The man was driving a big black SUV similar to the one Kiefer owned, but newer and shinier. I don't see what's so weird about that. You need us to call a tow, or the man cut Carlos off. Rudely, I might add. I popped the hood, but everything was in order. I thought it maybe just needed some gas, so I went up to the station. When I got back, I saw this. We rounded the front of the car and we saw the this he was being so vague about. A small oak tree, maybe 4 or 5 years old, was growing up from the ground beneath the car, through the engine and stretched upwards at least 9 feet. The trunk of the tree had swallowed a decent portion of the engine, and from the looks of it, the car had been parked there for years. Interesting, I said. And you're sure that this wasn't here when you started driving? Before he could answer, he spun his head around and looked at the forest. You boys hear that? He asked. We stood still and listened. But I couldn't hear anything. No, I answered. Carlos shrugged. You boys know what an anglerfish is? The bearded man asked as he walked to the back door and opened it. Yeah, I guess, I answered. The bearded man pulled up a secret compartment from beneath the floorboard and retrieved a large automatic rifle. Now, I'm not a gun guy, and I can't tell you what kind of gun it was, but it was big and impressive and cool looking. The guy checked the clip and clicked something on the gun that I guess could have been the safety. Again, I'm not a gun guy, but it sounded super cool. Carlos put a hand on my shoulder and slowly backed away from the man with the gun, pulling me with him. But the man didn't seem to mind us one bit. He was focused on whatever he heard in the woods. If I'm right, you boys have an anglerfish in them woods. It's putting something out there to lure me in, make me think I'm hearing something that I'm not. Then, when I go looking for the one thing, bam, it attacks. Oh, like a siren? I asked. The man looked at me over his shoulder with a smirk and said, Yeah, like a siren. Y'all may want to get out of here. This could get dangerous. Don't worry about me. I've dealt with these things before. I'll be fine. The man pointed his gun and marched into the woods while Carlos and I made our way back to the gas station. 2 p.m. It's time for me to go home. I haven't used the laptop yet, but maybe tomorrow I'll start to type up these journals. November 8th. 6 p.m. It's getting dark so early these days. I noticed that the bearded man's SUV is still at the bottom of the hill with the tree growing through it. I would not call that a good sign. 11 p.m. I burned the rest of the hand plants. I finally know what's going on. A long time ago, I noticed what looked like strange mushrooms growing in a patch near the dumpster behind the gas station. I didn't think much about them, except that it was strange that Rocco's brood wouldn't go near them. When I took a closer look, I could have sworn that they looked like baby fingers poking out of the ground. As the weather got warmer, I kept an eye on the crops. They started getting longer and looking more and more distinguishably similar to human fingers. I swear they even started growing fingernails. Sometimes I would see them bend at the digits to squash a bug that wandered too close. Eventually, the mushrooms started sprouting leaves, and the finger sections continued to stretch out, creating what could only be described as hands, human hands. They would ball up into fists during the daytime and open up in the moonlight. I dug one of them up one day when we were really slow at work. I called Farmer Jr. to ask for his professional opinion. To the untrained eye, the hand plant looked just like a regular human hand, smaller than an adult's, but larger than a child's, adolescent, teenager maybe. At the wrist, it turned into a gnarled root that smelled like sassafras, and throughout the plant, tiny leaves were sprouting. Farmer Jr. stood in the gas station looking it over for a while before asking me if we had any more of those things. I lied and told him no. I asked the owners what they wanted me to do. They thought it over for a couple days, then they told me to keep them. I think they expected to be able to make some money off them somehow, but eventually everyone forgot they were there. Everyone but me. And Farmer Jr., of course. I was thinking about the bearded man when I first heard the sound of a baby crying somewhere outside. I was alone in the store, and my first instinct was not the heroic one that most people may have had, to run outside and see where the poor baby was. My first instinct was more callous and irrational and in the form of a question. How the hell did a baby get way out here without me hearing it coming? Something wasn't right. The sound of the cries, which I could deduce were coming from the tree line, were getting louder and louder and more desperate. I looked around for Marlboro, but couldn't find him anywhere. If I was going to investigate the potential forest baby, I was going to have to do it alone. I remember the bearded man hearing the siren call of that thing he called an anglerfish. I remember Carlos's sound of crunching in the strega. And absolutely no part of me believed that I would be safe if I went into the woods, or that there was really a crying baby out there. But what if? I grabbed a flashlight and went out back. The crying seemed to be moving deeper into the forest, quickly, like the crying baby were being carried off by something that didn't have to stop and move around trees or physical barriers. I walked into the forest just far enough to find the last thing I ever expected to find. It seems that the hand plants had extended slightly further than the little patch outside the gas station. Those plants that I had been watching and burning whenever they got too aggressive were not as controlled as I previously believed, because out here, just a few steps into the woods, was a hand plant that I had missed, that I had never trimmed or culled or burned, that was left free to grow as large and wild as it possibly could. Out here was a hand plant that had grown so large it had fallen over. It had grown past the shoulder. It had grown its own head and torso and crotch and legs. Out here was a full human body covered in tiny leaves, huddled on the ground and attached to the soil by thick talons of brown roots. And the weirdest part of all, the body was one that I recognized. The body, the fully grown hand plant, was Kiefer. I don't know what possessed me to touch him. Maybe I just wanted to make sure that he was real, as if touching him would prove that one way or another. When I did, his eyes opened and he cracked a smile. He could not move. The roots had him firmly stuck in place, but this Kiefer plant could talk. And talk he did. We stayed out there talking for over an hour. I won't go into everything the Kiefer plant said, but I will say this. There is something under the gas station, something big and powerful, something plotting, and I've been working for years in a cloud of this dark god's farts. I felt extra terrible setting the fully developed Kiefer plant on fire after I burned the rest of the crop of hand plants, but honestly, what choice did I have? When I got back to the gas station, Spencer was waiting for me. He knew I knew, and I knew he knew I knew. I was halfway expecting what came next, but not expecting him to enjoy himself quite so much. Spencer locked the front doors, then proceeded to beat the crap out of me. I'd like to say I got in a few good hits as well, but that would be a huge lie. I don't think I laid a single finger on him, although I did mess his knuckles up pretty good with my face, so I have that going for me. Spencer dragged me across the gas station to the hallway past the bathrooms, past the walk-in cooler, to that big strange door that I had only just noticed a couple weeks ago. If it were possible for me to pass out, I'm sure I would be unconscious right now. "Why are you doing this?" I asked as he banged the door 3 times. There was a sound from the other side, and then Spencer yelled, "Open up, it's me!" The door cracked open, and Spencer dragged me into a room I had never seen before. It looked like an old office. There was a desk next to a wall of monitors with security feeds from all over the store and the perimeter. Security feeds from cameras I never knew existed. In the middle of the room was a large hole that looked like it had been created with a team of jackhammers. "It's time for you to meet my boss," Spencer said as he dragged me to the edge of the hole. "Kiefer?" I said, to which Spencer let out a hearty laugh. "No, not Kiefer. My boss put Kiefer out there and hired me to watch him. My boss is much bigger than some idiot politician." I half expected Spencer to go into the cliche movie villain exposition rant, but instead, he sparted me right into the hole. "I think my leg is broken. At least I assume that's what the bone poking out means, but hey, I'm no doctor. I would be really worried right now if it weren't for the fact that I stole Spencer's cell phone in the scuffle. Just as I expected, Spencer had the same network as Kiefer, which means he somehow had service. I put in a call to Tom's direct number, so I'm sure he'll be along shortly. Until he gets here, I'm just passing the time updating my journals. Somebody just dropped the laptop into this hole with me. Maybe it was Spencer, maybe he thinks I'm dead. Maybe I am. Again, I'm not a doctor. Whoever it was, I think I might have heard the sound of boot spurs clicking against the tile as he walked away. I guess I'll boot this thing up and start transcribing my journal before it's too late. Okay, so this is the last of his journals. You're probably wondering to yourself, where was Jerry while Spencer was beating the crap out of poor old Jack? Well, I had gone into town to see a movie. Yes, I went and watched Thor Ragnarok. If you haven't seen it, go see it. It is awesome. I guess I'm lucky I went when I did. Otherwise, this Spencer guy might have tossed me into that hole as well. I was the one that found Jack. When I came back to the gas station, I couldn't find anyone anywhere. So I went searching until I noticed that door at the edge of the hall cracked open slightly. I also found a really poorly made bomb behind the register, but it didn't take long to disassemble. You can thank the mandatory bomb building classes at the mathematist program for that. No big deal, just me being my typical heroic self. I just caught myself digging.
Recovering from injury sucks. Recovering from an injury when you can't fall asleep sucks worse. Recovering from an injury when you can't fall asleep while simultaneously being hunted by a sociopathic lackey of a dark god with a personal vendetta against you sucks even worse. What sucks even more worse is having to do all of the above and still being called into work because, as the owner puts it, the new guy is a complete and total moron with willful and malicious idiocy that borders on the criminal. And so, here I am, against the doctor's advice, at the shitty gas station at the edge of town, only a little worse for wear. What's really incredible is that I've only been back for 1 day and there's already a body count. More on that later. My right leg is in a cast from the ankle to thigh, and I've elected to use crutches because, unsurprisingly, the gas station is not wheelchair accessible. The cast has several signatures and messages, which is very strange because I have no memory of anyone signing it. But that could just be a result of the pain meds. Looking down now, I can see that Carlos scrawled this message. "Try and stay out of trouble. C." There's also a message in red crayon. Jerry was here. A few signatures scribbled in Sharpie, and a little further up my leg I have to pull my pants way up to read it. This note. Well, that's annoyingly cryptic. I would check the tape logs to see who I let get so close to my delicate area, but the owners have every camera in the place removed, so I guess there was something about finding that secret room full of security camera feeds to bring personal privacy into the public discussion. I feel like the act of removing all the security cameras was a bit of an overreaction, especially with Spencer still out there. The police took a statement and confiscated the remains of the bomb. They're taking this whole thing very seriously, and an arrest warrant is out for Spencer Middleton, should he ever show up again. As for Kiefer, things get a little more Well, interesting. See, the police were unable to find any evidence that he ever even existed. He had no property in his name, no driver's license, no public record of any kind. The only thing ever linking him to this town was a grainy picture in an old yearbook photo. It would seem that Kiefer was living off the grid ever since he graduated high school. And now that Spencer's attempt to blow up the gas station failed, Kiefer has suspended his election campaign and simply disappeared. The sheriff's been sending a new deputy, Arnold, out to check on me at least twice a day. Arnold isn't from around here, which is probably why he agreed to replace Tom as the new gas station babysitter. He's around 6'2", dark skin with mustache thick enough to plant a yard flamingo in. He has eyes that constantly telegraph the statement, "Knock that nonsense off." I've yet to see him smile. I don't know if Arnold will become the next Tom or the next Spencer. Right now, he could go either way. Arnold was the one that dropped me off at work today. I'm not supposed to get back behind a steering wheel for a while, which is fine, I guess. I mean, it's not like I'm going on any road trips anytime soon. On the way to work, we passed the SUV of the man with the beard, the one staked in place on the side of the road by the tree growing up through its engine. I asked Arnold about it, but he just shrugged it off and said I shouldn't worry myself with other people's business. I asked him about the owner of the vehicle. Arnold said that they think that he got lost in the woods just like the other hikers last fall. A search and rescue effort was underway, and he was confident that they would find him, quote, one way or the other. After Arnold dropped me off today, I went about my regular shift-starting duties. I reconciled Marlboro's till, not at all surprised to see that he was somehow $150 over, or that the surplus was entirely in $1 coins. I logged all the invoices that had piled up while I was out, then I emptied the trash cans. I was hoping that I might run into the cowboy, but the only thing in the men's restroom was an obese Hispanic trucker, punishing the toilet and surrounding air with an unholy fury that deserves its own scary story. The sun was starting to go down when I hobbled out to the dumpster, balancing garbage bags against my crutches and probably looking like a baby deer learning to walk. You know, if that deer was drunk and two-legged and carrying several bags of garbage. The scorched earth near the dumpster was the same as I'd left it, blackened down to the subsoil. And somewhere just past the start of the trees was another patch of smoldered remains, one that I neglected to mention in the police report, one that might look to the casual observer like the remains of a human body. Before I turned to go back in, I noticed something odd on the side of the dumpster. See, at first I thought it was a children's toy, stuck to that dirty outside wall, but then I realized that it was moving, breathing, crawling, slowly, and eating the gooey drippings off the rust of the dumpster. The thing looked like a giant tomato caterpillar, about 8 inches long, and as the sun went down, I swear I could see the thing give off its own light source. The squishy caterpillar thing didn't seem to mind my presence. It even let me feed it an old Starburst that I had in my pocket. A yellow, because like all people, I hate the yellow Starburst. The critter bioluminescent a little brighter as it ate the taffy I gave it, and I gave it a gentle pat. Its hide wasn't as wet as it appeared. In fact, it seemed to be covered in tiny, clear hairs. "Oh, you're not so bad," I said, while it nibbled at the candy. Not everything out here needs to be scary, huh? It wiggled and crawled away to a place in the back of the dumpster with more gunk. And I went back into the gas station. Marlboro has taken up smoking again. He had quit for a while, but then explained that the suffering he was causing himself by not smoking grossly outweighed the suffering he was causing us through secondhand smoke. And mathematically speaking, it didn't make any sense for him to quit. I was hoping that he was beginning to shed his cultist philosophy after the entire compound mysteriously vanished, but now I'm starting to fear that he can't be rehabilitated. Oh well. Today was a pretty normal, well, not normal, but average day at the gas station. We had some strange people visit. We had some normal people visit too. And along the way, I zoned out, finished a book that I'd been reading, made some boring journal entries, and even got online to browse the internet for a while. There's another package sitting under the counter, addressed to me from a return address I don't recognize. I took a gamble with that last package and it turned out to be something great. But that was before Spencer tried to kill me. And once again, my gut is telling me not to open it. I got a phone call today at the store a few hours after sundown. It was pretty late. Hard to say when exactly. Marlboro was asleep in his hammock in that dry storage room, and I couldn't remember the last customer. This was somewhere in that temporal wasteland between dusk and dawn. Hello?
Jack, listen very carefully. You don't know me. What I'm about to tell you will save your life, but only if you follow my instructions and do exactly what I say. In the drawer to your right is a pencil and paper. Get them. Write this down. These are the rules to your survival. 1. Do not leave the gas station. Do not go outside under any circumstances. 2. Do not drink the tap water. Do not even touch it. Don't smell it. Don't look at it. It's bottled water from here on out. 3. Don't trust your eyes. 4. Barricade...
Hang on. Where did you say the pen was?
In a drawer to the right.
Is it my right or your right?
Your right. How the hell would it be my right? I'm on the phone.
Right then I heard a car horn honk. It was the old widow, Mrs. Sistrunk. She's another local, someone in the area of 100 years old, if I had to guess. And at this point, not much more than a skeleton wrapped in an ill-fitting suit, with vibrant lipstick smeared all around the general mouth area. After her husband died, Mrs. Agatha Sistrunk had taken to buying and collecting sports cars and oversized trucks, and racing them around the outskirts of town all hours of the night. Her most recent purchase was a brand new Ford F-550, with a painting of the Hulk, in all of his green, smashing glory along the side. In person, she was a sweet old lady, no taller than 4.5 feet. She wore special shoes to reach the gas pedals, and always came to these gas stations to fill up because she knew that I'd help her pump her gas. Something that she'd never done before, and wasn't interested in learning how to do. "One sec," I said to the voice on the other end of the phone. "Be right back. Mrs. Sistrunk needs me to help top her off."
Listen to me,
the voice growled.
Do not go outside. You go outside and you're dead. Do you hear me?
"I hear what you're saying," I said as I grabbed my crutches to get ready to leave, "but I don't work for you." With that, I hung up the phone. And I went outside to help Mrs. Sistrunk. Old Agatha was happy to see that I was back at work. Apparently Marlboro made her nervous. She said he was flirting at her and wouldn't stop smoking while he pumped her gas. And before she left, she gave me a case of empty light beers and asked if I would be a lamb and toss these for her. I can't say no to Agatha. When I got around back to toss her trash, I noticed something terrible. The glowworm from this morning had formed itself into an enormous cocoon against the back of the dumpster. I can't explain why, exactly, but this filled me with some sort of... I don't know. What's the exact opposite of existential dread? Euphoria? Existential hope? Is that what optimism feels like? Again, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense. But seeing the weird garbage-eating caterpillar thing begin the brave journey of transformation gave me this tingling feeling in my soul that this was some kind of sign. Just when the caterpillar thought that his world had come to an end, he became a butterfly. My world has felt like it's been coming to an end for a while too, little buddy. Maybe I'm also on the verge of a metamorphosis. Maybe the world doesn't have to be so strange and scary. Maybe it can be strange and cool. I decided that whatever hatched from the cocoon, be it butterfly or moth or monster, I was going to name it Starburst. I hobbled myself back to the gas station and I tossed one last look over my shoulder at the dumpster to see that one of the raccoons was stuffing the cocoon into his mouth. It devoured the whole thing in a couple of bites before making eye contact with me and dashing off into the woods. Carlos came into the store for his late shift and asked how I was feeling. I told him the pain was tolerable. He nodded, like that was the kind of answer that he was looking for, and I went back to reading my book. A few moments later, the man with the beard came into the gas station. I almost didn't recognize him as the same man that went off into the woods after the creature he called an anglerfish. He had lost a lot of weight. His beard wasn't nearly as well kept, and he smelled like he'd bathed in a tub of pee that someone had farted in. "Hey," I said when he came in, "you're still alive. Cool." Did I mention that the man was holding a pistol when he walked in? The thought crossed my mind for the briefest moment that I wondered what happened to his big gun. I didn't have time to ask him. He quickly found the locks on the doors, used them, then covered the short distance to my register, gun extended, and aimed at my face. "I told you not to go outside. You're lucky you're still alive," he screamed before grabbing the store phone and yanking it out of the wall. He threw it to the ground with a loud, satisfying smash and asked, "Who else is in this building?" "Well, let me see," I said, thinking. "It was you, and me, and probably the other cashier, unless he went into town again." "I saw the other car out there. Toyota. That's yours?" "No, that's gotta be Carlos." Right on cue, Carlos walked out of the back, froze at the sight of the bearded man, still pointing the gun at my face. Carlos might have been tempted to take action if he hadn't been carrying a 50-pound bag of corn over his shoulder. Instead, he just raised his free hand and said softly, "Hey man, you don't want no trouble. If you're after the cash, go ahead and take it. Ain't no heroes here." The bearded man laughed in an obnoxious way and said, "Well, there's at least one. My name's Benjamin. I'm here to save your sorry asses." Carlos and I made eye contact. A lot can be conveyed in just an instant, if you know the person you're looking at. He was trying to see what I wanted to do. I was trying to tell him to relax. This was neither the worst nor the weirdest thing to happen in that room. "Okay," I said. "What do you need us to do, Benjamin?" "There's something evil under the gas station. Nobody's leaving here until I understand what it is, because I know that someone's working with that thing. I saw it in my dreams. I know you have too." Well, he was wrong about one thing. And right then, Marlboro walked out of the dry storage closet, stretching and yawning. Benjamin snapped him into a chokehold before he knew what was going on and jammed the gun against his head. "Are you listening to me?" Benjamin screamed. "I just told you that this world, as you know it, is just a facade. There's a devil here, and one of you is working for him." He looked at both of us for some kind of reaction. I don't think he got the one he was looking for. I just shrugged. Said, "Neat." Right then, Marlboro surprised the pants off everyone by half yelling, half laughing, "Let's do this! I'm not afraid to die!" before reaching up, grabbing the gun pressed against his head, and pulling the trigger. Now, I've seen a lot of weird stuff working at this shitty gas station. I've been nearly killed once, twice. I've watched the same guy die over and over in front of me. I've seen things that may or may not be real because I can't dream. And sometimes I wonder if my mind is making up for that in other ways. I've seen ball lightning, people with blue skin, a man with two heads, talking dog, an Elvis impersonator that may have been a little too convincing. I've seen so much weird stuff in that room. But this was the first time I ever saw a look of surprise like that on anybody's face. And it was absolutely priceless. What the hell is wrong with you people?" Benjamin said, backing away from us. "Ain't nothing wrong with us," said Marlboro, relieved to be free from the headlock. "What the hell's wrong with your gun?" "How'd you know I was out of ammo?" "I didn't." There was a loud thud as Carlos dropped the sack of corn. He was next to talk. "I think maybe you should get out of here, pal, while you still can." "Afraid I can't do that," Benjamin responded. "Not until this thing is dead, and not until I heard a wet thunk before I saw anything, before Benjamin went limp and hit the ground. When my eyes caught up to the situation, I hoped that what I was seeing was a hallucination. But the look of fear on Carlos's face told me that this wasn't the case. The man standing behind Benjamin, holding a bloodied shovel, the man that just saved our bacon, was smiling a toothy, delighted smile that he only made after inflicting the kind of pain he'd just inflicted. "Hey, Jack," said Spencer Middleton. "You miss me?" He stuck Carlos and Marlboro in the walk-in freezer. Marlboro is and always has been a go-with-the-flow kind of guy, so he went to the freezer voluntarily. Carlos put up a fight, which is why he ended up bruised and bloody and barely clinging to consciousness. From what I could see, Benjamin looked like he might be dead. At best, he was out cold in a slowly spreading pool of his own blood. Spencer pulled a couple of chairs out of storage and placed them both in front of the cash register, facing one another. He made a hobble over and sit down in one. Then he spun the other around and sat in it backwards, like a cool school teacher from the 90s. "I want you to know," he said, "I'm not mad at you. Neither's he. He wanted me to relay the message." Spencer's face still had specks of blood in it when he'd beaten the shit out of Carlos. "Your boss?" I said. "Yeah. He was upset at you for what you did to Kiefer. He wanted me to show you what happens to bad children. You're supposed to meet him, but then that all got cocked up, huh?" I guess it wasn't my time to die," I answered. That's when the smile faded from Spencer's face. He shook his head at me and said, "Die? No. You weren't supposed to die. You can't die. We need you." I saw some movement behind Spencer, but tried not to break eye contact. It was Benjamin. He was alive. And right now, my best shot at getting out of here. He was moving slowly on the ground, regaining consciousness, but miraculously not making any noise. I tried to keep Spencer distracted. "Your boss. Okay, tell me more about him. How did he find you? Who is he?" Spencer chuckled. "Oh, he's got a lot of names, but you'll meet him soon enough. This time, will not be interrupted." "My friends?" "I don't care. They could join us. They could die. They make no difference. By the way, Jack, I wanted to ask, did you guys even figure out who placed that bomb?" I laughed softly. "Yeah, the police took it. They know it was you. They know everything. Almost everything. Okay, in the grand scheme of things, they know very little. But they do know you tried to kill me. You put the bomb in the gas station." Spencer shook his head again. "Wrong on both accounts. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. And a bomb? Seriously. Not my style." He had more to say to me, but I'll never know. Because right then, Benjamin yanked his head back and wiped a knife blade the size of a large chihuahua across his neck, neatly slicing his head halfway off. Blood erupted out in a couple spurts, then stopped, and Spencer Middleton was no more. "That's what you get," taunted Benjamin as he flung Spencer's lifeless body onto the floor, his blood pouring out and mixing with all the rest. It was gonna suck if I ever had to clean all this up. When we opened the freezer, we found that Marlboro had gone all bad nurse on Carlos, sticking clumps of frozen meat all over his face for the swelling. I made us a fresh pot of coffee, and we took seats around the table by the window just in case a nosy passerby decided to, pass by. We put a tarp over Spencer, moved the wet floor sign next to it. For about half an hour, we all just sat and drank coffee in a pregnant silence. When we were all done with our third cups, Carlos finally spoke. His jaw was swollen to hell, but he was still able to pronounce his words with only minor difficulty. So why haven't we called the cops yet? This is clearly self-defense. I got the face to prove it." "Yeah," said Benjamin, after some lengthy deliberation. "Yeah, let's call the cops. That'd be good, but tomorrow, you and me need to have a serious talk, Jack." I called Arnold, from the only phone in the building with any reception. Spencer's cell. The deputy listened to what I told him, just the most basic and simplified version of what happened that night, and he said that he would be on his way right after he got out of bed and put some clothes on. They called the owners next. They were not happy. They told me next time I should call them first. Wait, next time? Right now the others are at their booth, staring out the window, and I'm sitting on my laptop documenting the night while the memories are still fresh. I know this isn't over yet. Okay? I think the gas station is gonna have to close for a day or two, but when it opens up again, I'll be here. You write in my journals? Doing my best to ignore anyone who walks through those doors. I guess that means this is to be continued. Okay, so it's been about like an hour since my last post. We haven't had any customers yet, and if the gas station weren't an active crime scene, I might have asked one of our other employees to squeegee that large pool of blood into the drains by the cooler. For those of you who are out of the loop, you may want to catch up by listening to the earlier posts. I don't know what Arnold's personal grooming routine looks like, and I have to assume that, well, he spends at least 20 minutes a day in mustache prep, but even factoring that in, he should have been able to make it to the gas station by now. I called him in a few minutes ago to make sure that he hadn't gone back to bed. and to make sure that I hadn't imagined that phone call in the first place. The conversation went something like this.
Yeah?
Hey Arnold, you on your way?
Sit tight, we had a little emergency.
Okay.
The road between town and you is blocked off.
Okay. Which one?
All of them, even the service roads. It must have been a freak storm. I've never seen anything like it. All the roads are covered in trees. But they aren't, fallen. The trees are growing in the middle of the street. I've been trying to find a way around all morning. But I've given up. I'm about to head through on foot. Just to be clear, you said you heard from Spencer Middleton last night. Has he made any other contact?
Well, actually, he's here. He came in, some stuff happened, and now he's dead.
What? You're telling me there's a dead body at the gas station?
I already told him all of this. I really miss Tom. Did you not realize that?
I'm sorry, he answered. When the phone rang earlier, I had just woken up from this beautiful weird dream of a dark god. Call me into his eternal grace, taking me by the hand and guiding me into a blessed oblivion, freeing me from all the pain and suffering of this mortal prison, nurturing me like a child, inviting the world into a realm of higher existence, allowing me the privilege to devote myself to his glorious servitude.
Okay. I guess I'll see you when you get here. I ended the call and checked the charge on my phone. The battery was sitting close to 50%. What's the deal, Lucille? Asked Benjamin. Arnold is on his way here on foot, but we might have another problem. Holy shit. You guys see that? Carlos asked, pointing out the window. Now, I couldn't quite make it out where I was seated behind the counter, and I didn't feel like hobbling over a corpse just for a look. What is it? I asked. There's a bunch of naked people out on the road. They're all walking this way, Carlos answered. What the hell you say? Said Marlborough, who was suddenly taking interest. He pressed his face against the window for a better look. Those aren't just people. I know them. That's Marla, and Tyler, and there goes Fred. At least, those are the names I gave them. Benjamin closed the frozen drink machine, throwing over his shoulder a quick, They friends of yours? Family, actually. Well, they were anyway, before they disappeared. But I don't remember them looking like that. Like what? I asked, starting to get an uneasy feeling. Like... He took a second to find the words, but all he came up with was, They look funny. They continued walking closer to the gas station. Close enough by now that I could see them. At least a dozen people. Stark naked. The closer they got, the more details I could make out. The more I wish I couldn't. Their eyes were milky and pale. Maggots crawling out of infested crevices all over their body. Their skin dirty and covered in lesions and bruises. Marlborough was certainly not wrong. They looked funny. I'm sure you know the Hollywood-style zombie walk. A shuffle of an undead body with unimpaired motor skills. The scariest part of these people approaching the front door of the gas station was that they were walking 100% perfectly normal. There's a bunch of decaying nudists out for a stroll. There was a loud crash that suddenly snapped us out of our probably rude staring. We all turned to see that Benjamin had pulled the frozen drink machine to the ground and was attempting to drag it over Spencer towards the front door. The sticky syrup concoction spilled out all over the ground, mixing with the congealed blood and coating the floor in a warm red and brown and purple viscous soup. There's no way we won't have an insect problem after this. Marlborough and Carlos didn't have to ask what was going on. They instantly knew the plan and began yanking down whatever fixtures were bolted in place and piling them up in a barricade against the glass doors. That would have helped if it weren't for this broken leg. Besides, it looks like they've got this under control. You boys think you can stay alive long enough for us to survive? Benjamin asked. We've got almost 90 years experience staying alive between the three of us, Carlos joked. Benjamin directed his next question to me. You got any weapons in this place? I told him no. The only thing I have is a half-empty canister of gasoline in the supply closet, and some really hard jerky, but he was welcome to whatever he could find. That's when he started MacGyvering some spears out of chair legs and a broken glass from the drink case. Well, about 10 minutes ago, the gas station lost power. Now really would be a great time to have a giant pet glow-in-the-dark butterfly. Stupid raccoons. It's been pretty quiet, save for the wet, guttural whispering coming from those people outside. Benjamin's still searching for weapons while Carlos finds things to push against the front door. and assuming he hasn't fallen asleep, Marlboro has taken the back door. I was feeling pretty useless after Benjamin confiscated my crutches, so, I figured I had to take this opportunity to type out the account of what happened, just in case Arnold gets here too late. And in the spirit of preparedness, I should say a few things to whoever finds these messages, or is it whomever? I never get that right. Well, first to the owners, I'm sorry about the mess. Second, to her. I'm sorry we didn't run into each other one last time. Third, to whomever keeps dumping tar into the ditch outside the gas station, I hate you. And I guess that's all I have to say. It's been a weird, crazy ride. This is Jack. From the gas station. Signing off one last time. I didn't die! Sorry, it's been so long since the last update. I just got my laptop back from the police. Special thanks to whoever gilded me, by the way. But I don't know what to do with Reddit Gold, but it brings warmth to my soul. I know you guys are probably wondering what happened. Well, last week, I met a dark god. We were in the gas station without power for hours. It's cold this time of year, so we huddled together around a plate of scented candles and ate pork rinds and canned beans. Marlboro almost dozed off a couple of times before Carlos decided to loot the energy pills behind the counter. He handed them out. We all took a few, washed them down with cold coffee, and telling ourselves it was for alertness. But all they did for me was create a heartbeat arrhythmia. That sure would be funny if those things broke in here just to find the four of us dead from heart attacks. Well, I mean, not funny, but, you know. Carlos tried to strike up a conversation with Benjamin a couple of times, but the bearded man wasn't very social. So you Army? Nah. I knew a guy. He was a ranger in the Army. You remind me of him. Alright. Those things out there. Any idea what we're dealing with? You ever seen anything like that before? No. Got any family? No. I checked Spencer's phone throughout the day. He wasn't getting any service anymore. I tried 911 a few times, but even that wouldn't go through. When the battery got to 5%, I turned it off. We might need it later for an emergency call. Eventually, the adrenaline pills started to wear off, and I remembered that my leg was still healing from a complex fracture. Maybe I shouldn't have agreed to come back to work so soon. I did that whole cripple walk back to the front desk to grab my meds, and while I was there, I spotted the still unopened gift wrap package on the shelf beneath the register. I decided to ignore it and instead grab the employee whiskey bottle that was behind it. We told ourselves it was for our nerves, but all it did for me was give me an even worse heartbeat arrhythmia. A few more hours passed. After we killed the first bottle, we opened another. Then Marlboro got into the energy drinks because, we all needed mixers. At some point, the former cultist pulled out his stash and lit a joint. Without asking, I might add, turned the whole station into a hotbox. I can't remember if I had taken my pain meds yet, so I went ahead and I took them. And as the sun started to set, I had two thoughts competing for first place in my mind. First, it sure is getting dark early these days. And second, I think we might be getting a little too fucked up to handle what's about to happen. Time became even more illusionary than normal once the laptop died, and we had no way of knowing how long we'd been waiting. We started measuring the time in candles. Our snack food and morale raced each other to depletion. At some point, Carlos got me away from the others to ask what I thought about Benjamin. I told him that he was the nicest guy that had pointed a gun at my face all week. But Carlos told me that he had a weird feeling about him. I reminded Carlos that he had killed Kiefer a couple times, and maybe he should get off of his high horse. "Hey!" Benjamin yelled at us from across the room. "What are you two talking about?" Anime, I lied. I think he bought it. "You get over here. I don't need any more dead bodies piling up tonight." Benjamin was in the corner, warming his hands over the candle plate. It was the only source of light in the building, and was casting shadows that could easily be described as spooky, if I weren't in such a serious life or death situation. Some of these shadows looked like faces, smiling, laughing at us idiots. One or two looked like old presidents. One of them asked me what time it was, and holy crap, I was tripping. "You okay, man?" Carlos asked, snapping me back to reality. "I honestly have no idea." "Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb?" asked Spencer Middleton in a gurgle. "What do you mean? I thought you did." "Not me. Bombs aren't my style. Who do you know that can build a bomb?" "Well, where's Marlboro?" I asked. Benjamin picked up a spear, formerly my crutch, that he had paracorded his knife to, and asked, "Who the hell is Marlboro? Is someone else here?" "Marlboro? The other employee?" I looked at Carlos, who just shrugged and said, "I don't know no Marlboro. How many of them pills did you take?" Had I imagined Marlboro this entire time? Did I just Tyler Durden this guy into existence? I tried to sit down on the tarp, but it turned into me lying on my back while the room spun. I could feel the human debris squish between that tarp fabric as I rested my head. How much of any of this was real anyway? "You're losing it, you know." "Yeah, I know. All those years ago, the first doctor tried to prepare me for life with my condition. There weren't that many other cases before me, so they didn't know exactly how everything would play out. But every case had a few of the same side effects. Of course, there would be weight loss, fatigue, headaches, all the signs of normal physical illness early on. As the condition developed, they would be more interesting side effects, hallucinations, memory loss, the works. And of course, I can't be properly anesthetized. They tried in other cases to induce medical comas, but that just messed things up further. I'm always wide awake and halfway lucid during surgery. If you want to know what it's like, I'd tell you the truth. It's boring." "Know what? Usually when I hurt someone bad enough, they pass out from the pain." They gave me a couple years tops. I hadn't been keeping track of time. Right then, Marlboro walked into the room, zipping up his fly. Presumably, he had just come from the bathroom, but who really knows? I pointed at him and yelled, "That guy! See him right there? That's Marlboro!" Carlos looked where I was pointing, then back at me. "What do you mean, Jerry?" "Oh yeah, that's right. He has a real name." "I hate it when he calls me Marlboro." Benjamin set the improvised spear down and turned his attention back to the fire. "You better get him under control." "It should open your package," said Spencer. "Hey, wait a second. Aren't you supposed to be dead?" "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" he said back. "Touché, Spencer." "Who are you talking to?" asked Carlos. "Spencer," I answered. Well, stop that. You're freaking us out." 2 candles burned from start to finish before Benjamin decided that help wasn't on the way, and our best chance of survival was to fight it out with the things outside. I disagreed, but Benjamin informed me in his own polite way that it wasn't up for vote. We peeled back the layers of barricade just enough to get a view of the outside, and once we knew what we were dealing with, we could come up with a better game plan. Only he couldn't actually get a good look because something was blocking the view. Something just on the other side of the glass door. Benjamin yanked the rest of the barricade down and took a few steps back to marvel at it. "Oh well, you don't see that every day." "No, you know what? No, I can't do it. I'm sorry. His name's Marlboro." We were trapped there inside the gas station, and on the other side of the door, a network of trees had grown together, twisted into knots and pressing against the glass. They were so densely pressed into a single wall of tree trunk that not even light could get through it. For all we knew, it could have been daytime outside. "We have to get out of here," said Benjamin. We checked the back door, but it was the same thing. I often wondered how long a person could survive inside the gas station without any new supplies coming in. I had run into that scenario in my head a million times. On boring nights, and what else is there to do? I had run the thought experiment for countless different contexts. How long could I survive if the gas station were transported back in time? Or to another planet? Or if there was a zombie apocalypse, etc. What I had deduced was that under ideal circumstances, I could live off the supplies on hand for 4 years if I could find a source of water, 6 weeks if not. These, however, were not ideal circumstances. We had already smashed up, weaponized, or eaten almost half of our supplies. If we were trapped here, It wouldn't take long for us to go all Donner Party on each other. While I was pondering this in the hallway by the cooler, we heard the sound of glass shattering from the main room. Benjamin raised his spear and led the way back. The wall of trees was still there on the other side of the doors. Our mess was still there. Everything was as we left it, with one exception. The tarp was pulled back, and Spencer's body was gone. A series of footprints coagulated in the blood, leading from where he should have been to the shattered glass of the front door, like he'd just gotten up, walked over, and was absorbed into the trees.
I need you boys to think real hard, Benjamin said. Is there any other way out of this place?
Well, Marlborough started. I shot him a look, shook my head, but I guess he couldn't see it in the dim candlelight, or maybe he was just too dense to understand. There is that hole.
Hole?
What hole? The hole in the secret room back here past the cooler. Secret room? Yeah, right over there. Marlborough pointed at the blank space on the wall where the door used to be. The owners had decided that the smartest thing that they could do when they found out about that secret room was to remove the door, build a good old-fashioned wall, forget all about it. But that only works if everyone agrees to forget all about it. Marlborough! You're telling me there's a secret room behind there, and a hole in that room that we can maybe fit inside and escape? Why didn't you boys tell me this earlier? He didn't wait for an answer. Benjamin went straight to the wall and started smashing it to pieces with his spear, and then, after he got it down a little, his bare hands. After a minute, the wall was once again a door. While Benjamin lit and placed a few candles around the giant hole in the floor, I grabbed Carlos, pulled him aside. Hey, I said, I should tell you something. Hey, I opened that package. The one that looked like a present? Yeah, I said. I'm not sure at what point I finally cracked and opened it, but I've been carrying around the content of that box in my pocket for at least one candle. Just like the last package, there was a note with this one. It read, I didn't expect you to use my letter as part of the story, but thanks. LOL. I didn't mind you using it. That was very neat. I liked it. I was very surprised. Thank you. I enjoyed your stories, and I knew it could be really great from the beginning. That's why I wrote what I did. I was surprised, but in a good way, that you used my letter. LOL. Thank you. I'm honored. Really honored. Underneath the letter was a small handgun. I knew enough about pistols from playing video games to know how to check the clip, and sure enough, it was loaded. I showed the gun to Carlos, who said, That's a Ruger 380. Is it good? Well, it's a gun, so it'll probably have more stopping power than a chair leg. Why don't you give it to him? Carlos gestured at our fearless leader. I don't know or trust him. Yeah, good point. Here, I said, trying to hand it over. I'm not a gun guy. No way. You keep it. I got both legs. You need it more than me. Benjamin yelled at us from the secret room. Y'all ready or what? Time to see what's down here. Then he jumped in. Oh, I may have neglected to mention that it was a 10-foot drop to the cave below. So I also may have taken a little pleasure in the sound of him crash landing and the pain moan that followed. Let's see, for the rest of us, we rolled up a tarp and put some knots into it like a poor man's rope ladder. I had to give it credit to the tarp. See, those things are incredibly useful. We had several hours above ground in a room with a dead body, unrefrigerated food, and Benjamin's body odor. We were all eating canned beans, and I think somebody probably threw up in that garbage can. My point is that we were all smelling pretty bad, to the point where I was doubting that I still had a sense of smell. But once we went into the hole, I knew for a fact that we hadn't. The smell down there made our gas station funk seem like cologne. The very worst putrid odors from the storm drains around the station were nothing compared to this. Is it possible for a smell to be heavy? Because that's the best word I could think of for it. Not thick, just heavy. Carlos and Marlborough took turns barfing. When they were done, Benjamin handed out the torches that he had made from gasoline-soaked rags and chair legs. I don't know what that guy's deal is, but he sure is crafty. The cave was a straight tunnel, starting under the gas station and heading away from town. It was plenty tall enough for all of us to stand comfortably, and there was a slight incline, taking us downhill as we walked further into the hole.
What the hell is this?
Benjamin asked after about 20 feet. He waved his torch at the wall, and I saw that somebody had spray-painted a message on the cave wall in red. It said in shaky handwriting, Rita the Raccoon. ate the cocoon. I said it a few times in my head and was pissed off at just how close it became to rhyming, but didn't, like a song slightly off key. The handwriting was eerily familiar, especially the capital R. But I couldn't remember why. There was another lawn gnome on the ground beneath it. We continued further into the cave. Benjamin was way ahead of us. Me bringing up the tail, hobbling along the best I could with just a single crutch. The deeper we went, the narrower the cave, the stronger the smell. Nothing about being down here away from the gas station felt like an improvement on our previous situation. But it wasn't until we made it to the tree that I really decided that we had messed up. I don't know how long we'd been walking down there, maybe a half mile or so. Crutch miles feel like a lot longer than normal miles, but we eventually came upon an enormous black tree taking up the width of the cave. It looked like one of those 1,000-year-old sequoias, big enough to put a 2-lane road through. Holy shit, enunciated Benjamin. I was the last to see what everyone was so wide-eyed and gawking at. The tree, in addition to being enormous, had some characteristics that you wouldn't expect a tree to have. Specifically, human body parts. A few arms and legs poking out at random spots, and right at eye level, a human face. Hey, said Marlborough, I know that guy, that's Patrick. He touched Patrick's face, and it peeled off and plopped to the ground like a wet Halloween mask. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna make it, Benjamin said as he pulled something out of his pocket and stuck it to the tree. What's that? I asked. Surprisingly, it was Marlborough who answered. That looks like a C4 plastic explosive to me. Benjamin chuckled. Wow, you win the prize for that one, Rain Man. Yeah, here's the last of my explosives. I've been trying to kill this thing piece at a time for the last week, but it just keeps growing back. I have to kill the root system. Blow it up, kill the brains, or the rest of the network will die. Oh. That was you who put the bomb in the gas station, I said. Yeah, well, back then I thought the building was the epicenter of the whole thing. Hey, interrupted Carlos. Jack was still in the building when you planted that. I know. Guys, Benjamin tried to get their attention, but it wasn't working. You knew. He could have died if that thing went off. Guys! Look, assholes, this is war. And in war, there are always casualties. You can't make peanut butter without smashing a few nuts. Hey, guys! What? Screamed Benjamin. I'm a little busy! Marlborough pointed back the way we came. We all turned to see Spencer, standing in the middle of the path, a wicked smile on his face. Hey, you miss me? Carlos screamed at me. Jack, the gun! I pulled the weapon out of my pocket, and I chucked it as hard as I could. It smashed Spencer right in the face, and he fell over. I was very proud for like the 2 seconds it took me to realize what I had done wrong. What came next almost happened too quickly for me to comprehend. Something burst out of the wall next to us, an enormous object the size of a car and mostly hand-shaped. It wrapped its giant fingers around the other three and pulled them into the wall, and then I was falling. The earth had opened up below me, and I was sliding through a dark tunnel. No, I was being pulled. More like swallowed, really. It went on for a while, dirt filling my nose and ears and mouth, and then whatever it was spat me into a pitch-black room, onto a rocky, wet piece of ground. I landed on my bad leg and I probably broke it again. Well, I thought, at least this time I managed to hit Spencer. As far as last moments on Earth go. Slight improvement over the last week. The room I was in was cool, not cold, and cavernous. I could hear my breath echoing off the walls. I could also hear something else breathing. All at once, I became aware of another presence down here, an entity in the room with me. It's hard to explain, in the same way I remember it being hard to explain a dream right after you wake up. It sounds like you have to experience it to understand, but the feeling was like being plugged into a shared consciousness with another intelligence that was putting thoughts directly into my head. Of course, it might have just been all the drugs.
Welcome to my home.
Came a loud voice from somewhere in the pitch-black room.
I'm sorry it's taken this long for us to meet face to face.
I can't see anything.
Yet, what part of dark God don't you understand?
Oh, shit. I'm in the room of a dark god. He sounds like an internet troll. I guess that makes sense, but might as well, get this over with. Do you think you can maybe turn on some light so I can actually see who I'm talking to? He let out a very human-sounding sigh and exclaimed,
Fine.
Out of nowhere, the entire room turned into an intense, furious, bright white. All I could see was pure light. I covered my eyes, but even then, I could see the bones of my hands through my eyelids, even with the meds. That shit hurt. Too bright! Too bright! I yelled. Split the difference!
Wow,
responded the voice.
I didn't realize that you were going to be such a big baby.
And then, just as suddenly, the brightness relented. After a moment, my pupils adjusted and I could see what I had been talking to.
Behold,
It exclaimed,
and tremble before the dark god.
he, it was, if it was a he, I'm not just going to go off the sound of his voice, but he was about the size of an elephant. Swollen and round with like a yellow, or tan yellow hide. The best animal I could think of to compare him to would be like an enormous tick, like 6 rows of stubby arms on either side, 6 rows of sagging breasts, and a human-sized head on the top. The head contained a somewhat human face, no neck, body connected to the earth with the widest point of its stomach, like it was half buried. And to top the whole thing off, he had a red mohawk. He smiled at me.
What do you think?
About what?
My hair. Isn't it amazing?
He looked up at his mohawk. I guess.
You guess? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into doing my hair like this? You know what? It's fine. I shouldn't have wasted my time trying to impress you. That's on me.
Okay, I said, attempting to push myself to my feet only to remember that my leg was pretty broken. I was immobilized underground, high, and without any weapons. There really was no chance of escape. Look, if you're gonna kill me, do you mind just getting it over with?
What is it with you people? So untrusting. So prejudiced. Why is it that any time you see something you don't understand, you think it's kill or be killed? I'm not the monster here. You are. I can see into your soul. I've seen your sins. Remember that time when you were 15 and you keyed the principal's car?
No?
Really? Maybe that wasn't you. Humans all look alike.
So, wait. No. Why am I here? Why did you drag me underground?
Because, Jack, I can't find any other way of talking to you, and I wanted to tell you to stop killing my children. You burned so many of us. And what did we ever do to you, huh?
Oh, the kefir plants.
Yes, just backups, because that idiot is so clumsy. They're harmless, though. I've been trying to put some people in office so I can get a little political influence in this awful town.
Take over the world? I asked, even though I was starting to see where this conversation was going.
No! I want to pressure the city council to cut back on logging. I'm trying to save the world, but you and your awful friends keep killing us and trying to blow me up.
But Spencer, he beat the shit out of me. That guy's awful. He's following your orders.
Well, excuse me for thinking that people have the potential to be rehabilitated. I hired Spencer because I needed someone to protect Kiefer. And I gave him very specific orders not to kill anyone, which he agreed to.
But you've killed tons of people. The cultists. Their entire compound.
Actually, no. I hate to be the one to say this, but those guys killed themselves. And yeah, it was really sad, a mass suicide. But if you listen to them, I think it was pretty obvious. You guys should have seen it coming from a mile away. I mean, consequentialism mixed with a moral obligation to end suffering.
He waved one of his 6 arms in a jerk-off motion before continuing.
I don't want to let all those perfectly good, fully formed adult bodies go to waste. You even know how hard it is to make one of those from scratch. It's not easy.
But you sent the things after us at the gas station.
Again, with the self-centered hero complex. It was never about you. I sent my children to bring Spencer's body back here. I was hoping I could get him home in time to rebuild him without any permanent brain damage. I think next time you see him, you should apologize for what happened. I swear, ever since Romero made zombies cool, people see a dead man come back to life and instantly they get this urge to kill, kill, kill. Whatever happened to calling this a miracle? Nobody freaked out when Jesus came back.
Wait, okay. Are you saying that Jesus was like those mathematists? Just like a reanimated corpse?
Is that really what you want to talk about, Jack?
Okay, but doesn't Dark God mean like evil? He sighed.
The last time I was awake, Dark God had a completely different connotation, but you can't use my branding as your excuse for burning up Kiefer. You ask me, you deserve the ass whooping you got.
But... I searched my mind for any proof that the Dark God was the monster I knew him to be. But the only thing I could come up with was a sad, ice-cold realization. We're the monsters?
I'm afraid so.
I'm sorry.
Good. That's a start.
So this is it? You're the reason for all the weird stuff going on out here in the gas station. He laughed again and wiggled his head, which I took for his version of shaking no.
No. I'll be honest with you, I have no clue what half of these things are. Your gas station is weird, and even I do not know why. The hand plants and Kiefers were me. The smell, I'll fess up, that's me too. But all the other stuff, man, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. You know that weird glowing worm bug thing? That was pretty weird, huh?
Wait, so... what do we do now?
Now I send you and your friends back home, and you quit killing me. That's my deal. Can we agree to that?
Yeah, I think so.
Good. Shall we shake hands or...
At that moment, an enormous hand burst out of the wall and wrapped its fingers around me. The next thing I knew, I was coughing up dirt down on all fours in the street outside the gas station. And it was morning. Ah, good. You made it out. I looked over and I saw the other 3 standing there, covered in black dirt. I was back where it started. The trees were all gone, leaving no signs they were ever there in the first place. The gas station was a wreck. The front doors were smashed out, and the raccoons were running a loot train for whatever edibles they could carry from the front to their nest behind back. "What happened, man?" asked Carlos. "I'm not really sure," I answered, digging the clumps of dirt out of my nose and ears. "Yeah, well, you're lucky. Your friends made me wait a minute to give you a chance to get out." I looked at my hands. They were nearly black from all the layers of dirt coating them. "Wait for what?" "For this," Benjamin answered as he pressed the button on his remote detonator, and somewhere deep in the woods came an explosion that rocked the earth and sent birds flying into the sky. Carlos's car alarm went off and the pavement cracked. A black cloud slowly started to fill the sky, and I felt something inside me scream and die. "Well," said Benjamin, "if you don't mind, I'm gonna go get lost before 5-0 shows up." Then he walked off into the forest. Hopefully. Never to be seen again. And that's what happened. If you can believe it, I'm back at the gas station working again. Arnold is on personal leave from the police force, and I didn't care to ask for details, so we have a new deputy babysitting us. I'll try to tell you about her another time. Maybe. The police investigated the incident, and ultimately concluded that we were the victims of hysteria brought on by a gas leak. And once again, there was nothing supernatural to be reported. I don't know if this is the end of the Dark God, but I do know that I haven't felt any compulsions to continue digging ever since Benjamin blew up that underground tree. Things are settling back into our brand of normal. I still work way too much. I'm still keeping a journal, and weird things still happen at this shitty gas station at the edge of town. In fact, just yesterday, people started reporting that they had seen something in the woods that looked like an enormous raccoon with bat wings, stealing small animals before flying off into the forest. They even said this winged raccoon monster glows in the dark. Marbro just came up to me and asked, "You know there's a guy in the bathroom dressed as a cowboy?" I assured him that I did not know that. Now this may be the last update for a while. It's going to be a lot of work putting this place back together, and I've got a whole new crew of part-timers to train. So until next time. Sign, Jack, from the gas station. One of the very few perks of living with a rare terminal illness is the way nothing ever seems important enough to get stressed about. See, I'm speaking from my own limited experience, and in no way would I recommend you go out and get your own rare terminal illness, if you don't already have one. But in my case, I was able to make peace with the reality of my impermanence early on. Before the diagnosis, when I was a young teenager, sometimes I would worry about living up to my own expectations for adulthood, which is absurd when you consider that the town I grew up in is the capital of lowered expectations, whose only claim to fame is being the home of a famous, bloody Civil War battle, and the place where it rained frogs that one time. Don't ask. It's not nearly as interesting as it sounds. I work at the 24-hour gas station near the woods at the edge of town. And as far as jobs go, it's not the best. It's not the worst either. Knowing that I won't be here too much longer dulls any ambition to climb the corporate ladder. Some days churn by without incident, moving the world one step closer to oblivion. Or whatever. Those are my favorites, when I can pass an entire shift by reading a book and minding my own business. I don't need to climb a mountain or visit the Grand Canyon to know what Zen feels like. Tranquility is a quiet, empty gas station at 4 a.m. Of course, some days aren't as uneventful. I've experienced rude customers, drunkards, vicious raccoons that fall on the chaotic evil spectrum of the D&D alignment, a handful of armed robbers, and some other things that I can only describe as weird. I had one of the last type of days yesterday. We had been busier than normal in the weeks leading up to this. Some of the wildlife and fishery agents from nearby towns had been patrolling the woods pretty heavily, and our gas station is the only place for miles to get fuel or fresh coffee. I don't know what the hubbub was about, but I would guess everyone's been on edge ever since those cows were mutilated. Okay, I think that maybe mutilated is too strong of a word to use. Somebody has been sneaking into cattle farms and shaving the cows bald. Who knows why? Small towns get bored. I wasn't paying attention to the time because I never do, but it was late in my shift in the middle of the night when the deer poked his head inside the gas station. I had just finished my book and was checking my phone for weather updates when it happened. The glass door was pushed slightly ajar, and a large deer with an 8-point rack of antlers was slowly inspecting the store, scanning its gaze from one corner to the other, nostrils flaring each sniff. It stopped moving and pointed its giant black eyes right at me. I remained perfectly still, except to put my phone down because this was more interesting than the possible snowstorm headed our way in the next few days. We stared at one another for just a moment longer until the deer pushed the door the rest of the way open and stepped one foot inside. Now, whatever you're imagining right now, it's wrong. And I know that's my fault because I'm telling you this story, so I apologize. There were a few key details to this deer that I haven't mentioned yet. First, the deer's head was about 7 feet off the ground, and second, I could see through the glass of the front doors that this deer was standing upright. From antler tip to pelvis, the deer was just like any other ordinary whitetail that I had ever seen in the woods or this side of the interstate. Tan fur, long neck, confused expression, but at the legs, he turned into something else. If kangarooish was a word, I would call his legs kangarooish. He stepped a kangarooish foot into the store and waited like he was making sure that the ground wasn't going to fall out from below him. When it didn't, he put the next foot forward. The door shut behind him and the deer started walking down the gas station aisle, his antlers barely missing the fluorescent lights hanging from the ceiling by millimeters. I didn't think much of it at the time, but when I got to work earlier that night, the other workers said something interesting. I was taking over the safe from the only other full-time clerk, Jerry, who, according to what I heard from a pretty reliable source, has been pretty salty ever since his cult went and had a mass suicide without inviting him. Before he left, he told me that the lag was getting worse and maybe it was time we do something about it. See, there's something wrong with the mirror in the gas station bathroom. There's a delay in the reflection by about a half a second. Sometimes if the weather's acting up, it gets much worse, or at least more noticeable. We had plans to replace the mirror, but couldn't do it because we're lazy. And mirrors are expensive, and besides, how important is it to see your exact reflection anyway? It's a gas station bathroom, not a salon. That wasn't the weird thing, he told me. The weird thing was that a man had come by earlier wearing hunter's camo and left his number, telling Jerry that it was imperative that he contact him in case we see anything unusual. I had dismissed that as being too vague to have any meaning at all. What is unusual at the gas station? A solar eclipse? A bipedal deer? A completely normal day? Besides, I don't work for him, and if he's looking for the deer creature, he can find it on his own. I watched the deer walk slowly towards the bagged chips display and put his nose to it, sniffing voraciously before stepping back and scanning the entire store again. His arms, or front legs, I'm not sure, dangled at his sides with cloven hooves as he walked over to the refrigerator drink case. He tapped the glass a couple times with his antlers before figuring out how to reach out and pull the door. It was like watching a toddler figuring out a puzzle. It's frustrating. I almost got up to help him, but then finally, mercifully, he got his foot finger around the handle and the door creaked open. I had to hold back my laughter as the deer fumbled at a bottle of water and somehow managed, barely, to pull it out of the case before sticking the top of it into his mouth and chewing at the cap until it ripped open. The deer leaned his head back with the bottle sticking out of his mouth and stared right at me as he guzzled the whole thing down in one continuous stream. Next, the buck sauntered over to the coffee machine and gave it a whiff. The smell apparently didn't gee-haw with his disposition, and he reared back and shook his head fiercely, probably for the best. Finally, the buck finished his round and walked up to me and stopped on the other side of the counter. From this close, I could smell the creature, and surprisingly, he smelled like grape soda. He tapped his hooves, fingers, hands on the counter a couple of times, then looked back to where he had dropped the bottle of water, then back to me. Okay, I said. He tapped the counter again, so I went ahead and punched in the code for a bottle of water at the register. That's gonna be 89 cents. The deer took a step back, looked down at himself, and started patting his body where his pockets would be, if he were wearing any pants. Then he looked up at me and blinked a few times. "You're putting me in an awkward spot here," I said. Right then, the creature started belting out a strange animalistic noise that I can only describe as a combination between donkey and dolphin. "I don't know what that means," I said over his noise. But then he just got louder and louder and then threw his head back, emitting this weird call into the ceiling. "I don't know what you're saying," I said back. "I don't speak deer." The creature threw its head back down, barfed up a green, wet clump into the counter in front of me, and then it was silent. I looked at the clump. The deer looked at the clump. The deer looked at me, then back at the clump. Oh, I reached out, I grabbed it by the corner. Sure enough, the deer had coughed up a mucus-covered $1 bill. Okay. I wiped the sliminess off on a dish rag I kept near the register for spills, and then put the bill into the till with the rest of the money before fishing out 2 nickels and a penny, which I offered to the deer, in which the deer promptly ate out of my hand. He turned towards the door and flicked his tail a few times at me before I noticed the strange tableau outside the gas station. At least, Half a dozen other deer were out there, each standing tall on 2 kangaroo feet and staring right at me. There was another stag, pack of does, at least one fawn, only 4 feet tall. The buck struggled for a few seconds to pull the door open. "Do you want me to—" Before I could finish, he had it wide enough to slip outside. Then they all left, walking proudly toward the forest line. It wasn't until about 5 minutes later that it occurred to me that I should have taken a picture or something, but without any proof, I guess it's just going to turn into one of those weird stories that nobody ever believes. I dug through my backpack until I found a book that I hadn't read yet. I opened to the front page. It was at least another hour before I had another customer come into the store. In case you were following along with the events of the gas station on my blog, I apologize that my website's been taken down so abruptly. For some reason, the city council found my public record of local events to be troubling, to the point that they had to hire a fancy Orwellian legal team to bury me in cease and desists. I'm trying to fight back, but as of last week, it looks like my entire site's been retroactively erased from existence. Presumably, these are the same guys who've been scrubbing all mention of our town from the internet. I know that these are not the sort of people that you're supposed to fight with, but after what happened to Gregory Fitz, I feel like a responsibility to continue journaling in one form or another. Some of you who followed my blog may remember Greg as the lawyer who volunteered to help out pro bono after I first started getting pushback from the concerned members of the city council. He even drove all the way out here last week just to have a talk with them. I'm very sorry to say that they found his remains yesterday in a hotel room, locked from the inside, of course. Officially, his death was declared a suicide, but before it was sealed, Deputy O'Brien managed to get a look at the police report, which claims he died of blood loss while attempting to eat his own hands. Admittedly, I didn't know Greg all that well. That just doesn't seem like something he would do. Anyway, until I can figure things out on the website, I've decided to continue chronicling the events of my day-to-day here. If you haven't been following my blog and have absolutely no idea who I am, that's okay too. Let me just say that there's only 2 things you need to know that will bring you completely up to speed. 1, I work at the shitty 24-hour gas station at the edge of town. And 2, weird things happen there. The owners decided to hire a third part-time clerk, and I don't know if it's because that they're getting tired of all of the part-timers mysteriously disappearing, or if it's because they finally decided to fire Jerry. Or maybe they just know that my time here is running out, and they're hoping that I can train my own replacement before it's too late. Her name is Rosa, and despite her eager optimism, I guess she's pretty cool. She's a couple years younger than me, smart, very capable, and has exhibited a level of competence that I would categorize as, quote, not at all like Jerry. Which is something that I think the owners were really looking for in a new employee. The flip side, though, is that she is always asking questions that I don't have answers to. Why are there so many missing persons flyers on the bulletin board? What's with all the mold on the ceiling? Who's that guy in the trench coat that hangs out near the dumpster at all hours of the night? What's in these boxes labeled non-aspire? The owners asked Rosa to start immediately as my shadow for the week's overnight shifts. You might think the owners would shut the place down for a couple hours for the holidays, but you'd be wrong. See, it took a literal court order to make them close their doors for a weekend last month after we found a mummified corpse in the walls. That's a story for a different time. She came into the gas station just as the sun was beginning to set, and we started with the basics. How to clock in, how to open a till, how to turn on pumps. Then I gave her the same speech I give all the new employees. Look, there are a bunch of rules to working at any job. We're no different. Show up on time, wear clothing, don't feed the raccoons. The store telephone is for paying customers only, 25 cents per minute, prepaid only, no exceptions, and just like every job, there are the unwritten rules. Here, the second list is a little longer. If something seems weird, you try to ignore it. In fact, The more you ignore, the better off you'll be. Don't keep track of time. Don't go off investigating weird noises on your own. Don't touch the garden gnomes with the green hats. Why? She asked. What's wrong with the gnomes with the green hats? Sometimes they bite. They've set a few employees to urgent care for stitches. Wow. What about customers? Yeah, most of them bite too. Okay, what can you tell me about... You know, she whispered this next part with a sly grin. The animals. This was the moment I first realized that Rosa's steadfast and defiant curiosity might be a problem. What about the animals? I asked. Well, I heard a rumor from Jerry that the woods way out here past the edge of town are full of strange fauna, and sometimes, when night falls, the inhabitants of the forest get brave and wander closer to the gas station. She said the whole thing in that stupid, spooky Vincent Price voice you use when reading a ghost story to a group of first graders. Jerry, you idiot. Look, Jerry says and smokes a lot of things. I wouldn't pay much attention. He also told me something else, she confessed. Is it true that you can't fall asleep? Yeah, it's true. That's pretty cool. No, not really. Right on cue, Jerry walked into the gas station wearing nothing but a wife-beater jeans and a camo trucker hat covered in fresh snow. Some people like to go home once their shift ends. Some people even manage to stay away from their place of employment all the way until their next shift begins. But as he reminds me time and time again, Jerry is not, quote, some people. You guys, it's colder than a stepmother's kiss out there. As usual. He didn't wait for any response. He just grabbed the bottle of whiskey off the shelf, then walked up to Rosa and pointed at a pack of Marlboros. What are you doing? She asked. Aren't you freezing? Oh yeah. Didn't you hear what I just said? I'm as cold as a witch's dick. Rosa handed over the pack of cigarettes and rang him up, saying, I don't think that's how the expression goes. You ever felt a witch's dick? It's pretty freaking cold. She chuckled. Does that pickup line ever work? You'd be surprised. She gave Jerry his total, but he just winked at her, put it on my employee tab, before turning around and walking back out into the fallen snow. Rosa looked at me with a confused expression. How do I ring something up under an employee tab? We don't have employee tabs. So, yeah, Jerry just robbed us. The night passed like most, boring and slow. The snowstorm had kicked up at high gear, dropping the customer count to a trickle, maybe 1 or 2 per hour. It doesn't take long to show the new girl everything there was to the job, and before too long my brain was back on autopilot, and I was relaxing in a chair with an open book, but a hard-boiled big city detective. Rosa took the utterly pointless initiative to clean the place up a little. I think the dullness of the job was really starting to test her limits. The grind of long hours and the space between those events that form memories is where I like to hide, where I can relax and wait and forget about all the things knocking at the door of my mind. How many days have passed since the last time you slept? I wonder what she who shall not be named is doing right now. She promised you would see each other again. Will your mind still be intact when the disease takes you? Do you think she'll come to your funeral? Yep, take those thoughts, push them back into the vault, and focus on the shitty book you bought from the library clearance sale. Around midnight, Rosa ran up to the counter with a cardboard box and slammed it down in front of me. I looked up to see an enormous smile on her face. Yo, check out what I found in the storage closet. Before I could say no thanks, she flipped the box upside down and dumped the contents onto the counter. It was a giant, tangled ball of Christmas lights, plastic garland, holiday decorations, and a freshly dead mouse. Oh, she said, her smile instantly evaporated. I didn't know about the mice. I put my book down and started refilling the box while she went and found some napkins to wrap the rodent. About an hour later, the decorations were back in the storage room. The mice were all stuffed together in an old shoebox, and I was leaning against my crutches in the pouring snow while Rosa dug a tiny grave. There was something particularly cathartic about watching somebody else dig a hole next to the gas station. Thinking to myself, if she only knew all the things that happened with that shovel, I highly doubt that she'd be so gung-ho about putting her fingerprints all over it. I selected one of those few spots where we hadn't already buried something horrific, and once the mice were in the ground, Rosa gave a short eulogy. "Christmas mice, oh Christmas mice, how we never knew ye. I'm sorry you all died in a box in the supply closet, but I'm grateful that at least you didn't have to die alone. We pray that you don't haunt this gas station. Instead, may you find your peace in heaven, or whatever your mouse religion equivalent is." Yeah, probably Valhalla. "When they say not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse, we will know that it wasn't for lack of trying." She looked at me and asked, "Anything to add?" My mind jumped to a short list of mouse-based puns, but instead, I decided to go with, somebody once came into the gas station trying to be a dick, and he told me that I was nothing but a little mouse. I think he meant it as an insult, but I didn't take offense. She nodded. That was really nice. We all started making our way back into the gas station. I heard a voice from just beyond the tree line whispering, "Hey!" Rosa stopped and looked back. "Did you hear that?" The freezing wind carried with it a noise that almost sounded like children giggling as it blew against the back of my neck. "Nope," I said. "Let's go back inside." It was sometime later when the store phone rang. Now, I had gone to the supply closet to grab a bucket of salt for the front steps, so Rosa was the one to pick it up. I could hear her side of the conversation and didn't think too much about it until I heard the very last words. "It's not bad, I think. This is my first day here." Oh, I like it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun." "Rosa." "Yeah, actually. He's right here. Did you want to talk to him?" Oh, sure thing. I'll let him know." "You too, Spencer." Oh, shit. She smiled at me and said, "That was a friend of yours." "Spencer Middleton?" I said with a sigh. "Yeah." Once again, I watched her smile disappear. I guess she could tell from the look on my face. This was not good news. I need to make a phone call. Then, I think it's probably about time that I told you something. Back in high school, we all pretty much knew that Spencer was a certifiable psychopath. But growing up in a small, boring, podunk town, we didn't have the societal framework to process this sort of thing. Finding him the help he needed was simply not a feasible option, and most people just said a prayer for him and called it done. At one point, the principal delegated the responsibility to the school counselor/gym coach, who tried to talk to Spencer about his feelings. All this was just the equivalent of putting a band-aid on a grease fire. There was a rumor around that time that Spencer was the one who had killed all those dogs, but when I told my mother about this, she just looked at me and said, "Well, don't go near him with any dogs." After dropping out, he joined the army and worked his way up through the ranks until somebody recognized his, let's say, talents, and gave him a special assignment in a black-budget program specializing in enhancing interrogation techniques, which is just a flashy way of saying torture. There's no official record of any of this, and the only reason I know is because he told me all these things one night to pass time while I dug my own grave at gunpoint. Deputy O'Brien managed to intervene and arrest him before he could follow through, but Spencer escaped captivity after a few days, and for the last couple of months has been a wanted but elusive fugitive. Sometimes he calls me at work to remind me of the good times we had together, and to assure me that he'll be seeing me again soon. Now, I don't know if it's luck that's been keeping him from killing me, or the sadist in him is prolonging this intentionally. Tonight, he told Rosa to let me know that he was in the area. As for why Spencer wanted to kill me, let me simply say that maybe I deserve it, and maybe I don't, and we should leave it at that. The first thing I did was call O'Brien, but it went straight to voicemail. The second thing I did was tell all of this to Rosa, who listened patiently until I finished to ask the obvious question. "So, do you have a gun or anything, in case he comes back?" "No, I'm not really a gun guy." "Ninja stars, bazooka, flamethrower, chainsaw, any of the weapon type stuff?" "No." "Oh, well, shit. Maybe you deserve to be killed. Should we lock the doors or something?" "Oh yeah, that's another thing. Spencer knows how to get inside the gas station even when the doors are locked. He's done it like a couple of times before, and we haven't been able to figure out how." "Well, crap, man. Is there anything else terrifying about him that you want to tell me?" I once saw Spencer get his head cut halfway off and bleed out on the gas station floor, and he still somehow came back without any lasting damage. No, not really. The gas station door swung open, causing Rosa to squeak and jump. "Hey, guys," said the inebriated man in the oversized fur coat as he staggered into the store. "Hey, Jerry," I said back. "Where you been?" "You know, the roads are all shut down," he said, avoiding the question. It didn't matter. I already knew the answer. Rosa asked, "What about the roads?" Jerry braced himself against the frozen drink machine and answered, "Yeah, it's all over the radio." If you were a little closer, I probably would have smacked him. God knows he deserved it. "Really, Jerry? The radio? We're not supposed to talk about it, but..." Some time ago, Jerry started a pet project building a POW-style shortwave radio, just to see if he could. He uncoiled an old Brillo pad and wrapped it around the toilet paper roll for the inductor, went to Vulture on a couple of electronics in the storage. Eventually, ended up with something that actually picked up a few low-quality AM country stations. It also picked up something else. The signal is always weak, but if we put the radio in just the right spot, we can hear a man with a Slavic accent reading or discussing news relevant to our town in short, simple, choppy sentences. The weird thing is, he's always talking, no matter what, 24 hours a day without taking any breaks and never repeating himself. The temperature is 84 degrees. There are 3 more people in town than yesterday. The ratio of pig to human in town is approximately 2.078 to 1. The mayor's wife is asleep. The time is 24 hours and 16 minutes. The butcher shop is closed. The light is on at the high school gym. He talks about people in town, where they're eating for dinner, how many pairs of shoes they own, their favorite clothes and numbers, random facts, sometimes connected, sometimes not. We did a couple of experiments and learned that the radio signal gets a little stronger the further we go into the woods. And once we get past the gas station heading into town, the signal drops to nothing. We listened to him off and on for a few days, as well to starve off boredom during slow shifts. But eventually we started to get a little concerned. The things he reported on were always so specific and bizarre. And some of what the voice repeated, nobody should have been able to know. Who didn't love who anymore? What high school student was about to find out she was pregnant? Which local business was about to receive a random health inspector visit? How many days the milk at the grocery store had left before it turned bad? And who was going to buy it? And when? We had theorized it was just an elaborate work of fiction, until one day the voice announced Sean Buckley's death in a car accident 8 hours before it happened. Then the voice started talking about us. Talking to us, even. There's a man at gas station. He uses name Jack. He still has one baby tooth. He has been diagnosed with fatal familial insomnia. He is threat level 8. He is aware of transmission. There is another man at gas station. His name is Jeremy. He is threat level Echo. He is aware of transmission. He is 30 years old. He is looking at Jack. The men at gas station have built transmission receiver. Jeremy at gas station is moving towards transmission receiver. He is dismembering transmission. After that night, we made a pact to never listen to the radio again. And to add the transmission to that long list of try and forget stories, I think when most people swear on their lives not to do something again, they don't do it. Did I mention that Jerry isn't most people? There's a freak snowstorm, the worst one in a decade. All the roads leading into town are completely impassable. You know the drill. Mandatory curfew, state of emergency, cats and dogs living together. Jeremy waved his arms in the air dramatically. 2 dead, 1 missing. He grabbed a cup, filled it with cherry cola flavored frozen drink, and started to down it. If all the roads are impassable, then where the hell did you just come from? Asked Rosa. I whispered to her. Remember that thing I told you about ignoring the weird stuff? Jerry screamed, "Ah! What is it? Brain freeze!" Well, at least we still have... Right then, the power went out, leaving the gas station in complete pitch blackness. I used my phone's flashlight until I could find our box of emergency supplies, then somehow managed to drag it from the storage room with one hand while holding both crutches in the other. I'm sure Jerry was just being kind by allowing me to do it on my own so I could retain my independence and sense of worth. But seriously, dude, you see me dragging this heavy-ass thing, you really just not gonna offer any help? Once I had made it to the front of the store, Jerry sat down cross-legged and started going through the box, handing supplies out to the four of us. I had packed plenty of extra batteries, half a dozen flashlights, some bottled water, emergency rations, matches, flares, and more than enough... Wait a second. 4 of us? Holy shit! I yelled, fumbling with the flashlight Jerry had handed me. After a painfully awkward few seconds, I managed to get the damn thing to turn on, and I pointed it at the other shadow standing in the room. Jerry, Rosa, and... Oh, Deputy O'Brien. Hey, you mind not pointing that in my eyes? She asked. Deputy Amelia O'Brien was the latest in an ever-growing list of deputy babysitters assigned to the gas station, dating all the way back to as long as I can remember. Some of them died. One of them went crazy. And then there's her. A tough-as-brick Brooklyn transplant with an itchy trigger finger and a long history of giving as many fucks as there are planets named Pluto. She was a very welcome sight. Sorry, I said, pointing it back down. When did you get here? Just now, when you were off bumble-fucking around in the closet. I called to check on you 30 minutes ago, but nobody answered, and I nearly killed myself 10 times driving through this blizzard to get here. What the hell happened? Rosa perked up. Oh, we were probably outside doing the funeral when you called. She unsnapped the gun in her holster. You... what? I explained quickly. It was for a bunch of mice. Jerry bristled. And you didn't invite me? O'Brien shook her head and said, That actually does not clear anything up. I took a deep breath and broke the bad news. It's a good thing you're here. Spencer called again. Said that he's in the area. Jerry opened the emergency pack of jerky, took a bite, and then said, That kid is so in love with you. The deputy raised an eyebrow at the new girl. Who are you? I'm Rosa. It's my first day. Amelia O'Brien. Really? You don't look like an O'Brien. What does an O'Brien look like? An awkward silence followed. And then Jerry broke it by exclaiming, Yeah, we finally passed the Bechdel test. It's a nice change of pace. Usually, when we end up trapped at the gas station, it's a total sausage fest. Usually? This happened before? Once or twice. O'Brien spoke in her walkie-talkie. Dispatch is O'Brien. You read me? Over. Silence. Dispatch, are you hearing me? Over. More silence. She sighed and dug $1 out of her pocket, handing it over to me as she said, I need to use the store phone. But before I could even take the money, the phone started ringing. She shot me a look and said, Hey, Crutches, pick it up. Put it on speaker. Without thinking, I tucked the flashlight into my mouth, crossed the store, and when I got there, I reached out to answer, then immediately spat the flashlight out and yelled, Oh my God! What? O'Brien shot back. I put that in my mouth and mice have been doing weird stuff to it. I put it in my mouth. Store phone rang a couple more times. O'Brien said, Just answer the damn phone. I did. Hello?
Hey, Jack. It's been too long.
I pressed the button to switch to speakerphone. Hey, Spencer.
Who's your new friend?
I looked at O'Brien. He made a weird hand gesture that could have meant keep him talking or yeehaw, let's rob this bank. Between the current context, I assumed it was the former. Oh, her? The girl that you talked to earlier is my new jiu-jitsu instructor. I had to fire the last one because he hadn't already taught me everything he knew. I've been getting pretty rad since the last time I saw you. Also, I'm taller now.
She doesn't look like a jiu-jitsu instructor to me, and neither does the lady deputy next to her. And is that Jerry? He looks drunk.
O'Brien pulled out her service pistol, crisscrossed it with her flashlight in the opposite hand, and started pointing it at each of the windows and doors. Jerry always looks drunk, I said. Hey, said Jerry with a hiccup. O'Brien took the phone from me and slammed it into the cradle before yelling, Everybody get away from the windows right now! Jack, take the others, lock yourselves in the storage closet, go! I sighed and said, Fine. The next few hours were pretty damn boring. O'Brien had checked our perimeter, called for backup, and declared the situation tentatively safe in the time it took Jerry and Rosa to fall asleep in the closet. I covered them in packing blankets, then put one around my shoulders and tried to read my book by candlelight, but the situation was just too distracting to let myself get into it. O'Brien eventually joined us in the small room, reporting that there were no signs of Spencer anywhere, and if it wasn't for the fact that somebody had slashed all the tires on our cruiser and Rosa's Volkswagen Beetle, she might have been tempted to believe that he was just yanking our chain. "So, what's the deal with the backup?" I whispered to her, as she came and sat down on a milk crate next to me. The others were knocked out, and I was just fine, letting them sleep off as much as they could. O'Brien looked at them while she searched for the words. "I don't know what's going on with you, Crutches, but ever since I was assigned this job, my life has gotten exponentially weirder with every passing day." "Yeah?" I said, picking up the edge from my blanket and putting it over her shoulders. She moved in a little closer and whispered, "Talk to the sheriff. He's sending a snow truck out here first thing in the morning. Tried to tell him that this needs to be a priority, but evidently this is a snowmageddon. Can't afford to stretch his precious resources any further tonight." "Yeah, that sounds about right." "What about her? I thought you and Jerry pretty much ran this place." I laughed. "We don't run anything." She put a warm arm around my shoulder and said, "Yeah, I'm really gonna miss you when you die." "Thanks. That's, pretty presumptuous of you. So far, I've outlived almost every deputy they sent." Rosa shot up, eyes wide open, with a look of sheer terror. "Hey," I said. "Did we wake you up?"
Did you hear that?
She said in a voice that did not sound anything like Rosa's voice. A cold shiver ran down my spine. "Hear what?"
He's coming! Almost here! When he gets it, we're all over! We can't let him have it!"
"Girl," said O'Brien, "you're freaking us out. Who's coming, Spencer?" "She's dreaming," I said. "One of my foster brothers used to do the same thing. Her eyes are open, but she's talking in her sleep." Right then, her eyes rolled way back into their sockets, revealing nothing but veiny white bulges. "Did your foster brother do that too?" "Okay," I admitted. "That is different." She slowly began to stand up, clutching the blanket to her chest, and then continued speaking in the same weird voice.
"Every living being will be transferred into a conduit of agony and suffering if he finds what he's looking for. You will all beg for death, but it will never come. An unfathomable horror of worlds, inconceivable, is at your gate. Do not open the door."
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Is it a gate or a door? Fix your metaphors, creepy nightmare Rosa. O'Brien stood up and looked at me. "Should I wake her?" Right then, Rosa dropped her blanket, revealing that she was actually floating about 8 or 9 feet off the ground. "Oh," we both said at the same time. It might have been a little bit of an overreaction to shoot Rosa with a taser gun, but then again, it might have been that there was no changing what already happened. Rosa fell into Jerry, waking them both up in a screaming fit of expletives and confusion. It took a good 20 minutes before Rosa was calmed down enough for us to pull the prongs out of her skin and get her patched up. We were all in front of the store, Rosa sitting on the counter while O'Brien put the finishing touches on her bandages. "Why the hell would you shoot me with a taser?" "Always with the questions, Rosa." "You were sleep floating," I explained. "Oh," she said. "Sorry about that. I didn't mean to." "Hey guys," said Jerry. "What do you suppose that is?" He pointed at something just on the other side of the glass door that looked at first glance like a body slumped against it. On closer inspection, I became certain that it was, in fact, a body slumped against it. O'Brien drew her gun and carefully walked over, undid the lock, and opened the door just enough for the body to fall halfway into the gas station, along with a freezing blast of wet air. "Crap on a cracker," said Jerry. "Is that Spencer?" It was. He had a busted lip, swollen black eye, scrapes and bruises covering his face like he had gone 10 rounds with a dump truck, but O'Brien was smart enough not to let her guard up. She kept one finger on the trigger while she checked for signs of breathing, which, sadly, she found. She put the unconscious Spencer in handcuffs, dragged him into the store, and then handed me another $1 before calling into the sheriff's office. "Do you think this is going to be enough?" I asked. "One pair of handcuffs?" "He's unconscious and unarmed. What exactly did you have in mind?" I said, "I don't know, maybe we can tie him up." At the same time that Jerry blurted out, "Wooden stake through the heart." We compromised, found a roll of duct tape, and secured him to a rolling chair. then pushed the chair into the supply closet that then was nailed shut. 30 minutes later, we heard the pounding on the roof. Slam! The first one jolted us all to high attention. We didn't have but maybe 2 seconds before the next. Slam! Maybe a tree branch had fallen over in a storm. Slam! 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 They started coming frequently, like a muffled machine gun. Slam! 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 What the hell is that? O'Brien bellowed. Slam! 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 They came together. 5 to 10 each second, and then, just as suddenly as it started, the pounding on the roof came to an end. Maybe it was hail, I suggested. Or maybe, offered Jerry, it was him. Escaping. He pointed at the room Spencer was in. Now, how does that make any sense? Asked O'Brien. Lady, we are way past the point of making any sense, he answered, then added, I think you know that. That was all it took to convince O'Brien to pry the nails back out of the door to Spencer's makeshift prison. But once we got it open, we saw that he was still there, duct taped to the chair. We all breathed a collective sigh of relief before...
Yeah, well, hey there, everyone,
Spencer said with a sly smile.
Merry Christmas. Now, which of you wants to let me out of this chair?
Spencer Middleton, said O'Brien. You're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say...
Christ, O'Brien, are we really gonna do this again? Just set me free. Give me a weapon.
You clearly have no idea what's out there right now. You think I did this to myself? Trust me.
You're gonna need my help.
We probably should have gone with a stake. Spencer was still yelling at us as O'Brien closed the door again. Okay, she said. We need to check out what that noise was. No, we really don't, I responded. Rosa grabbed me by the arm for some reason, then said to the deputy, You can't leave us alone with this guy. Jeremy announced, I'll go check the noise. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, assume the worst. You're not going by yourself, snapped O'Brien. Fine, he said. Let's all go together. Rosa squeezed my arm tighter. I'd rather take my chances in here. Okay, said O'Brien near her wit's end. Then we split up. Are you freaking kidding me? I said. Are we really gonna Scooby-Doo this? Apparently, we Scooby were. And after a few more rounds of discussing, we Scooby did. It was decided that Jerry and I would go check out that noise while O'Brien and Rosa stayed and watched the prisoner. Hey, O'Brien told me just as we left on our wholly unnecessary suicide mission. I can handle Floaty Girl and Duct Tape Boy on my own, but you need to take this, just in case. I don't know why people are always trying to give me guns. I'm not a gun guy. Last time I had a gun... You know what? Don't even worry about the last time I had a gun. Plus, I need both hands just to move around. I'll take it, said Jerry. You ever fired a gun before? He asked. That depends, he answered. Are you a cop? She let out a defeated sigh and handed him her pistol. Try not to die, guys, okay? Rosa looked at us nervously and tried to offer some words of support. Be careful. I'd hate for this night to turn out to be a... What's the opposite of a sausage fest? Jerry answered, a clamboree. Right. I'd hate for this to turn out to be a clamboree. Jerry led the way with his 2 perfectly functioning legs pointing the gun and flashlight in front of him while he kicked a trail through the thick pile of snow that had settled knee-deep outside the gas station. We trudged through the frozen landscape until we were safely under the vehicle overhang next to the fuel pumps. Then he scanned the area with the light, revealing dozens of small holes in the fresh snow, like tiny baseball-sized craters. From here, he could see the roof of the gas station, as well as the piles of tiny winged creatures caught up in the gutters and slowly being swallowed by snow. I dug my own flashlight out of my coat pocket and scanned the area under the overhang, finding 6 or 7 dead birds around the edges. It wasn't the first time I'd seen this, but it was the first time I know of where it happened right on top of the store. We get strange weather patterns out here, and every once in a blue moon, birds get confused and forget which way is up and fly straight into the ground en masse. Local scientists blame everything from fireworks to pesticides, but officially, the cause is unknown. All I know is that it's frickin' weird. Hey, check this out. I turned to see Jerry had plucked one of the creatures out of the snow and was holding it in his hands. Dude, don't touch that! It might have herpes! Look, he said, and pulled a long coil of copper wire out of the bird's corpse. I shrugged. But times are tough. He threw the bird back into the snow and wiped his hands on his pants. Should we go back inside? Yeah, in just a minute. But first, we need to talk. I really hate this part. Honestly, I'd rather face one of the creatures from the forest than have a serious chat with Jerry, but sometimes we don't get a choice. Fine. I'll come clean, he said. The mice were mine, but they were dead when I bought them. I used them for snake food. I didn't know. The radio, you put it back together? He blinked a few times and slowly pulled out his pack of Marlboros, slowly put one in his mouth, slowly lit it, and took a drag, and then said, I really didn't have anything planned for this part, so I let his question hang there in the air for a minute. Did it say anything else? Oh, not much. Mostly about the snowstorm, and he trailed off. And? I asked. And it said that Sagoth has risen. He took another drag. Are you sure he didn't say a savior has risen? Like some kind of Christmas thing? He said it like 10 times in a row. Sagoth has risen. Sagoth has risen. You get the point. Sagoth has risen, etc. I thought that it was kind of weird because I'd never heard him repeat anything before. We stood there in silence until he finished his cigarette. Then he looked back up at me. So, you ready to go back inside now? We both heard the sneeze at the same time. It came from somewhere down the road, leading into the forest. And if I could have jumped, I probably would have. What the hell was that? Jeremy said in a frantic whisper. It was a sneeze. Where's the gun? Jerry looked at the ground. I followed his eyes and pointed the flashlight at the blank spot in the snow next to the set of raccoon feet-shaped prints leading off into the forest. I repeated the question slowly. Jeremy, where is the gun? I set it down to pick up the dead bird. You don't think Rocco made off with it, do you? Rocco, our resident mutant trash panda. I highly doubt that Rocco didn't steal it. We both looked at each other with that what do we do now look, and then Jeremy yelled out, Bless you! All the stupid ways I've imagined of dying at the gas station. This was not one of them. A voice called back from somewhere deep in the blizzard. Hello? Is anybody there? No! I yelled back. Huh. Sure sounds like somebody to me. The voice was getting closer. I tried to do some quick math. Could I run back to the gas station before the source of that voice reached us? Probably not. A figure started to emerge in the snowstorm. A man-shaped figure. As it got closer, the details came into focus, and before long, the man was underneath the awning with us, casually walking towards us, his hands in his pockets, snow covering his hooded blue jacket. He walked right up to us and asked if he could bum a smoke. I watched the guy light it up, take a drag, and noticed that there was something strangely familiar about him. He was 5'10", early 30s, dark brown eyes, short and well-maintained beard, thin but in good shape, and he was wearing a coat. It was way too big on him. After a few moments, he asked, You guys know if a gas station is open? His voice was tip of the tongue familiar. Yeah, there's no power, I answered, but the phone still works if you pay in advance. Who are you guys? You part of the emergency service crew or something? No. We work here. We got snowed in. No shit. I was driving through, I got stuck. Been waiting in my car down the road for the past couple hours, but the engine just died. Thought I was gonna freeze to death out here. We shook our hands, and we introduced ourselves before Jerry finally asked the question that was on my mind since we first saw the guy. Hey, you aren't Donald Glover? He laughed. Yeah, I am. I knew it! We were standing outside talking to a famous actor/director, Donald Glover, at my gas station. Holy shit, I said. What are you doing here? I was driving through, answered the Grammy Award-winning musical performer, Donald Glover. You were just driving through? On Christmas Eve? He shrugged. I got lost. I looked at Jerry, and then I looked back at primetime Emmy awardee Donald Glover, who asked, So, is it cool if I come inside and warm up? Of course! Yelled Jerry before handing a spare flashlight to multiple Golden Globe winning writer/comedian Donald Glover and leading the way back to the store. Once we were back inside, we introduced O'Brien and Rosa to 5-time WGA award recipient Donald Glover, and I thought it was pretty cool. This was the second most famous person to ever step into the store. As if that really was Elvis that one time. But the girls were not impressed. In fact, they seemed more concerned about why we were returning without O'Brien's pistol. Jerry explained that we were attacked by a herd of ninjas. But O'Brien wasn't buying it. Before I could tell them about the birds, the store phone rang again. I was the closest, so I picked up while O'Brien gave Hollywood superstar Donald Glover a packing blanket to wrap up in. "Hello," I said. The owner of the store was on the other end and let out an annoyed growl, then said,
Jack, it's me.
"Benjamin?"
How many times have I asked you not to use my name on the phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was Benjamin. The crotchety bearded man that occasionally shows up at the gas station and shoots and blows things up. I would say more, but that's literally almost everything I know about him.
What's going on over there? I'm looking at the weather reports right now, and the gas station looks like somebody opened up a portal to the center of the ninth circle of hell.
Yeah, I said. Thanks for checking.
By the way, I found your blog online.
Oh? Yeah, what'd you think?
I think you don't know the difference between a clip and a magazine. From here on out, I'd appreciate if you left me out of those little stories.
Okay, I will. Are you gonna be showing up this time?
Negatory. I'm in Greece right now, looking for a status report.
Something beat the shit out of Spencer. Then we lost power again. By the way, does Sagoth has risen mean anything to you?
Sagoth! Yeah, that's the name of the shape-shifting demon. If he's anywhere near the gas station, you boys need to hunker down and pray, because that son of a bitch can look like anyone. Feeds off pain and leaves his victims stripped of all their skin.
Oh, damn, I said. It's a good thing we found Donald Glover when we did. What followed was an agonizingly long pause. Hello? Did I lose you?
Who the hell is Donald Glover?
You know, the critically acclaimed musical genius. He performs under the pseudonym Childish Gambino. He's a rapper. He raps.
Yeah, okay, I bet he's a great kisser too. Jack, did you somehow become dumber since the last time I saw you?
What do you mean?
Motherfucker! I just Googled him! Donald Glover is at home with his family in Atlanta right now. You're in the presence of a shape-shifting demon.
Well, maybe. The one in Atlanta is the double, and the real one is in the gas station. He made that growling noise again and said,
Only way to kill a demon like this is to take off his head. Goodbye, dumbass.
And the line went dead. Jeremy came and sat on the counter and said, "All right, I'm not making any offers or anything. I just want to know your opinion. Do you think we're more likely or less likely to have an orgy now that Donald Glover is here?" "Jerry, listen closely," I said in a low voice. "We have to kill Donald Glover." "Okay," he said, hopping back to his feet. "Let's do it. How?" Jesus. Didn't even need an explanation or anything. We need to cut off his head." "Nice." Well, I had one ally on board, but I knew that convincing 2 more people to help us cover up yet another brutal murder at this gas station might be difficult, assuming we could figure out a way to kill not Donald Glover, and also assuming that he really was a demon, and also assuming that demons are even real. Benjamin was feeding me true information, and none of this was just a vivid hallucination caused by a rapidly deteriorating mental state. Man, when I lay it all out like that, it's a lot to take on faith before committing decapitation. I'm not sure how differently the night would have gone if Spencer's phone hadn't started ringing right then. And I'm also not sure how I keep forgetting that he has the only private cellular network on the planet that reliably gets service out here at the gas station. "You guys hear that?" asked Not Donald. We all stood in a weird semicircle around him, and there was no possible way we didn't all hear the ringing noise coming from just behind the supply closet door. O'Brien and Rosa were between Not Donald and the supply closet, with Jerry and me on the opposite side. We had him surrounded. And if only I could somehow telepathically convey to the others that we needed to jump him now, while his guard was down, we might have a shot at incapacitating him while our skin was still intact. I don't hear anything, blurted Rosa between rings. She was probably the worst liar I had ever witnessed, but now that she had set the narrative, the others decided to commit. Yeah, me neither, said Jerry. Prob's just the wind. Donald, the demon, pointed at the supply closet and gave Jerry a raised eyebrow. You don't hear that? The ringing coming from right behind that door? No, said Jerry. Okay, what about you? He said to the deputy. Are you going to gaslight too? For some reason, O'Brien looked at me. I tried to make a hand gesture to say, he's a demon, we need to cut his head off. I think he just kind of confused the hell out of her. Should never play charades together. Yeah, it's nothing, she said. It's nothing? Why are you people being so weird right now? Rosa scoffed and said, we're not being weird. You're the one acting weird. Okay, he said. A silent moment passed. Then, Demon Daniel pointed his flashlight right at O'Brien's eyes. She flinched for just a second, enough time for Demonold to dart past her to the supply closet door. Wait! I yelled, but it was too late. Demonold opened the door. What the hell is going on? He asked, pointing the flashlight at Spencer. O'Brien put up her hands and said, it's okay. I can explain. Spencer started shouting. Oh my god, please! Please help me! You've got to save me, these people are maniacs! They beat me and killed my wife! You have to get help! Rosa, bad liar. Spencer, freaking amazing liar. O'Brien yelled, close the door! He took a step forward. Hey! Yelled Demonold. You stay back! You stay away from me, all of you! Please, untie me! She's not a real cop! They killed people! So many people! Spencer started crying. Like, real, actual crying. I couldn't help it. I started slow clapping. Everyone turned their flashlights to me except for Jerry, who was, clapping along. You got something to say? Asked the shapeshifter formerly known as Donald. Yeah, about how we don't turn this into a big, huge farce? How about we all come clean in the spirit of Christmas, okay? You're not really musical icon and famed television and movie star Donald Glover. You're really Sagoth, the shape-shifting demon. Do you have any idea how ridiculous you sound right now? Asked, hopefully, Sagoth. Yeah, I do, because I just said it. These people, sobbed Spencer. They're crazy. Talking about demons and angels. They're killing people. There's something wrong with them. Please run. Get help. Wait. Why was Spencer staying in character? I just told him that this was Sagoth. Why didn't he drop the act? Oh, unless... Sagoth wasn't the one that had beaten him senseless and left him propped up against the door? I felt a sudden pang of dread. The sensation was spiraling out of control way faster than I could keep up with. O'Brien attempted damage control. Everybody calm down. Donald, my name is Deputy Amelia O'Brien. You're a deputy? Yeah. And you think I'm a demon? No, of course not. But that guy does. He waved the flashlight at me, then pointed it at Spencer. And this guy right here? He's a wanted criminal. Okay, so that's why you beat him up and duct taped him to a chair and hid him in a dark closet? Is that something deputies do? Well, no, not exactly. But fuck this, I'm out. Before she could say anything, Donald? Question mark? Turned and ran out of the back door, letting another cold blast of freezing snow rush into the store before O'Brien raced out after him. The only sound in the room for the next minute was Spencer laughing. No, not laughing. Cackling. When he had finished, he said with a shit-eating grin, this is getting fun. I wanted to run out after them. As stupid as it sounds, if I had been able to run, I would have. They were gone. O'Brien was an adult who made her own decision. All I could do was wait. Time crept by slowly, waiting for her to return. Intrusive mental images of demons flaying my friend did not help. And neither did Spencer's comments. Hey, Rosa. She looked up. Shut up, I said. Let me just ask you one question. What exactly did Jack tell you about me, huh? Did he try to sell you that horse shit about me being some kind of sociopath? Rosa answered. The exact word he used was psychopath. Spencer laughed again. Nah, I've never hurt anyone before in my entire life. Came back out here for Jack. Worried about him. You know what he is, right? You know what FFI does to your brain? Shouldn't be out here near other people. No, he needs to be in a hospital where he can't hurt anybody else. What do you mean, anybody else? Crutch walked over to Spencer and considered hitting him, but then decided against it for 2 reasons. First, that would have been embarrassingly ineffective. And second, it was obvious that that's what he wanted. He was trying to flip Rosa and prove that I was the bad guy. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to engage in conversation. Do you have any idea how annoying it is to live with what you did to my leg? Yeah, I bet it's not half as bad as what you did to the folks you killed. Why don't we ask Kiefer? Or ask about my old boss? Hey, I didn't kill your old boss. A second passed before he cracked a smile and I realized what I'd done. What about Kiefer? Asked a soft, nervous voice from behind me. Oh, I said, turning to Rosa. Yeah. Well, him either. Yeah, I didn't kill anybody. Let me ask you a question, Jack. You know, because you're in such an honest mood right now. Whatever happened to Carlos, huh? I've been sitting here in the dark all night, and I can't shake this weird thought. Am I the only one who wants to know why Carlos isn't here? I looked at Jerry and said, put him in the cooler. We wheeled the psychopath into the walk-in, double-checked that the duct tape was secure, then closed the door and propped a chair up against the handle. He could scream to his tiny black heart's content in there. It wouldn't bother us. 10 minutes more passed before O'Brien returned to the store. He got away, she said as she dusted the snow off her jacket. Jerry shattered a glass beer bottle against the wall and pointed the jagged fragment at her, yelling, "Nice try, demon!" She glared at him and said, "If you come near me with that thing, you better be ready to use it, cause either I'm going down or you are." He's right, I said. What? Asked Rosa and O'Brien at the same time. O'Brien was alone out there with Sagoth. For how long? We have no idea if you're really you anymore. Jack, okay, I think you're confused. Rosa raised her hand and said, "Why don't we just ask you something that only the real O'Brien would know?" Yeah, good idea, said Jerry. Is Jack circumcised? Dude! How the hell would I know that? She screamed. Jerry looked at me, then back at her, then back at me. Oh, were you two not? Oh, I'm sorry. I think I totally misread that whole situation. Remind me to kick your ass later, she said, taking the words right out of my mouth before pointing her flashlight at the empty supply closet. Where's Spencer? I explained that he was trying to get into our heads. We had no choice but to put him in there. It was self-defense. Amazingly, she didn't disagree. It took a minute for the situation to calm down, but eventually, Jerry lowered his bottle knife and agreed that we would all just keep an eye on one another until daylight. And backup came. I lit the last of our candles and placed them all around the store, then got O'Brien alone in a corner. Jerry was still eyeballing us pretty hard, so I whispered quietly, "There's something I think you need to see." "What is it?" she whispered back. "I can't say exactly, okay? I need to show you." "Okay." "Where is it?" "I need Spencer's phone." "Let me guess. It's still on him?" I nodded. In the midst of Spencer's mind games, I forgot to steal his cell phone again. I definitely didn't love the idea of opening the cooler door. Every time I think of Spencer, I convince myself that he's figured out a way to escape, and he's just a few seconds from falling down on me from the ceiling like an evil Spider-Man. "I'll be right back," she said. I followed as close behind as possible as she went to the cooler and pulled the chair back. "What is she doing?" asked Jerry in an atypical voice that I would call concerned if it was coming from anyone else. We didn't answer. Instead, O'Brien opened the door, pointed the flashlight at the still smiling Spencer, and walked up to him. I waited until she had put her flashlight on a shelf and reached her hand into Spencer's pocket before I sprung into action, slamming the cooler door shut, pushing the chair back into place. I could hear her muffled scream and slams against the other side of the metal door. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "Dude, what the hell?" I leaned my back against the cooler and looked at the shocked faces of Jerry and Rosa. Had I made a mistake? If that really is O'Brien, then we'll know in a few hours, when help arrives. If it isn't, we got the demon exactly where we need it. What demon? Screamed the ever-inquisitive Rosa. When did you start talking angels and demons? I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt, but a person has their limits. All I know is that you've been acting strange all night, and then your friend shot me with a taser in my sleep, and then you come with this guy that you're all fanboying over so hard I expect you to start drinking his bathwater, and then out of nowhere you start saying he's a demon? Well, when you put it like that, sure. I guess this does look bad. Where's the gun, huh? You two go outside and then Jerry loses the gun. How do we know that you didn't take it? Yeah, yelled Jerry. How do we know that you didn't take it? I gave him my coldest stare. I want you to let O'Brien out of the cooler right now, please. She crossed her arms and started tapping her foot. I can't do that. Why not? She called me Jack. So? Yeah, echoed Jerry. So what? So she never calls me Jack. She calls me Crutches, or Weirdo Boy, or some other slightly insensitive pet name. I've never heard her call me Jack before. Said Jerry. He does make a compelling point. Rosa screamed, "Shut up!" It was too late. Spencer had put the roots of doubt into Rosa's mind, and there was nothing I could say that would get her back on board. Fortunately for me, I didn't have to say anything, because right then the front doors opened and O'Brien walked in. He got away, she said as she dusted the snow off her jacket. Jerry shattered another glass beer bottle against the wall and pointed the jagged fragment at her, yelling, "Nice try, demon!" She glared at him and said, "If you come near me with that thing, you better be ready to use it, because either I'm going down or you are." "How did you get out?" Rosa stammered. "Get out of what?" she asked. "Oh, check it out," Jerry said to the room. "It's Rosa's first time witnessing something paranormal. Let's see how she reacts." O'Brien put up her hands and said, "What the hell are you talking about? And why is there a chair next to the cooler? And where's the duct tape boy?" Rosa fainted. And as strange as this sounds, probably a good thing that she wasn't conscious for this next part. Did you ever hear the one about the guy who thought that a fireman was an arsonist? Admittedly, it's not a very good joke, and even if it were, I'm awful at delivery. People usually think I'm trying to be funny when I'm not, and same for the other way around. But at any rate, the punchline is something to the effect of, every time there's a fire, he's there. Feel free to forget the joke if you want to. Not important, just something I was thinking about. Well, Jerry covered Rosa with a blanket and made every attempt to keep her comfortable while I tried to explain the situation to O'Brien. Wait, so you're telling me that there's an evil doppelganger inside that cooler? Yeah. And how do you know that's what it is? A magic radio and a monster hunter told us? No, I just do. I need more to go on than that. Okay, please, just don't go into the cooler until after help has arrived. You can wait a few more hours, right? I could see the gears turning in her head, and I had to wonder if she thought I was crazy. Or if she was about to rip off our flesh and feed on our suffering. Surely, if this actually were the shapeshifter, there wouldn't be any better opportunity to start picking us off. 2 of us were locked in the cooler, 1 of us was unconscious. I'd never been much of a fighter, even with all my limbs. And Jerry was... well, Jerry. Obviously, she didn't kill and eat me, so I was forced to assume that this really was the original O'Brien, and the one in the cooler was the double. But my confidence level, in anything, reality included, had hit 0 and started digging a long time ago. A pair of headlights lit up the room and we both looked outside at the snow truck pulling into the parking lot. I couldn't believe it. The cavalry was early. In my experience, anything can happen at the gas station, but seriously, that never happened. The cavalry was Saul Berthelot, the retired school bus driver and owner-operator of the only snowplow in town. He must have had plans for Christmas because people around here aren't exactly known for finishing ahead of schedule. And especially on the taxpayer dime, but I'd take my miracle where I can get them in these days. Saul pulled up next to pump 2, honked a couple times, and waved at me. O'Brien stated the obvious. "I think this jagoff wants you to turn on the pump." Come on, he knows the pumps don't work without electricity, doesn't he? I'm guessing he doesn't. None of us wanted to open the door and go back into the freezing cold. But when the pumps hadn't magically switched on after a few seconds, Saul decided that it would be a good idea to lean on the horn until somebody came out to help him. O'Brien pulled out her car keys and started for the door. Where are you going? I asked, stumbling after her and trying my best not to make it sound like I suspected that she might be on her way to kill him and strip him of his flesh. I was going to help him on his way, if that's all right with you, Jack. I suddenly felt very small. It's bad enough not being able to trust my own eyes, or memories, or mind. It's so much worse not being able to trust my friends. Hang on a second, Jerry said before O'Brien pushed the door open. You just called Jack, Jack. Yes, so? She asked. Jerry looked at me and waved his hands in the air. Your entire basis for locking the other O'Brien in the cooler was that she called you Jack. O'Brien shook her head at me. I call you Jack all the time. It's your name, dumbass. Don't open the door! Behind Jerry, Rosa was floating with her eyes rolled back into pupilless white bulges. He looked back at her and casually said, Oh, snap! She's floating again. It's not safe! Something has found you! It's waiting, hungry, outside! She slowly started to rise into the air by a few more inches until Jerry grabbed her around the waist. I'm gonna have to tie her to a chair or a doorknob or something. Do you remember where Benjamin left all the paracord? There's something on the roof! I looked her in the eye area and asked, Now, is this like a metaphorical something on the roof? You fools! There's something on the roof! With that, Rosa pointed out the glass doors, up at the covered awning over the gas pumps, and the thing, leaning over the edge, stared down at the snowplow. What followed is actually pretty difficult to describe. See, when I saw it, the three of us had a shared memory, a visceral animal reaction, like a nut punch to the soul. Before that instant, I had seen some things, like truly bizarre things, that many people may have considered horrific. My own exposed bones, a clan of nudist zombies, a snake and spider hybrid. I could keep on with the list of things all day, but my point is, after this, I'm going to have to completely re-examine my concept of horrific. The very image of the creature, which is not even the right word for it if human language is capable of one, was something that eyes were never meant to see. It forced our minds way past fight or flight into some third option, like my brain simply gave up and shat its pants. We all said it at the same time. Fuck! Fuck! Rosa fell into Jerry's arms with her eyes closed, and he dropped her onto the ground like a sack of dog food. We were all transfixed at the horrendous beast on the ledge of the pump awning. Its head was the size of a beach ball, shaped more or less like an enormous skull. The eyes were sunken charcoal pockets that didn't appear to move in time or relation with the rest of its body, sort of like balls of smoke. 2 nostril slits above an open mouth, filled with disorganized rows of serrated chalk-white teeth like those of a shark, each one about the size of my thumb. It had 2 spinal horns, both at least a yard in length and it's shiny black marble in appearance. The thing's clawed hands were tipped in jagged talons, blacker than black, and its skin resembled that of a third-degree burn, pinkish deposits of scar tissue, glued upon layers of giant, ropey muscle. Even more interesting was that we could see the beast in all of its monstrous glory outlined against the sky, even though there was no light out there other than the ones on the snowplow. Our eyes were picking up a whole new wavelength outside of the normal visual spectrum. It was all coming from this thing. 3-way jinx, temporarily snapping the rest of us back to reality and all likelihood saving us from losing what's left of our minds. O'Brien fell to the ground and started violently barfing. Hey, yelled Saul from inside the truck. You guys got any gas left or what? At first, I didn't want to look back out those doors. I had to. Saul was about to do something that he had no idea would be the single worst mistake of his life. I feel I should tell you maybe just like a little bit more about Saul. When I was still too young to drive, I would have to walk half a mile every morning to my area's school bus pickup spot at 5:30 a.m. My house was close to Saul's hunting camp, where he parked the school bus, so that meant that I was always the first on the bus route, and if I was ever late, he would leave without me. But depending on how hungover he is, he might not start driving until 6:30 or 7, which meant that I would have to stand there in the middle of a dirt field next to the road for up to an hour and a half. at the point of each day when mosquitoes were waking up. After his wife left him, he became a much more intolerable drunk, and his kids would show up to school with bruises and broken teeth. He would spend hours at the gas station sometimes, refilling the same cup of coffee over and over, droning on to anyone that would listen to him about what new group of people he had decided was ruining the country. One time, his name came up on the transmission. There is a man, Saul Berthelot. He cries alone in Deerstand. His blood alcohol content is 0.3110. He owns 42 firearms. His favorite color is purple. I guess my point, if I even have one, is that Saul is a shitty bus driver. And a shitty husband. And father. Shitty customer. Shitty person. Well, yeah, shitty hunter, too. He was a lot like most people in this town, actually. But even still, I did not want to watch him get his skin ripped off. I got to the front door and pushed them open at the same time Saul was stepping out of his snow truck. I screamed, "Stay inside your vehicle!" Either Saul hadn't heard me, or he decided to ignore it, choosing instead to down the rest of his 40-ounce natty light before tossing it into the snow. "Saul, go back to your truck! There's a gas leak or something!" He was a couple yards from his truck when he looked at me and yelled back, "Fuck you, I need to take a piss!" The creature lurched forward from the edge of the awning, reaching its left arm down with the speed of a mousetrap and snatched Saul into the air by his feet. The beast pulled Saul, dangling upside down, screaming and cursing, close to its mouth. Saul was extremely lucky that he always kept a loaded pistol tucked into his pants. Not because it helped him survive the situation. No, he died. Like, so much dead. But at least the pistol saved him from what could have been a feast of agony for the thing on the awning, which I had deduced by now was actually the real demon's Soga. He popped off a couple of rounds into the demon's face, but the mortal weapon was ineffective as a bee sting, and all it did was piss the demon off enough to slam Saul full force against the concrete pavement below. When he picked the man back up, his broken body dangled lifelessly in the monster's hands. With its other hand, it poked at Saul a few times, then with one of its talons, opened the man up and spilled his blood out into the snow. As far as last words go, "Fuck you, I need to take a piss," are probably not the ones you want on your tombstone. I felt myself being yanked backwards by my shirt collar and tossed onto the floor of the gas station before O'Brien closed and locked the door. "Yeah, nice. Lock the door. Deadbolt will be sure to stop the 20-foot-tall demon creature from coming inside." She pulled me to my feet and said one word. "Weapons." We stayed as far away from the door as possible, while we turned the place inside out looking for whatever we could use to defend ourselves, but it was seriously slim pickings. Broken glass shards, chair legs, pair of spare crutches, 3 pocket knives. We didn't have what it took to kill the thing outside if it wanted us to. "I can't believe he's dead," lamented O'Brien as she collected a few bottles of our more flammable liquor. "It's like that." "Well," Jerry answered as he duct taped a pocket knife to the edge of a chair leg, "he died doing what he loved. Shooting stuff." O'Brien shook her head in disgust. Jerry caught the gesture and asked, "Oh, I'm sorry. Were you and Rando close?" "Dude," I said, "I know tensions are high because it's Christmas and all, but read the room. A man just died." "So what?" said Jerry defensively. "Somebody dies every 600 milliseconds. We get focus if we have to grieve every single one of them. Are we really going to pretend that any of us are broken up about that red shirt? If we can be perfectly honest for a second, the value of human life out here at the gas station is grossly over-exaggerated, and out of the 6 people inside this building, Rosa is probably the only one of us that hasn't killed anybody." He stared at me and O'Brien, daring us to call him out on that. We all just stood still, trying to think of what to say. But there really wasn't anything to say. For all his faults, Jerry could be very Jerry-ish sometimes. And it's easy for me to forget that when I first met him and he was trying to get me to join a murder cult. "Well," I said finally, "it's only her first day." We allowed ourselves a short awkward laugh before going back to hunting for weapons. I can't say exactly how much time had passed, but the 3 of us were ripping open every box in the supply closet when we heard Rosa say, "Hey guys, what happened?" We looked back and saw her standing in the doorway, pointing Saul's revolver at the floor. Where'd you get that? Asked O'Brien. I saw this thing sitting there on the ground outside. Did you guys know there's a snow truck out there? How did you get it? O'Brien asked, even though I think we all knew the answer. Just walked outside and picked it up. Why? The annoyance in her voice had ticked up a notch. Don't do that again. Why not? The annoyance in her voice had ticked up a couple more notches. Don't worry about it. Jerry jumped in with, You didn't happen to see a terrifyingly huge hell monster while you were out there, did you? She squinted at him and said, No. Why, did you lose one? O'Brien reached out and snatched the gun from her. Hey! Sorry, I didn't feel like explaining to everyone why I'm the only one here that should have a gun right now. Well, that's fair. I wasn't even mad. I was, however, mad at the plan that she laid out next. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and there was one resource that we had purposefully neglected to tap before now. Whatever was left inside the cooler, we were going to need help fighting the thing outside. And whether I liked it or not, Spencer was a survivor. O'Brien checked the revolver to see that we had 4 bullets left. That would almost certainly not be enough if we needed it. The deputy opened the door, gun in hand, while the rest of us stood close behind, holding flashlights. Our job was to collectively point them into the eyes of anybody or anything that might try to jump out at us. It came to that. We didn't know what to expect when we opened the door, but the first thing we saw was the empty chair that Spencer had been duct taped to. Hello? Is anyone alive in here? After a few seconds with no response, she stepped into the cooler, and I immediately regretted going along with his plan. Spencer flew in from next to the cooler door, hooked an arm around O'Brien's gun hand, and spun her into the wall. The gun clacked to the ground, and we all tried pointing our flashlights at him, but he was just way too friggin' fast. He planted a solid boot into Jerry's solar plexus, sending him crashing into the wall across from the cooler door, snatched a handful of Rosa's hair, yanked her into the cooler with him. Before O'Brien could even stand up, Spencer had Rosa in a chokehold with the pencil that he had used for inventory counts pressed tightly against her neck. You guys get bored without me or something? He taunted. I kept my flashlight trained on him as he slowly backed into the cooler. The deputy's handcuffs were still around his wrist, but the chain had been snapped, and now it was nothing more than a pair of fancy bracelets. Dude? Listen, I started. Shut up! He yelled. Here's how this is gonna work. First, crack! Spencer released Rosa and fell to the ground, his head colliding with the floor and bouncing. Behind him, shit, not this again. Spencer, holding the weapon he had just bludgeoned the other Spencer with, the same flashlight that the O'Brien double had taken into the cooler, and I was just starting to realize the same exact flashlight I had given to Donald Glover earlier that night. Damn, said Spencer, the conscious one. Is that what I look like? I'm one sexy motherfucker. The expression on his face changed once he spotted something in the cooler floor. I followed his eyes to where he was looking and saw it. Saul's revolver. O'Brien leapt for it at the same time as Spencer, and they both collided before reaching it. They were flying into the shell, O'Brien catching most of the impact, and I dove into the cooler, finding the disgusting sticky ground and feeling around in the dark until my hands felt something cold, a heavy piece of metal. I pointed it at Spencer. But there was no way I was going to get a clear shot, especially with Rosa's wild flashlight job. Spencer threw O'Brien into the rolling chair, and she flipped over it onto the floor. He wiped a bead of blood from his face and took a step towards me. But that's as far as he made it before another body jumped out of the dark and tackled him from the side. Now here's where things get even more confusing. Pencil Spencer landed on top of Flashlight Spencer, started punching him hard, but not hard enough. In no time, Flashlight Spencer had slammed his flashlight into Pencil Spencer's fist, then flipped him onto his back and started wailing on him. I had my gun aimed right at them both, completely not sure what to do. I looked at O'Brien and said, I don't know which one's the real Spencer. Who fucking cares? She yelled back. Shoot them both! Flashlight Spencer stopped punching. He and Pencil Spencer both looked at me and said, huh? I hesitated. Pencil Spencer stabbed the pencil into Flashlight Spencer's shoulder and twisted. Flashlight Spencer winced and jumped off him. Right then, Jerry called out from the cooler doorway, Hey, butt brain! He was holding a lit Molotov cocktail, but not for long. Before I had time to scream, Bad idea! He had pitched the damn thing at Flashlight Spencer, who caught it in his fucking hand. Just when I thought things couldn't get any crazier, Pencil Spencer punched the still-burning weapon hard enough to shatter it into a blue fireball that lit up the entire room for just a moment before burning out and leaving us all in the dark trying to catch our breaths. Rosa pointed her flashlight at the figure running out of the cooler. The Spencer ran right through Jerry like he was made out of balloons, then disappeared out the back door. After a couple of seconds, we collectively remembered that there was still a Spencer in the room and pointed our flashlights around to find him. I looked at where he just was, finding nothing but specks of blood and broken shelves. Then I pointed at O'Brien. Then Rosa, who was sitting on the ground, pointing a flashlight at me. Then the other Rosa, who was sitting right next to her, holding an identical flashlight. The Rosas both crawled quickly to the opposite sides of the cooler, and then stared at one another with the exact same look of frozen shock, while O'Brien stood between them and spoke. "Alright, here's the deal. One of you is a shapeshifter. That's the one I'm talking to right now. We didn't come in here to hurt you. We came in here because we need your help. There's something outside the gas station that just killed a man." I watched both of their faces and instantly knew. One looked up at O'Brien and asked in a soft voice, "Somebody died?" The other waited, about a second too late to mimic the look of fear and concern on Rosa's face. I walked right over to the shapeshifter and said, "You're busted." She looked at me with a sweet little, "What did I do?" look. But it wasn't fooling me. And then the look changed into a wry smile, and she chuckled. "Ha, what can I do? You got me." "So," I started, "who is Sagoth?" She got to her feet and answered, "Oh, I don't doubt you got a ton of questions, but I don't have the time to desire to answer them. This has been a nice distraction, but if what you say is true, I need to get to work." You could have escaped any time you wanted?" I surmised. "Well, yeah, but you humans are such curious creatures, and I needed something to do to pass the time until Sagoth showed up. Well, I'll be off. And when you wake up, you won't remember any of this." The double waved his hands, and Brian, Jerry, and Rosa Prime all fell to the floor unconscious. I looked at each of them, just trying to make sure that they were still breathing, then back at the mimic Rosa in front of me. "Well, that certainly is strange. But it's time for you to go to sleep." She waved her hands again. I blinked a couple more times. "What? I don't sleep," I said back. "I thought I told you that." "You may have told Rosa, but I can't copy memories, Jack. Just voices and faces." "Now, who are you?" I really don't have time for..." I pointed the revolver at her and squeezed the trigger. "Okay, hold on. I know that sounds bad, but I'm sure you moral absolutists out there are probably thinking to yourselves, I would not have done that if I were in this situation. Well, you know what? You weren't. I was, and I was actually pretty pissed off, not just because the asshole had been screwing with us, using us as bait to lure out the real demon, and letting us all go super paranoid on one another this whole time, but also because after all this, after everything I'd been through, that night, he announced that I was going to be the only one to remember any of it. Besides, I had already worked out that a bullet to the chest wasn't going to kill it. "Ah!" it screamed, immediately transforming into O'Brien before my eyes. "Why would you do that? All I wanted to do was help you. But if I had to kill you to get to Sagoth, I will. And you're not..." I shot again, aiming for the center mass like Benjamin always said. The creature immediately transformed into Jerry. It smiled, and I shot again. And that's when it turned into someone else. It turned into her. She who shall not be named, the girl that would haunt my dreams if I was capable of having any. The creature looked at me with her green eyes and asked, "Well, are you going to shoot me again?" I sighed and lowered the gun. What's the point? It changed one last time, and then I was standing in my own presence. And I gotta say, I didn't realize how rough I was starting to look. I desperately needed a haircut. The circles under my eyes had their own shadows. My cheekbones were getting more pronounced, and I was even skinnier than I looked in the mirror. Jack, I'm going to tell you something I've never told any human before. To me, your kind are a lot like hamsters. I don't feel compelled to explain my actions or motivations to people because you're so primitive and unevolved that you simply couldn't wrap your tiny mind around it. Okay, I said, that's fair. There's no such thing as demons. Sagoth is my responsibility. Okay? He sleeps inside of one of the wrinkles in your universe, but something has woken him up. Something I don't know. Every century or so, I have to put him back to sleep, which is why I'm here. Okay, not to hurt you, but to help you. Benjamin, in case you're hearing this right now, you were wrong. Again. Also, fuck you. The legend states, a long time ago, of demons. People saw a shapeshifter every time Sagoth awoke and feasted. Before long, humans confused us. Oh, I see. Firefighter. I'm gonna stop Sagoth from destroying your world now, Jack. But before I do, there's one last piece of information I want to leave with you. When I take somebody's form, I don't see memories, but I can feel what's inside them. In a lack of better terms, I'm what you call an empath. Okay? You and your friends here are all kinds of messed up. You'd need an army of psychologists to untangle the mental slinkies inside your mind. Okay, thanks. That's not what I'm trying to say. Your fucked up brains aren't all that special. But the other one, Spencer, I looked inside of him and all I saw was like nothing. Absolutely nothing. Same as I see when I look at a table or a rock. Just a black void. Yeah, I responded. I actually knew that. I took a step back and let my doppelganger walk out of the cooler. And then right out the front doors. The rest of the night passed on without incident. The others slept where they fell. But I tried to make them comfortable with blankets and pillows made out of bags of stale bread. While the sun came up, I cleaned. Enough to fill 4 contractor bags. Then I started writing up the inventory loss slip for everything that had been damaged in the fights. It's amazing how productive you can be when you don't sleep. After everything was back in order, I sat in my chair behind the register and read for an hour or so while the others slept off whatever the shapeshifter had done to them. Our first customer walked into the store a little while after that. I didn't bother looking up from my book because I had already posted a sign on the door that said we didn't have any electricity and couldn't sell gas or run cards or accept cash, and nothing worked. I added my own festive touch to the bottom, a drawing of a Christmas tree. The customer walked up to the counter and interrupted my book right when it was finally starting to get interesting. Excuse me. You have any band-aids? I looked up from my book and I saw the man standing there was Spencer fucking Middleton, complete with a pencil still sticking out of his shoulder. I quickly reached for the gun, which I had left on the counter, and realized it wasn't even there anymore. Spencer lifted the revolver and asked, "Was this what you're looking for? Feels a little light. You think you were going to take me out with the first shot?" I slowly dog-eared my page and placed the book on the counter before asking, "Is there any way you're actually just a shapeshifter?" Spencer shook his head. A minute later, we were back outside in the knee-deep snow behind the gas station. Spencer dug the barrel of the gun into my back and walked me towards the woods. When we got there, he yelled, "Stop!" He looked around, smelling the air, smiling, and pulled a long knife out of his sheath on his belt. "Yeah, this'll work. Are you left-handed or right-handed?" "Why?" I asked. "Never mind." He grabbed my left hand and sliced my pinky clear off, and then grabbed both of my crutches and yanked them away from me. I hit the thick blanket of snow and hugged my rapidly bleeding hand wound against my stomach. The hot, wet liquid pouring out felt strangely comforting as it warmed my torso. "It's nothing personal. Yeah, I just need some bait. Got a new boss now. He wants me to bag and tag something special. Do me a favor. Keep on bleeding. Won't take long for the thing to catch your scent. For what it's worth, this thing doesn't kill you. I'll let you live." He turned and began to walk away. "Hey, Spencer!" I yelled after him. He stopped. "Yeah. You're a dick." He laughed and walked back into the gas station carrying my crutches under his arm. I laid on my back, looking up at the sky and hearing the familiar sound of that gas station door closing, followed by the familiar scraping noise of the deadbolt going into place. If I was going to give survival the old college try, it would have to be now or never. I pushed myself along with my good hand and leg, leaving a sloppy trail of bloody snow behind me. Maneuvering in my condition was going to be difficult, to say the least, and I could sense that my vision was beginning to tunnel, which for me is a particularly bad prospect. If I lose consciousness, well, it means I'm dead. I managed to pull myself all the way to the side of the gas station before I finally decided that this was a waste of time. I wasn't getting inside, and even if I did, Spencer would just pull me right back out. There was nothing left to do but hope for one more miracle. "Hey, Jack. What are you doing out here?" I looked up to see my old friend Tom. with his white hair perfectly matching the snowy landscape. And Tom was the first deputy that they sent out to babysit us, the first one to die. I squeezed my bloody nub against my armpit to try and slow the bleeding as I worked out if I was looking at a ghost, a hallucination, or the shapeshifter, and realized that I generally couldn't tell. Spencer's using me for bait? Tom instantly morphed into a 7-foot-tall, 400-pound Samoan covered in scars and tribal tattoos. That limited the options down to hallucination or shapeshifter.
That punk is back!
He barked. Yeah?
Well, I guess I need to teach him a lesson about...
He stopped and turned back to the woods. Something out there was crunching loudly through the forest, snapping through the branches and causing a hell of a lot of noise as it approached. The Samoan figure crouched next to me and whispered,
Sorry. Looks like we don't have time to get out of here. Sagoth has smelled your blood and now he's coming for you.
Oh, that sucks.
Listen to me very closely. There's one thing you need to know about Sagoth. He has one weakness, and that is this. He cannot hurt you if you do not look at him. Do you understand?
No?
Close your eyes. No matter what happens, no matter what you hear, keep your eyes shut until you hear me say the words, Salute him. Till then, he'll do everything he can to trick you into opening your eyes. Once you do that, all bets are off. He'll start with your eyelids. Do you understand?
Still no? Shapeshifter sighed and said,
Close your eyes!
Right then, I saw it. Sagoth. Pushing his way through the forest, he stood as tall as the trees, horrendous and humanoid, with an aura of inconceivable terror and a face that screamed all things dark and hateful. I shut my eyes and instantly felt blessed relief. It's okay, said a sweet, gentle voice. You can look now. It's safe.
He'll do everything he can to trick you to open your eyes.
No, that's okay, I said. From behind me, I heard O'Brien screaming, Jack, help me! I have to do better than that. All at once, I felt them crawling all over me. Insects, they chirped and squeaked as they flooded my pant legs and under my clothes and even into my nose, ears, and mouth. I gagged and swatted at them, but still pressed my eyes shut as hard as I could. A burning heat blasted across my face. I heard the giant being scream from inches away, Maggot, open your eyes and behold your damnation! No thanks, I yelled back, and then he brought the big guns. The next thing I knew, I was falling. There was no earth beneath me, only air, whipping past my skin as I plummeted down, down, down! It's a good thing I'm still a coward, because I think squeezing my eyes shut in a situation like that was actually my natural reaction. And after falling for what felt like ages, I finally landed on a warm ocean. This was about to get really tough. I kicked and screamed at the water around me with no idea which way was up or down. I was certain that I was about to drown, but still, I kept my eyes shut. Eventually, I could feel myself rising. The air left in my lungs was maybe possibly enough to pull me to the surface. I held off for as long as I could until my lungs ached with a pain that was almost as bad as death, and still, I had not broken the surface. This was it. The moment I would finally die. But if I had to go, I wasn't going to give that douchebag demon the satisfaction of knowing that he'd beaten me. I kept my eyes shut, put up 2 middle fingers, and took a deep breath of water. Which, of course, turned out to be air. And as soon as I inhaled, I was transported back to the snow-covered patch of dirt next to the gas station, completely dry and still freezing to death. The air suddenly reeked of boiled eggs, and a girl's voice said into my ear, Salute him. You can open your eyes, Jack. Sagoth is back where he belongs. I cautiously opened one eyelid and looked at the amazingly beautiful woman standing beside me and asked her, So, he's gone? For now. It's interesting. Most people crack at spiders and look, but you got all the way to the ocean. I don't expect this to mean much to you, but I'm actually impressed. A metal pole erupted from out of the center of her chest. She fell to her knees and coughed up copious amounts of blood. She looked down at the thing with a bewildered expression and fell over onto her side. The pole was thin like an arrow, covered in serrated hooks, and once she hit the ground, I could see that it was actually a spear. The other end of it protruded from her back with a black cord connected to it running all the way across the yard to the feet of Spencer Middleton. He dropped the harpoon gun and whistled to himself as he walked the distance to where the shapeshifter was still gagging, still twitching, and grabbing onto the pole that impaled her. As he came closer, she started changing, From one form to another, a giant bodybuilder, an Olympic-style wrestler, a morbidly obese man, a child, Jerry, O'Brien, me, Spencer, and then it started switching faster and faster, 10 different people each second, all of them holding onto the spear and bleeding out into the snow. It went through 100 of them before finally stopping and settling on that of a frail, old Asian woman. Tiny and wrinkled, more white hair than black. Huddled in a fetal position, as tears rolled down the side of her nose into the snow. Something told me that if the shapeshifter had a true form, I was looking at it. "Struggle all you want," Spencer said to her. "This spear is tungsten. You can't pull it out or break it. I own you, and in a minute, dead or alive, I'm going to sell you." He grabbed her around the neck and dragged her away. All I could do was watch them go. She connected eyes with me, until Spencer had dragged her around the side of the gas station. And then, that was it. I was alone. I couldn't move anymore. Even breathing was beginning to become a near impossible task. I thought about how strange this was going to look to Jerry, or O'Brien, or whoever was going to be unlucky enough to find me out here, clutching my four-fingered hand under my armpit and staring into the forest. The blood in the snow was already being erased under a slow flurry of snowflakes. And after an hour or less, it would look like none of this had ever happened. People knew I had mental issues, so this wouldn't even be front-page news. The only curiosity will be, I wonder what happened to his finger. Oh well. There are certainly worse ways to go, especially in a world with monsters like Sagoth and Spencer. I watched the snowflakes fall and focused all my effort on the labor of drawing in one last breath. And one more. And then one more after that. It might be pointless, but I'm going to get my last few seconds. And then the back door opened and somebody came over to my side, grabbed me by the shirt collar and started dragging me. He dragged me through the back hall and instantly I felt the blood rushing through my veins all over again. He took me all the way to the front of the store and dropped me onto my back before crouching down next to me and smiling.
"I told you I'd let you live if I caught what I wanted, and a deal's a deal, right?"
I took a deep breath of warm air and tried to find the right words to tell Spencer just how much I hated him, but I couldn't. He didn't seem to need me to anyway. "You know, Jack, maybe things aren't meant to change. Maybe things are the way they are for a reason. I mean, it's been up and down for both of us. We've both lost so many friends here at the gas station. Kiefer, Carlos, Tom, that Hunter asshole from this morning. But at the end of the day, only two things are constant. You and me. You're like that shitty Batman to my awesome Joker, and don't worry about the shapeshifter. Just handed her over to my new boss. So, she won't be bothering you anymore." He stared out the doors at something I couldn't see. Smiled big, smug, self-satisfied. "Yeah, you're right. Some things never change. How you never remember that I can pick your pockets." "You Spencer?" I said as soon as my voice had come back to me. "Yeah," he said. "I'm right-handed." I stuck the tip of the revolver into his stomach and pulled the trigger. The look on his face was that of,
"I cannot believe that shit just happened."
He fell onto his ass and looked at the gun in my hand. And then the rapidly growing circle of blood on his shirt.
"You little piece of shit."
O'Brien fuckingly woke up and ran out of the cooler into the front room, yelling, "What was that noise? Jack, are you okay?" Spencer grabbed his stomach and bolted out the front door. I tried to yell to O'Brien to go after him, but I had lost the ability to talk again, and instead, I just closed my eyes and waited. So I got to ride in an ambulance, which is pretty cool. I also got to take Christmas Day off of work, which is about the closest thing to a Christmas miracle I can get, so I'll take it. The others all came and visited me at the hospital in shifts. No, I mean, somebody had to stay and watch the gas station. And I even got to eat like 10 packs of chocolate pudding. There's a nurse here that I suspect has a thing for me because she keeps sneaking me extra desserts. Once again, the official report is that nothing supernatural happened. Saul's disappearance, my beating, and the damage to the gas station and all the blood were blamed on Spencer. The others have absolutely no recollection of the night. And I'm left with no proof besides my notoriously shaky memory, which is why I decided to write it all down before I forgot anything. All in all, it wasn't the worst Christmas I've ever had. On Christmas Day, the nurse brought me a neatly gift-wrapped box. I asked who it was from. She just smiled and said somebody special had dropped it off for me. I unwrapped and opened it to find another, smaller box. I unwrapped that one and found another box. And inside that box, another smaller box, and the last one was small enough to fit inside the palm of my hand. Someone had gone through a lot of trouble for this, and I was starting to get a very uneasy feeling. Finally opened that last box, and it confirmed my suspicion. Inside the last box were two things: a small paper note and my severed finger. The note only had 3 words written on it in a dried brown ink. Merry Christmas, Jack. I learned something pretty interesting today. Apparently, hanging upside down for too long can be fatal. Now, I'm not going into everything that led us to the moment of this discovery because most of it isn't that important, but believe me when I say it was weird and stupid and involved thousands of leeches. We were suspended by rusty chains wrapped tightly around our bottom halves some 10 or so feet off the ground in a mysterious underground building that had somehow gone unnoticed for decades in the forest next to the gas station where I work. It was cold and damp, and our only light source were the trio of burning barrels organized in a triangle around us, and I'm pretty sure this place wasn't ventilating any of that smoke. I was annoyed. At least I had my coworker Jerry there, hanging next to me, volunteering as a distraction from the situation at hand. To pass the time, he showed off his impressive repertoire of show tunes and told awful dad jokes despite my repeated requests for him to stop. Around the 2 or 3 hour mark, our captor came back to check and see how we were doing. Maybe he was there to taunt us, I don't really know. His motivations were unclear. At first, when I heard the metal door scrape open, I was relieved that we were finally getting this show on the road. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but there's only so many times I can hear Jerry ask if his joke had gone under my head. He walked into the room slowly, one deliberate step after the other, and I'm sure he had theme music playing in his head and probably thought that he looked way cooler than he actually did. He was wearing cargo pants, a black leather jacket, and an apron spattered with blood. In one hand he held a machete, in the other, an oversized hook. And on his face he wore the stupidest mask I had ever seen, like some kind of nightmare Bugs Bunny with black fur, sharpened buck teeth, and a pointy, elongated ear that scraped the top of the door frame as he entered. He pointed the machete right at me and said something in an intimidating yet muffled voice. "What?" I asked him. He repeated himself, now slightly more annoyed, but still equally as muffled. "What's he saying?" asked Jerry. "I have no idea," I answered. The man in the mask made a muffled scream and shook his weapons at us. "Dude, just take the mask off," Jerry said, interrupting the muffle. "Yeah, we know that's you, Bo. We're not idiots. You smell like Axe body spray and you've been casing the gas station for like a week now." His name was Bo Cavilla. From those of you who aren't from the Deep South, that's Beauxcouvillon. And he had been a huge jerk for as long as I had known him. We met back in elementary school and established on day 1 that we weren't going to be friends. He wasn't the first person that I would have expected to resort to kidnapping and torture, but I wasn't all that surprised by this development either. It would be generous of me to say that Bo was a product of his upbringing. Sure, he came from a stupid, angry family in a stupid, angry town, and one might be tempted to say that he never had much of a chance of breaking the cycle, but I feel like maybe that's letting Bo off the hook too easily. My memories of Bo growing up most revolve around attempts to avoid him in gym class, and out of gym class, and everywhere. In 10th grade, Bo had a brief stint of popularity after the school board refused his grant request for $5,000 to sponsor a high school clan club. The student organization intended to celebrate Anglo-Saxon heritage by driving four-wheelers around in the mud. He and his father, well, mostly his father, sued on the basis of racial discrimination and settled out of court for an undisclosed sum. After that, he started shopping for clothes exclusively at Hot Topic and wearing his ginger orange hair in spikes like a 90s punk rocker. Then he printed off a bunch of copies of the Anarchist Cookbook from the computer lab, started selling cigarettes in a school parking lot, spray painted a bunch of swastikas on the teachers' cars, and eventually made a name for himself as the edgy, too cool for school kid. Shortly after that, he literally became the too dumb for school kid and got kicked out for bad grades and chronic truancy. They sued the school again, but I never heard how that case turned out. I didn't keep up with him, except for what I overheard at the gas station. He was so stupid and angsty, and he blamed everyone else for everything, from his multiple DUIs to his sudden and inexplicable weight gain. Bo was always pretty husky, but these days, he was about 4 feet tall, lying flat on his back, which was one more reason why it was so pointless for him to wear a mask. When we first noticed Bo hanging out in the gas station, I assumed that he was just planning on robbing us. See, he was never anything even remotely clever, but the level of suspicious that he was behaving was... it was on the verge of comical. Wearing a hat and a trench coat, parking his truck at the edge of the lot, squinting to see if we had any security cameras anywhere in the building, coming in twice a day and never buying anything. The last Friday, he tried to talk up the female cashier while they were alone, and I'm sure that he thought that he was being seductive. But that's the power of self-delusion for you. Rosa told me all about it after I came in to take over the safe. He asked if we had any hidden weapons in the store, because if I needed it, he was more than happy to stick around and offer me his protection. Well, I said, that's pretty obvious, isn't it? Did he open with that? He started by being super creepy and asking me where I was from, how long I worked here, yada yada. Then he asked if I was alone. Why would he think that was okay to ask? What'd you tell him? Oh, I lied. I said you, Jerry, and Mac were in the back, rotating inventory. Wait, whoa, what? Who's Mac? He's a guy I made up to tell Bo. Mac is an ex-Marine with impulse control problems. He's just trying to do right by his ex-wife, ever since they let him out of the slammer, where he did time for a crime he didn't commit. All he wants to do is be a part of his kids' lives, make some extra cash here at the gas station while he tries to take night classes to get his MBA. But an old acquaintance from his days in the service comes back into his life suddenly and unexpectedly, pulling Mac back down a dark rabbit hole that will change everything that he stands for. Will Mac make the right call? Find out on Mac the Knife. Anyway, I think we need to call Deputy O'Brien. There's really not much that she can do until he actually breaks the law. We can put a gun under the counter. Do you have any idea how ridiculous it is that we don't keep a stash of weapons here at the gas station? I'll think about it. I did think about it. I really did. And I even came to the conclusion that Rosa was right. We should start arming ourselves, just in case. But then I got lazy and started reading a book, and then I forgot about it. And then last night I came in to take over for Jerry and start my overnight shift, but he wasn't there. Instead of Jerry, I found this fat dummy holding a machete and a gun, wearing this silly rabbit mask, forcing me into the back cab of his truck, and then he drove me out to the woods, down an old dirt road to a giant metal bunker door, and forced me inside, down a concrete hallway coated in dirt and graffiti, past rooms half filled with stagnant rainwater, past giant metal silos, crumbling columns and metal beams, and finally into this huge empty room where he tied me up with chains and hoisted me to the ceiling, next to Jerry. And that's how we got here. Between knock-knock jokes and Jerry's terrible a cappella rendition of Broadway hits, we wondered out loud what Bo's endgame was. The room he had us placed in contained a giant pentagram freshly painted on one wall with a ladder, a brush, and an open can from Sherman Williams sitting next to it. After that, I surmised that all the blood on Bo's apron was actually just paint. The best theory we could come up with was that he had gone off the deep end and he was planning to sacrifice us to the devil. Turns out, our theory wasn't that far off. Bo finally took off his mask, revealing the look of annoyance on his chubby round face. You shitbricks don't even know what kind of hurt you're in for, do you? A moment passed, and I said, Oh wait, were you waiting for an answer? I'm sorry. I thought you were being like rhetorical. You think you're so smart, don't you? Well, you know what? You aren't. Come on, Bo, I said. Just let us down from here. We can pretend this whole thing never happened. No, we won't, interjected Jerry. As soon as you let us go, I swear, I'm heading to the sheriff's station to hand your ass in, and there's nothing you can do to stop me or change my mind. I cut my eyes at him and muttered a quiet, "Hold up." Something must have clicked in his head because Jerry started to backtrack. Oh, yeah, you're right. Never mind, Bo. I forgive you. Now, let us go, or else. Bo let out a forceful laugh that didn't sound even remotely convincing and then said, "You're staying here for the rest of eternity. This is where you'll die. Did you know that the Chinese use death from hanging upside down as their most fierce form of torture?" Again, I caught myself waiting for him to continue, only to realize he was asking us a question. No, I didn't know that.
Well, let me explain to you the different stages of pain you'll go through before death. First, you'll feel your lungs slowly being crushed under the weight of your other organs until the very act of breathing becomes nearly impossible. Then, your heart will overload from the extra work of pumping blood all the way to your toes and back. And then, the vessels in your eyes will rupture. You'll go permanently blind as you struggle for each breath. And then, after you're finally dead, I will bleed you dry and leave your bodies down here to rot.
I mean, I'm not a doctor. None of that sounded right. However, I wasn't about to tell Bo that he needed to, up his torture game. "Hey!" Bo yelled, pointing his machete at the guy hanging to the other side of Jerry.
What's going on with that one?
By that one, he was referring to Mel, the new part-timer that Jerry had trained when Bo had come in earlier to kidnap him. It was his first day, and the poor guy was already in a secret underground torture chamber. Jerry answered, "Yeah, he passed out right off the bat. Yeah, we tried to wake him up, but he's lights out hard. Hey, Mel, wake up. You're missing the villain monologue." Jerry swung an arm at Mel, but we were all suspended just out of reach of one another.
Is that guy dead already?
I studied Mel for a moment. I couldn't see any breathing or other signs of life. "Yeah," I said sadly. "I think he is."
"Wow,"
Bo said with a strange smile.
"I did it. I took my first life. Now I know how it feels. This power is amazing. It's something you pathetic sheep are never going to feel. You'll never know the power of snuffing out another person's very existence."
Jerry chuckled and said, "Okay, dude."
"Oh, this is it. I have everything I need. Do you idiots want to guess what's about to happen next?"
"No," we both answered at the same time.
"Now I have what I need to summon forth the beast, Tergon. He is an eternal being from another world, stronger than you could have ever fathomed. I've given him everything he needs to enter our realm, everything except for the final ingredient. The blood of a man in tortured anguish."
Bo went to the corner where the chains were all connected to an old crank device. He turned the wheel until Mel's body was lowered all the way to the floor. Then he unhooked Mel's chains, listened for a heartbeat. Really, I guess he should have done those two in opposite order. Then he dragged Mel across the floor to the spot in front of the pentagram. "Hey, dude," Jerry whispered to me. "Want to get out of this? I think we should seriously reconsider buying a shotgun or something for the store." Bo got down on his knees and fished a large pocket knife out of his cargo pants, flicked it open, and kissed it.
"You losers are about to see something that you're not even worthy to behold. The gates of hell will open, and you will literally be in the presence of the Dark Lord, Kerrigan. Tell me, have either of you seen an actual god before?"
"Yeah," we both said in unison. I look over to Jerry. "Wait, really? Where did you see a god?" "Oh, it was back when you were in the hospital for a few days, getting your, leg thing taken care of. There was this bat god named, Labu or something. He was trapped in a small universe thing in a bottle of Strega liquor. Of course, I was on a lot of mushrooms at the time, so I might have imagined it. What about you?" I answered, Remember that time we were all escaping the zombie nudists in that underground cavern and we got separated by those giant hands that burst out of the walls? Yeah, I got sucked into that throne room of a dark tree god. Turned out to be a really cool guy, though. Of course, I was on a lot of painkillers at the time, so I might have imagined that. Our lives are weird, Jerry responded.
Hey!
Bo yelled.
I'm being serious here. This is real, and you're about to see for yourselves. Watch.
With 2 hands around the hilt, he plunged the knife into Mel's chest. Mel's eyes shot open and he screamed and bolted to his feet. It worked! Jerry yelled. Mel is a zombie! Mel screamed again and looked at the weapon sticking out of his chest. Mel! Go get help! I yelled. Bo struggled to get his fat ass to his feet, but Mel turned around, punched him in the face, and darted out the door down the hallway.
Get back here!
Bo screamed as he threw his hook after the escaping victim. It clanged against the wall several feet from the door and fell to the ground, and Bo huffed and ran out after him. A few minutes later, Bo came back into the room with his head hung low, his eyes red and watery, and snotty blood flowing messily from his nostrils. It looked like that punch might have left Bo with a broken nose, and as pathetic as he looked, I couldn't possibly feel sorry for him.
This is all your fault,
he growled at us. Yeah? How do you figure? Asked Jerry.
You lied to me. You tricked me into believing Mel was actually dead.
Jerry snapped his fingers and said, Bitch, get off this persecution complex. You're the one that brought us down here to torture us to death. You don't get to cry over how we weren't nice to you.
Now I'm gonna kill you,
Bo hollered. Yeah? So you say, Jerry taunted. Bo wiped his bloody nose off on his sleeve and flung it onto the ground and screamed again.
You have no idea how powerful I'm gonna be. You're gonna learn your place. You're all gonna respect me. And when I'm done,
He stopped mid-sentence, and his face went pale. Then he turned and looked at his bloody spatter on the floor, then at the pentagram on the wall.
What?
He stammered to nobody in particular. Jerry gave me a look that said, This dude is 4 equal sides short of a square.
Oh, yes, of course.
He was speaking to the wall. So, like, you wanna let us down now, or what? I asked. Bo looked at me with a giant ugly smile and asked,
Do you guys hear that too?
Hear what? He responded.
That voice! He's right there!
Bo pointed at the pentagram.
He can hear me, and he's telling me that I've done well. The blood was good. My blood, he just needs more. Of course, all he needs to come forth is to make the ultimate sacrifice.
Bo picked up his machete with his right hand and held it to his left wrist, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
This is it. This is why he chose me to summon Kerrigan. Because he knew when the time came, I would have the strength to do what's necessary.
Wait. Oh, hold on. Who chose you for what? I said. I'm lost. Yeah, Jerry said. Me too. I wasn't really paying attention. Was Mel a zombie or what? Bo opened his eyes, forced another fake laugh, and said,
There's a man in town. I never got his name, but I didn't have to. He found me. He offered me a job. He gave me purpose. And now I'm part of something greater than myself. All he asks is I summon Kerrigan into this world. It's all part of a great plan, and soon it'll be finished.
He closed his eyes. He lifted the machete, then slowly put it back against his skin. Then we waited for like 30 seconds. Eventually, Jerry crept into the silence in his best Emperor Palpatine voice.
Yes, that's it. Do it. Let the darkness be your strength. Let the anger guide you. Let the hate flow through you.
Dude, I said, quit it. You're gonna mess him up. Bo threw the weapon to the ground and screamed at us again.
You bitches have no idea what it's like. How hard I have to struggle. I've gone my entire life putting up with shit stains like you two, trying to keep me down, and I'm sick and I'm tired of it. Soon, Kerrigan will come, and all the people that make life worse, all you people, will get exactly what you deserve.
I had actually forgotten that he still had a gun until this moment, until he pulled it out of his waistband and his cargo pants and said,
This is what real strength looks like!
and he put it into his mouth. I closed my eyes and said, you, gross. After a few seconds, he still hadn't pulled the trigger. And I opened my eyes to see that he was frozen there with the gun still in his mouth. Hey man, I have an idea, Jerry said. You're clearly having trouble riding that struggle bus over there. Why don't you let me down from here, give me the gun, and I'll kill you? Yeah? What? Sound good? You want to die. I want to kill you. It's a win-win. Bo pulled the gun out of his mouth and spat on the ground.
You don't have what it takes to kill anybody.
Oh, no, really, I've totally got a hard-on for homicide. Just ask Jack. It's true, I said. Before he worked at the gas station, Jerry was the only surviving member of a murder cult. Bo walked angrily over to the crank wheel and started lowering Jerry to the ground. Holy shit, is this actually working? Bo took the chains off Jerry, tossed the gun next to him, and then held the machete like a baseball bat right underneath me and said, Okay, asshole, here's the deal. You can't back out now. If you don't spill my blood and open the portal, I'm gonna kill your friend, and... Jerry didn't hesitate for 1 second to shoot. Bo screamed and flopped onto the ground, hugging the foot with a fresh bullet hole. Then Jerry fished his pack of smokes out of his pocket, lit one up, and took a puff. Hey, dude, I said, you wanna let me down from here now? But before we could answer, the fire from the burning barrels started flaring up, roaring and growling, and before we knew what was happening, they had formed giant cyclones of burning red and blue blazing swirls that climbed up to the ceiling. As the heat from the fire swept over me, I saw a chrysolite sparkling light in the center of the pentagram, growing from the size of a pinprick to an enormous swirling vortex of pure shimmering lights. Wow, check that out, Jerry said. Bo started frantically laughing, and I think that he was just about to give us a smug, I told you so. But before he could, an enormous skeletal hand reached out from the void and grabbed him around the waist. I can't exactly describe what this hand looked like. That's because I don't think the entity it belonged to is part of our world or understands physics. It was, at the same time, the size of a normal human arm and the size of Manhattan Island. It was a color that had never existed. It had 5 fingers, and each fingertip split into 5 more fingers, which each broke into 5 fingers, which broke into 5 more fingers ad infinitum. I could somehow hear the creature's arm moving with my eyes, and the smell of its flesh was very similar to gumdrops. Jerry later insisted it smelled more like spiced rum. Bo let out a gasp as the infinite fingers squeezed around him, and then the arm dragged him slowly through the swirling void. Holy shit! Jerry yelled. That asshole had my wallet! Jerry! I yelled to get his attention. Then he looked up at me. I pointed at the spot on the ground where the dumbass Bo's foot blood had started the pool. You have to figure a way to close the portal! Jerry put his lit cigarette between his lips, unzipped his fly, and started pissing into the puddle of blood. And amazingly, it worked! A noise like a crack of thunder filled the room, and the portal disappeared, along with all of the light, as the fires from the burning barrels immediately extinguished themselves. In the darkness, all I could hear was the sound of Jerry pissing on the floor. After a while, he finished up and said, Wow, that's a relief. Man, I gotta tell you, I've been holding it ever since he kidnapped us. You let me down now or what? Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm on it. It took about 10 minutes for him to find the wheel in the dark and lower me to the ground. And by the time we got the chains off, you'd hear sirens growing louder in the distance. Deputy O'Brien took our statements, then threw them away and told us to try again. Our second version of the events left out the part where an evil being reached into our world to grab Bo and drag him into a hell dimension. She informed us that the building was some kind of satellite power plant for, I don't know, since the 50s? And the place was shut down and demolished, but they forgot about the basement level. And after a few years, nature reclaimed it. From the look of things, Bo had been trying to live out there by himself. Officially, he was a lone gunman, a single maniac. With him gone, we had nothing to worry about. Unofficially, We're all a little on edge about who hired him to summon a demon. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't. Either way, we need to hire somebody to replace Mel because something tells me that he isn't coming back to work. But in other news, I just learned that the carnival is coming to town soon, so that's pretty exciting. Until next time, this is Jack from the gas station. I must confess, this process hasn't exactly been easy for me. Wading through the memories of what happened feels like digging through the rubble of your home after a tornado. I look for anything worth salvaging, and try to ignore the rest. Those 3 days feel like an exposed nerve in my mind. The wounds, both physical and mental, are still fresh. This is a process. My shrink says the best way to heal is by facing the trauma head on. So, I forced myself to remember it one more time. Put it all on paper. Even the parts that don't make any sense. Let's get on with it. This whole thing began a couple months ago with a phone call to my office. I ran a small operation out of New Orleans, meaning I answer the phone when I'm not in the field. I'm one of the dozens of private investigators in the city specializing in infidelity cases. Yeah, I know. Quite a cliche, but pays the bills and keeps the door open. More or less. Reagan's private investigator, I said in the receiver. Answering the phone is just another part of the job. Usually old clients looking for an update or the occasional confused telemarketer. I don't get many new cases from clients calling me, and despite what you may have seen on television, there's no such thing as a walk-in client in a place like this. If I want a new job, I have to make friendly with one of the divorce lawyers or grease the palms of a certain madam at a certain establishment who knows exactly when a marriage is coming to an abrupt end. I multitask when I can, which means I was cyberstalking a cheating asshole husband on Facebook when I answered the phone. This douchebag was using an alias to lure in impressionable college girls, while his long-suffering soon-to-be ex-wife was at her parents' house taking care of the kids. That douchebag was my client, and had paid me good money to dig up dirt in his old lady.
Hi.
The voice on the other line stammered. I stopped what I was doing and gave the phone all my attention. That voice sounded like it belonged to someone young. There was a hint of fear in it. Hi, I answered, trying my best to sound like a calming presence, something I had zero patience with. You've reached Eric Riggin.
Eric, hey.
The voice answered. It was definitely a kid's voice.
It's me, James.
I scanned my mind for any Jameses I knew, but came back blank. Not surprising. I don't know many kids. Well, what can I do for you, James?
This is about Vanessa. I don't know if you heard what happened or not.
Holy shit. Vanessa? That must mean that this kid is... Jamie? I asked. Hey, kiddo. I didn't recognize your voice. How long's it been?
It's been, a few years.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I've never been good at the whole uncle thing. After my only brother died, I swore to myself I'd check in on his kids from time to time, but there's something about real life. It can't be stopped or paused or put on hold. Sometimes it takes all your attention. Look, I know I'm a shit uncle, just like I was a shit brother, but at least I could acknowledge that. So Vanessa, I asked. It was his older sister. I did some quick math, came up with her current age, 18. Jeez. It's really been that long. What happened? Is she okay?
Oh, I guess you don't know. I'm not sure who was supposed to tell you.
Oh, shit. My mind jumped to all the worst-case scenarios, and all my years in the city gave my imagination plenty to work with. Just tear the Band-Aid off quick, kid. I haven't heard anything, Jamie. Tell me what happened.
She's missing.
Missing? She's 18. She's got rebellious Riggin blood. And if she's anything like the last time I saw her, smart as hell. Missing could be anything. How long? I asked.
2 weeks.
Who was the last person to see her? Did she say anything? Leave a note? Pack a bag? I was overloading the poor kid.
Can you maybe, come here?
If it hadn't been my own flesh and blood asking me, I might have laughed into the receiver right then. Jamie, I have a job. Jeez, did I really just say that?
Oh, okay. I thought I'd ask. Thanks anyway.
Hey, wait, is your mom around? Can I talk to... He had already hung up the phone. I have a job? The hell's wrong with me? It took me all of 10 minutes to make up my mind that I was going to go back to that shitty town, when I'd swore I'd never go back to. A town where I grew up swearing I'd find a way to escape. A town where I left my brother's body in the ground. I made arrangements to put what cases I had on hold, sent some select screenshots to my douchebag client's wife from an anonymous email. Next, I threw a few supplies into the go bag that I kept by the door. Some clothes, cash, smokes, a Beretta 9mm, and a bottle of liquid courage. Everything I might need for a week or so away from the comforts of home. I tried calling Jamie a couple more times after I hit the interstate, but his line stayed busy. I tried at least once an hour, but it never went through. You know that sinking feeling in your gut when something bad is about to happen and there's nothing you can do to stop it? That's what I had. Times 1,000. I drove all night, stopping only for gas and bathroom breaks, eating and smoking in the car. Vanessa was just like her father, probably too much so for her own good. And that backward small town wasn't kind to smart or different people. I could just imagine how my last few years had gone. That high school where I had to break a few kids' noses just to get left alone at lunchtime wasn't for the weak or kind. But maybe things had changed since I left. It was afternoon by the time I got to Jamie and Vanessa's home. Kid was pure shock to see me, and the feeling was absolutely reciprocated. He was 15 years old, 2 feet taller than the last time I saw him. In fact, he was taller than me now. And the spitting image of his father was downright eerie. Gave him a hug, and he invited me in. I hate to say it, but even after all this time, I didn't really do the whole catching up thing. Maybe after this blows over, I'll ask him about his friends and grades and whatever, but at that moment, all I wanted to do was get down to business. Thankfully, he felt the same way. We sat in the cramped, dusty living room in his family's 3-bedroom ranch-style house. It was smaller than I remembered. The front and backyard overgrown with weeds. They lived in a part of town that looked like nature was slowly taking it back. I would say that they were in the poor part of town, but that place only had poor parts. The fact they weren't living in a trailer put them in the top tier of luxury. All I could think while I was there was, God, I hate this place. The story fell together like I expected. She'd been talking about getting out and had even started working a part-time job at the gas station at the edge of town. One night, she went outside for a walk, and that was the last anyone saw of her. Jamie was in the living room and saw her leave, but didn't think much about it. She wasn't carrying anything with her. She didn't look strange or high or drunk. She just walked out in jeans and a yellow t-shirt around 10 o'clock. And then, who knows? These were the facts, the cold, unemotional facts. If I was going to be able to help in any way, it would only be because I used the facts to do it. Her car was still in the driveway. None of the neighbors heard or saw anything. She didn't have a boyfriend. Her classmates hadn't had any contact. Her cell phone was plugged in on the table next to her bed. Facts. What about the police? The police had their hands full. They came out and did a report, said that they'd be in touch if they found anything. What about Vanessa's mother? Well, that's where things get uncomfortable. My brother's widow had issues for a while. Losing her husband can just crank them up into a higher gear. She was taking meds for it, but there's only so much you can do for someone that doesn't want to be helped. Miranda had delusions and manic episodes. Some days her grasp on reality was more tenuous than others. I remembered some time after the funeral when Miranda confided in me that she didn't believe Vanessa was really her daughter. She was convinced that someone had come shortly after she was born, swapped her out with another baby. And Vanessa, she said, was in outer space now, and this thing that she was being forced to raise was secretly working for them. I may be a shitty uncle, but Miranda was an even shittier mother, and if there was a worst-case scenario, she was my suspect number one. But Jamie put that to rest. Miranda was off in another city, the same hospital she had been for nearly 2 years getting some much-needed help. He and Vanessa had been living pretty much on their own ever since. He was shocked that nobody had told me. Look, I finally said after I'd heard everything there was to tell. I know you think I can help, but I'm not sure I'm really qualified to do anything here. I've never worked a missing persons case before in my life. I can pay you, he said defensively. Look, I don't care about money, not right now. I just want to manage expectations. You know the 48-hour rule, right? He nodded. Well, you also know that Vanessa's a smart kid, super smart. She's most likely with somebody blowing off steam in the city. He nodded again. I don't know if I was being convincing or not. Comforting clients is the one thing I could never get right. And right now, I have to treat this like a case. Good. That's when I said something I never should have. I'm gonna find her. I promise. I made my first stop at the sheriff's station to check on the status of our investigation. The receptionist made me wait in the lobby for about half an hour, which I spent on my phone looking up any new and public information I could find about this place. It's remarkable how much knowledge is out there on the internet. With social media, everybody is an amateur reporter. Between that, the Freedom of Information Act, and the general delusion of news, there aren't really any secrets left anymore. Death records, police files, a veritable treasure trove of information plugging all of us into a shared consciousness and giving you whatever you want if you know where to look. And the reason I'm good at my job is I always know where to look. That's why I couldn't believe it, but all of my searches came up blank. This town had no footprint online. Now, that's not just strange. That's impossible. With a town this small, in 30 minutes I should have been able to find who the mayor was banging. But I couldn't find an article about Vanessa. The sheriff will see you now, the receptionist said, snapping me back to reality. His name was Clyde. He was an older guy, bald on the top, and a smile that looked forced. The desk was clear save for a single telephone, and the wall was covered in a giant dirty American flag. He gestured for me to take a seat. What can I do you for? He asked. I explained the situation and asked him for the police reports concerning Vanessa's disappearance. I'm afraid I can't help you, he said. Miss Riggins' case is part of an ongoing investigation. Look, I'm not trying to break balls or get in the way here. I just want to help find my niece. The sheriff let out a long sigh and lost the smile, dropping the facade. I knew that look from all the times that I had it on my face. It was bad news that he didn't want to deliver. We had a lead on what happened to your niece. A bunch of kids went missing not too long ago, part of some neo-religious bullshit cult. We think maybe Vanessa got caught up in it somehow. Yeah? What are you thinking? No, we don't know. They had a suspect in custody. Jesus Christ. You don't think he murdered him, do you? The sheriff thought for a moment, came back with a thick file, dropping it on the desk in front of me. Everything we have is in there. Case got pretty fucking strange. We're still piecing it together. You look like a smart enough guy. I don't have to tell you. Yeah, you didn't give me this file. I don't know anything. Good. But if you do find anything, you'll know as soon as I do. I thanked him, and we shook hands before I left. Out in the lobby, I saw a couple deputies fixing themselves some coffee. I approached them and asked, "Mind if I grab a cup?" "Knock yourself out," said the bigger one of the two. He was an intimidating figure, 6'2", built like a linebacker. The name on his pin said Williams. The smaller one was still taller than me, but lanky and young, probably a fresh recruit. His pin said Franklin. Franklin folded his arms and sized me up. "You some kind of reporter?" he asked. "No, not me. I'm Vanessa Riggins' uncle." "Who?" he asked. I gave them my best cold stare. "Vanessa Riggins. The young woman that went missing a couple weeks ago?" Franklin shrugged and said, "Which one?" Williams hit him in the chest. "Show a little humanity, man." "Sorry, I didn't mean... You know, we got the guy. I mean, he hasn't confessed to anything, but..." "It's fine," I said. "Shitty town, shitty Leos." "Well, what are you planning to do?" asked Williams. "I'm retracing her last few days. I guess I'll go check out the gas station where she worked." And when I said that, it was like the air was sucked out of the room. I've trained myself to watch reactions, to know when people are lying, but an idiot could see Franklin got pale. The hairs on his skin stood straight up, and he threw an awkward glance at the older cop. This rookie had no poker face. Williams tried to play it cool, but Franklin already blew that. Took a deliberate sip of coffee, tried to sound disinterested.
Gas station on the edge of town, huh? You been out there yet?
It's been a long time since I lived here, but I remember the stories. Something weird going on at the edge of town, where the woods are haunted and the creatures wait to eat you. I had no idea the stories were still persisting. Or maybe not. Maybe this was something else. Not yet. Why? Williams searched for the words that would make sense, but obviously couldn't find them.
Well, there's been reports of wild bear activity out there. Just be careful, okay?
Fuck you. If there's something going on, just tell me. Will do, Deputy. Will do, Deputy. My next stop was the town hall. Something about the glaring lack of information online about a mass disappearance really didn't sit right with me. Not surprisingly, the place was closed when I got there. By the looks of it, the place had been closed for a while. Front lawn was wild with weeds. Newspapers were piling up in various stages of decomposition by the front door. Somewhere, a public official is collecting a paycheck to do nothing. I know I said it before, but seriously, fuck this town. As long as I'm living in a pre-modern hellhole, I thought to myself, I may as well start working like it. The next stop was the old faithful for information gathering, the local library. Once again, I was hit with the sensation that this place I used to see all the time as a child must have gotten smaller since I was last here. But that smell, old books mixed with mildew, was pungent as ever. We found the librarian taking a nap at her station and asked her if the place kept records of local newspapers. She just laughed at me. Local papers? Here, have you seen this town? Only half of the people here are literate and half of those are on meth. What newspaper do you think these people are buying? I apologized for wasting her time and turned to leave, but she told me to stop and come back. I think she felt sorry for me. Hey look, if you need information about this town, there is one guy who can help you. He's been around long enough and he knows everything and everyone. She scribbled an address onto a piece of loose-leaf paper and gave it to me. When you get here, ask for Roger. He'll be able to help you. And here I was, on my way to my 5th stop today, and exactly jack and shit to show for it. I wasn't any closer to figuring out what happened to Vanessa. If anything, I felt like I was further away, being pulled into this rabbit hole of bullshit weirdness. Was it even worth it to check out this Roger guy? And when I got to my car, I took a second to center myself and think about it. Facts. Those are all I need right now. Facts. At this moment, I don't have what I need. Why not see what Roger knows? I plugged the address into my GPS and laughed to myself when I saw where I was going. My old high school building. It was just as horrible and broken down as it had been when I left, but nothing a few coats of paint couldn't cover. I wasn't sure what I was doing as I parked the car and went inside, but that state of blindly fumbling along, hoping for a clue, was turning into the theme of this trip. The school was small and dimly lit. I could hear the buzz of the light on the ceiling just a few inches above my head. It felt like a giant in there. And I couldn't believe that children crammed themselves into this building. Hell, I was all by myself and feeling claustrophobic. Claustrophobic and a little dizzy. Yo, can I help you? At least I thought I was all by myself. I noticed the short guy in jeans and an AC/DC t-shirt holding a mop, looking at me from inside of one of the classrooms. Yeah, I said. You work here? And nobody's supposed to be here. School's closed. I'm looking for Roger. The guy gently set his mop down, pulled out a pair of glasses, and put them on before responding. Are you a friend of his? No, not exactly. I'm looking for my niece. She went missing. And you think Roger has something to do with that? Are you Roger? I asked directly. The man laughed. No way. I wish. Well, if you don't mind pointing me in the direction. Roger's in his office. I'll show you how to get there. Yeah, great. The janitor walked slowly, and with a hunch, hand in pockets, eyes on the ground. He didn't say anything as he led me down the hallway, around a corner, and up to a closed door where he finally broke the silence. This is Roger's office. I thanked him and waited for him to leave, but instead he knocked on the door and yelled, Hey Roger, there's a guy out here who wants to see you. From somewhere inside, I heard a muffled, "Go away!" "Come on, Roger, open up!" He gave me an awkward smile and shrug. A few seconds passed before the janitor let out a sigh and grabbed the doorknob, opening it up and stepping inside. Guess if I had to pick the exact moment my case went from weird to batshit insane, it'd be this one. The room wasn't a room at all. It was simply a dirty supply closet, barely big enough for the janitor to fit inside, with shelves on every wall filled with cleaning supplies and boxes. The janitor flicked on the lights, bent down to the ground, and pulled up an old wooden crate that was in the center of the floor. "Roger, are you in there? Didn't you hear what I said?" He opened the crate and... Jesus Christ, I can't even believe I'm saying this. He pulled Roger out of the box, turned around and faced me, holding Roger in his arms. Roger was an old-fashioned wooden ventriloquist dummy with a black suit painted on. The eyes popped open and it looked at me, and then the head spun around to look at the janitor, then back at me. The dummy yawned and stretched and went through the show, waking up before it finally spoke. "Who the hell's this guy? Didn't you see the sign on my door that said do not disturb?" Roger's voice had a slight tinge of Bostonian accent. Couldn't help myself. "What the fuck is this?" I yelled. "Some kind of stupid joke? My niece is missing. She could be dead for all I know, and you're playing games right now?" It took a lot of self-control not to sock the janitor across the face. Instead, I just turned and started to walk away. "Detective, wait!" he yelled in his puppet voice. I stopped and I turned back. "How did you know I was a detective?" I asked. "Oh, I know a lot of things," he said through the puppet. It was difficult listening to him because he refused to make eye contact, choosing instead to stare at the puppet, who was looking right at me. I had to give him credit. I couldn't see his lips moving at all. "For instance, I know you drove here from New Orleans. You stopped by the sheriff's station and then the library, but they were no help. And now you want answers about what happened to Vanessa." "All right," I said. "I'll bite. How do you know all that?" The janitor refused to break character, saying everything to the doll. "It's the details. The Beretta holstered under your jacket, the tactical boots, the haircut, and not least of all, the police report sticking out of your back pocket. I know you're not working directly with the sheriff's department because you haven't shaved in at least a week. So that says private eye. I know you hit up the library because the librarian's the only person that could possibly have known I was here. I know you're looking for Danessa Riggins because unlike some people, I keep up with the news. You say your niece is missing? Assuming neither of you are adopted, there's only one missing girl that shares any of your dominant features." "All right," I said. The guy wasn't terrible. Maybe he had a few screws loose, but credit where it's due. He had the Sherlock shtick down pat. "What about New Orleans? How'd you know I drove all night?" "Two reasons. First, you smell like you haven't had a shower in a couple of days. And second, I stole your wallet and looked at the address on your ID." He extended the wooden puppet arm, and sure enough, the little bastard was holding my wallet. And to be honest, I wasn't even mad. This little shit got the jump on me. That's all it takes to earn my respect. I actually laughed. "All right, Roger, how does this work? I pay you to be my research consultant?" "Believe it or not," said the puppet, "I'm not big on money. What I deal in is information and favors. I can tell you don't have any of the former, so I'll take the latter. One favor at the time of my choosing, and in return, I'll look up everything there is to find about what happened to your niece. When I get something, I'll call you." I shrugged. "All right. Fine. Shake on it." Now, I'm not proud to say this, but I shook hands with the puppet. Then he gave me back my wallet. I finally got around to hitting up the gas station where Vanessa was working before her disappearance. And let me just say, what a shithole. From the outside, it looked like it hadn't been cleaned in weeks. When I walked in, I could smell fresh paint and raw sewage. The man behind the register was smoking a cigarette, stacking pennies into little pyramids, oblivious to my presence. It was right then that my tooth started hurting like hell. Grabbed the box of BC powder, walked up to the register. "Hey," I said to the clerk. He was a young, lanky, blonde guy with blue eyes. Reminded me of what a golden retriever would look like in human form. His name tag said Jerry. I looked up and smiled at me. "Hey," he said back, before returning all of his attention to the coin pyramid. "I want to buy this," I said, getting a little annoyed. "How much is it?" I asked. I don't know. You're the one at the cash register. You tell me." He looked at the box, then at me. "What's it worth to you?" "Look, man, I just want to buy this. I'm not trying to play a game here." Jerry scowled at the box and said,
"Oh, just keep it."
"What?" "Yours, on the house." I sighed, put a $5 bill on the counter before heading to the bathroom for tap water to wash it down. I must have been distracted by the idiocy of the clerk, because I didn't even notice until I was already inside the bathroom that there was someone else in there. I went straight for the sink, turned on the faucet, then I heard it. Guitar music. Turned around to see a man standing next to the urinal, wearing nothing but a cowboy hat, red boxers, and boots, playing a familiar tune on the wooden guitar that was slung over his shoulder. "Oh, shit," I said. "I didn't know it was occupied." The man started to sing along to the tune that he was playing. "There is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun." Are you freaking kidding me? "And it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know I'm one." He turned, still playing and singing, and he walked right out of the bathroom. The fuck? I took 2 BC powders and I washed them down with a water that tasted especially metallic before I went back to the lobby. The clerk had lit another cigarette and the $5 bill was still on the counter. "What was that all about?" I asked. "What was what all about?" "The guitar playing guy in his boxers. Is some kind of act or something?" Jerry looked around the store, then back at me. "Where?" "He was in the bathroom with me. Guy, a cowboy hat, ring any bells?" "Oh," he said, "that might have been the bathroom cowboy. Did he have a beard?" "No." "That does sound like the bathroom cowboy." "Alright, look. I'm tired of playing games. I want to ask you some questions. Is that okay?" Jerry grinned. "I like questions." "Okay, there's a girl that used to work here, named Vanessa. Did you know her?" "Oh, I'm actually pretty new. You're probably going to want to talk to the other clerk, Jack." "Okay. When does Jack come in?" "Oh, he should be here in an hour or so. You want some jerky?" Jerry extended a half-eaten stick of jerky towards me. Before I could say hell no, the phone on Jerry's desk started ringing. He answered with a hello. After a second, he looked at me and asked, "Are you Eric Riggins?" "That's weird." "Yeah, it's for you." He handed me the receiver. Is Eric? "Mr. Riggins, this is Sheriff Clyde. I've been trying to reach you. Figured when your phone kept going to voicemail, you must be in the part of town without the reception." "Is there a development?" I asked. "No, look. I don't know how you know Roger, but next time you see him, tell him that we're even." "What do you mean?" "Roger's calling in his one favor. I know you've probably done interrogations before, right? Well, I'm giving you 20 minutes with the suspect that we have in custody. After that, you're done. Officially, this never happened. Come here before I change my mind." Wait, are you serious? "I'm always serious." Okay, I'm on my way. What's his name?" "Spencer Middleton." Spencer Middleton's hands were shackled to a steel-eye plate that had been lazily welded onto the metal table in the center of the interrogation room. It was barely larger than Roger's supply closet. One light overhead, no window, 2 folding chairs, and a plastic camera tripod in the corner closest to the door. They had put him in an orange jumpsuit a couple sizes too big, and somebody had roughed him up pretty good. He had a swollen shiner on his left eye that blended into the purple bruises covering most of his face. When he saw me, he grinned.
Hey, you don't look like a lawyer. You sure as hell ain't a cop. Let me guess. You're the newest one they sent to kill me.
And it took a second to gain a sense of the man that I was about to talk to. The clock was ticking down 20 minutes, but those first brief moments set the trajectory and could make all the difference. Here I was, just a few feet away from the asshole that had probably killed my niece. I needed to figure out a way to pry information from him. I was coming into this with nothing. No carrot, no stick. But how do I trip him up? Maybe he'll give me just what I want out of the goodness of his heart. I'd done a little research on the drive over. Spencer was a local who had disappeared a while back and joined the army. After an honorable discharge, he made it a point to mostly live off the grid. Save for a handful of run-ins with the law, he had a habit of starting or ending fights, depending on how you look at it. Made my move, returning his smile and pulling out the chair on the other side of the table. From here I could see that the man had a nasty-looking scar straight across his throat. I sat and I faced him, waiting to see if he had anything else to offer. He didn't. So I went first. Who's trying to kill you, Spencer? He laughed softly and said,
Hey, don't I know you?
I doubt it.
Yeah, I do. You went to my high school, right? You're Donnie's brother.
I maintained my poker face best I could, bearing the sting of hearing the asshole mention my brother's name. Wasn't time yet to show my hand. At least I had him talking. Hey, you said somebody's out to kill you. Why would someone want you dead? You do something?
You know, when I get out of here, I'm gonna cut your face open. From here.
From across the table, he pointed at the spot just over my right eye.
To here.
He dragged the point of his finger slowly down towards my neck. Took a long breath. But I'm not a cop, or a lawyer. Just an interested third party.
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of those in this town, aren't there?
What do you mean by that? Spencer relaxed in his chair and leaned his head back to stare at the ceiling.
Man, come on. Just ask me whatever it is you came to ask, alright?
Starting to think you might not know anything. Maybe the sheriff oversold you as some kind of badass when really you're just a guy. A guy that was in the wrong place and too dumb not to look guilty. Spencer looked me in the eye. He laughed, a short staccato kind of laugh.
You're gonna use pride and ego down on me, Regan? This ain't amateur hour. I spent years on the other side of this. I've interrogated Al-Qaeda in a cave in the desert.
Shit. And this asshole had my number.
Look, I'm not gonna bullshit you. Quit trying to work around it and ask me the fucking question you came here to ask me.
This asshole was running the show now. We both knew it. Might as well take a shot. You know what happened to my niece? Vanessa? Spencer held up both palms. Is that supposed to be a no? I asked.
That's supposed to be a let's make a deal, Clarice. Quid pro quo, right?
Alright. What do you want, Dr. Lecter? And more importantly, what are you offering?
I can tell you exactly where a certain missing teenage girl went. Where you can find her and you can ask her yourself what happened. I could draw you a fucking map if you want. In exchange, I want something from you. Something small. Something you won't ever miss.
My heart was pounding. It took every bit of restraint I had not to just jump across the table and strangle the answers I wanted out of him. Okay, I said, name your price. Spencer leaned in and spoke each syllable deliberately.
I want one of your teeth.
He smiled and laughed again. What the fuck did you just say?
That's all I want. I want you to pick a tooth, any tooth. Let's pull it out for me.
You got dozens, right? You gonna miss one? I don't think so. You pull out a tooth for me.
Tell exactly where you can find her.
No, if you burn in hell, you piece of shit. Really? You value your teeth more than your own family. Good thing your brother isn't alive to see you make this choice. I knew he was baiting me. And I wish I had been smarter, but I wasn't. I jumped out of my chair so fast it launched across the room and swung a wild right hook that would have broken bone if it had landed, but he dodged it by an inch. Caught me by the fist and used my follow-through to pull me across the table. My face hit the metal, and before I knew it, he had hooked his arm under my chin. In a single motion, he twisted me onto my back and locked his arm against my windpipe, squeezing tighter and tighter until I started to black out. I tried to scream, but there was no way air was coming in or going out, and the world went black. I knew I was done for. That son of a bitch was faster and stronger than I could have expected, and I'm glad I'm more lucky than careless. I didn't hear the deputies come in, but if they had waited a few more seconds to pull me away, I might not be here right now. As they helped me out of the room, Spencer let out a loud, gleeful cackle and followed me all the way into the lobby. It was getting dark by the time I patched up and was leaving the sheriff's station. I had decided to spend the rest of the day getting shit-faced, that asshole, all but confessed to killing Vanessa, but that wasn't enough. He wanted to, he needed to, rub it in my face. And I let him. I had the who, just not the how, where, or the why. For a guy like that, do you even need to be a why? Armed with this information, I wasn't exactly in a hurry to go back to see Jamie. The only bar in town was closed for some kind of bullshit holiday, so I decided to celebrate alone. The bottle in my go bag might not be enough, I thought. So I went back to that shitty gas station. The one on the edge of town. The sheriff was pissed at me for what had happened. I didn't blame him. I lost my cool. You can't do that if you're working on the side of the law, which for the time being I was. Couldn't help but wonder how hard it would be to get away with killing Spencer while he was in custody. When I got to the gas station, the clerk behind the counter didn't even look up from the book he was reading. He was considerably younger than me, with bags under his eyes like he hasn't slept in days. A pair of crutches were laying on the counter next to him. Bought a bottle of whiskey and a pack of smokes. As he rung them up, I asked, "Hey, you know a good hotel near here?" "No," he said simply as he handed me my change and went back to his book. "All right. Thank you, Mr. Personality." When I got back to my car, I tried to look up the nearest place with a cheap hotel, but was reminded that this part of town doesn't get cell or internet service. All I wanted to do at that moment was drink and shower and sleep, and after a few minutes of thinking about it, I decided I could do with 2 out of the 3. After getting sufficiently inebriated, put my seat into a reclined position, and I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I woke up the next morning still a little drunk to the sound of my cell phone ringing. When I checked the caller ID, I couldn't understand what I was seeing. Donnie. Cell. It rang a couple more times while I sat up and tried to wrap my head around the moment. Where was I again? My car? What happened yesterday? The weight of it all came crashing back into place in an instant. Vanessa's killer was sitting in a cell somewhere laughing at me. The phone continued to ring. I looked again, but this part still didn't make any sense. Who was calling me from my brother's phone, and how? I answered. "Hello? Hey, Eric. It's been a while, huh?" What the fuck? What the fucking fuck? Who is this? I'm not sure how long I've got. I've been trying to get through to one of you for a long time. I asked you a question. Who is this? You know who this is, Eric. My brother's dead. And when I find you, I'm gonna make sure that you are too. Always gotta be the badass, huh? Remember Merlin? Merlin. I hadn't thought about him in a long time. So when we were kids, sometimes we would play superheroes. We'd take turns being the bad guy. I always wanted to be Batman or Wolverine, but Donnie always wanted to be a wizard named Merlin. He started his own mythology around the character, a time-traveling wizard that rode a motorcycle. When I got a little too old to play make-believe, he started drawing comics about the guy. Never told him, but I found them. I read a few. They were impressive. Anybody could know about Merlin. Did anybody know I stole a car in my junior year? But you took the blame for it. Chill ran down my spine. Suddenly the car felt way too cramped for me. I opened up the door, I tried to step out, but a dizzy spell almost put me on my ass. I held onto the roof of the vehicle until it passed, and I put the phone back to my ear. Who is this? Told you. It's me. Tell me the truth. You're looking for Vanessa? You've got to find her. Look, okay, I watched my brother die. I saw his body get put in the ground. I died. And then they came for me. And they put me here. Where is here? I don't know. But I do know that they're watching you. They've been watching you ever since you came back. I think they haven't decided what they're going to do with you yet. They're both running out of time. You have to get to Vanessa before they get to you. No, and tell my kids I love them. There was a loud crackle from the phone and then it disconnected. I stared at the screen like an idiot for way too long. Then did the only thing I could think of. I dialed the number back. At that exact moment, I heard a cell phone ring from somewhere just beyond the gas station. Son of a bitch is here. I ran back towards the sound of the ringing. It was hard to pinpoint exactly where it started, but I knew it was coming from somewhere in the woods, beyond the tree line. I ran straight into the forest, making a mental note on the way to check out that large, fresh mound of dirt next to the dumpster. It looked like something had been buried there recently, but I couldn't afford the distraction just yet. How many times had it rung? It was 4, 5. The ringing continued, now somewhere much deeper in the woods. I followed, trying to determine exactly where the noise was coming from. As I ran further in, the ringing became more of an echo all around me. I checked the phone still in my hand and saw the message. No network detected. Emergency calls only. The ringing got louder. Then it turned into something else. No longer ringing, more like a loud chirping, like an insect of some kind. And it morphed into a deafening noise. Somewhere between a roar and a scream all around me. I pocketed the phone and instinctively reached for my piece. It wasn't there. I left it in the car. Right, look, I know how this sounds, okay? It's crazy. I'm not going to pretend that it isn't, but it only got worse. The temperature in the spot started to crank up like I was next to an invisible fire, ready to consume the entire forest. I had the sensation that I was burning up and about to be cooked alive. And my fight or flight response kicked in on overdrive. I picked a direction and started running as fast and as hard as I could. The heat got further and further away as I jumped over logs, limbs, and ditches and finally caught a clearing. My lungs were ready to explode by the time I stopped and collapsed to my knees. I threw up. I didn't have long to relax before I heard something crunching through the forest in front of me. I pushed myself to my feet and I scanned the area for any kind of weapon, but there wasn't anything worth grabbing, not a rock or a decent stick or even a tree nearby worth hiding behind. But what was I thinking running out here in the middle of this clearing? I was in the dead center of a nearly perfect circle the size of a tennis court. No trees, only knee-high grass, basically a sitting duck. And I saw it. A bear at the edge of the trees, right in front of me. I saw that it was a bear. I say that it was a bear that I saw, which is technically true, but also not. It looked at me, and I was convinced that I had lost my mind and gone crazy, because in that moment, nothing made any damn sense. The thing I was looking at was, best I can tell, an enormous grown man, nearly 7 feet tall, wearing a tan teddy bear costume, complete with an enormous felt head and black button eyes the size of saucers, like some kind of school mascot from a nightmare. It was covered in dirt and leaves, and when it saw me, it started waving excitedly. Hey, I said uncertainly. And then it turned both its middle fingers up to me and did a little dance. Hey man, I'm kinda lost. The bear didn't say anything. Just pointed at me, and then at its crotch. It started pelvic thrusting in the air. God. I wish I had my gun right now. I woke up suspended off the ground in a small dark room with that ever so familiar feeling of not knowing where the hell I was. The walls were covered in shelves packed with cleaning supplies, paper products, and canned goods. When I tried to sit up, the world shook and swung under me. I took a few tries before I realized that I was being held up by a braided rope hammock. "You're awake," asked a voice to my right. I turned and saw the gas station clerk from earlier, Jerry, sitting on a milk crate and smiling. Tried to sit up, but pain shot through my leg like electricity. I fell back into the hammock. Where am I? What happened? Did you paint my nails? I looked at the nail polish on my right hand. Then at Jerry. Do you like it? No. Okay, that's fair. You're more of a fire truck than a cherry red anyway, but I thought I'd take a chance. I looked at the source of the pain in my leg, and I saw that it had been wrapped tightly in a makeshift duct tape cast that wrapped right around my pant leg. That's when it all came back to me. A bizarre memory that wouldn't have been out of place in a David Lynch fever dream. I reached out, grabbed Jerry by the collar of his shirt, and yanked him close to me. I need to talk to the sheriff. Now. The man in the bear costume stayed there on the other side of the clearing, spinning his arms and legs in a bizarre dance like a PCP Jack teenager at the disco, occasionally looking my way as if to make sure that I was still watching. I slowly started to back up, putting one foot behind the other, carefully adding to the distance between us. I didn't know the score, but I sure as hell didn't want to push my luck. Once I got back to my car, I could call the sheriff, have him bring all his deputies in an extra large straitjacket. That plan required that I first get back to my car. I had my eyes locked on the bear man, so I saw exactly when the arrow whipped right through him. Came from somewhere in the forest behind him, entered his bear suit from the back just below the armpit, and passed straight through the other side towards me. I didn't have either the time or the reflexes to dodge. The next thing I knew, I had been struck. I hit the ground, and the man in the bear costume grabbed his wound and danced his way back into the woods. The arrow had lodged itself deep into my leg, a few inches above the knee, with the light wooden shaft protruding straight out. It was the single most painful thing I had ever experienced, and sheer adrenaline is probably the only reason I wasn't going right into shock. Two men, donned head to toe in camouflage and carrying hunting bows, stepped into the clearing at the same spot where the bear man had emerged. They both had shades of green smeared all over their faces like war paint. The fat one was cursing and yelling when he emerged. I screamed, partially to get their attention, and partially because I couldn't help it. "Oh, shit," yelled the skinny one. "Did we get you?" He dropped his bow and ran over to me while the fat one put his own on a sling on his shoulder and slowly walked over to join us. "Who the fuck are you?" asked the fat one. The skinny one pulled an 8-inch knife out of its sheath on his belt and sliced open my pant leg around where the arrow had lodged. I took a look and wished I hadn't. "You shot me!" I yelled. It was about the only thing I could muster the strength to say besides the lengthy paragraph of expletives that I couldn't hold in if I tried. The skinny one looked at me defensively. "Well, hell, dude, we didn't expect no people but us to be out here." "The bear's gone away by now, boy," complained the fat one. "You think you can walk?" I didn't answer right away. The shaft of the arrow was shaking with my pulse, and I knew it was embedded into my femur. The fat man knelt down for a closer look and whistled. "That's in there, all right." I closed my eyes and tried to focus on anything but the pain. Every breath, every heartbeat, every micro-movement radiated through the arrow like an antenna into the wound and down into the nerve in my leg. My eyes shot open and I let out a scream. The fat one had reached out and grabbed the arrow at the base with his other hand and he grabbed the top and snapped the shaft off. I collapsed onto my back and I stared up into the sky, hoping that the pain would just knock me out already. "There," said the hunter. "Now we don't have to worry about it snagging on every little thing. Ned, help me get into the four-wheeler." The other one, Ned, pulled me to my feet, and together we walked back into the woods. I kept an arm over both of their shoulders and basically hanging on and letting my bad leg drag the whole way. Not too far into the forest, there was a small trail that we followed for close to half a mile before we reached the four-wheeler. I don't remember the ride back to their truck, but I remember them smacking me on the face when we got there to make sure that I was still alive. "Y'all got him?" asked the fat woman sitting in the driver's seat of the white extended cab truck, stained brown from countless layers of dried mud. The fat man got out of the four-wheeler and answered, "No, he got away." "I clipped him, though," bragged Ned as he jumped down from the four-wheeler. "Left a blood trail. May be able to get to him." "Oh, you shut up, boy. We ain't going nowhere tonight. Gotta get home before the sun goes down." The woman looked at me and smiled a big toothless smile, her bright red cheek standing out against her pale skin like she had already had a few drinks too many. "Oh, you got something, though." That one grabbed me by the hair and yanked me off the four-wheeler, throwing me to the ground. I let out another scream. "What the fuck is wrong with you? You crazy?"
That thing out there isn't a bear, it's a person, and you assholes shot me. I need to get to a hospital for Christ's sake.
Fat man looked at the woman and said, "Yeah, Ned got this one by accident."
Well, that ain't a total loss then, she said back. Why is he still alive?
They're easier to move when they're alive, and they taste better if they're scared when you put them down.
Ned let out a whoop and jumped down on top of me, pushing my face into the ground and yanking at my pockets. He managed to dig out my phone, wallet, and keys before I finally had a handful of dirt and smacked it into his eyes. He fell off me and I jumped to my feet, running toward the safety of the forest when BANG! Froze.
Now I won't be too keen on running back out there if I were you.
Put my hands in the air and slowly turn around to face the fat one pointing a .45 at me from what I would consider point-blank range. Close enough that I could recognize it as a Dan Wesson specialist. These guys were bow hunting for sport, but smart enough to bring along something heavier just in case. Smarter than me. That's for sure. Why not? I asked. I doubt there's anything out there as bad as right here.
Well, that's where you're wrong.
Ooh, cooed the woman from back in the truck. Shoot him! Shoot him!
Shut up, woman. I ain't about to shoot him just because you said so.
I know, I said softly. Suddenly the pain in my leg didn't seem so bad. Let's talk about this for a second. You don't have to kill me. I don't know you from Adam. You can just leave me here. We just forget all about this. Ned reached out for the gun and said, "Let me do it. You got to do the last one." Fat one sighed and handed the gun over.
Fine, but aim careful. One shot, one kill.
Oh, wait, I screamed. I know where the bear is. I can take you to him. He's lying, whined the woman. No, I'm not. We're friends. Hell, why the hell else would I be out there in the middle of nowhere with the bear? Ned gave the fat man a what now look, and the fat man scrunched up his face as he thought about it.
Okay,
he finally said.
Take us to him. Then maybe we'll let you go.
Maybe. One gun, 2 hunting knives, 2 bows, a quiver of arrows. I erased every scenario through my mind quickly. How do I get to one of their weapons without getting killed first? Forest, 4-wheeler, truck. Is there any realistic way to escape without being shot in the back? Things weren't looking good. But I was still breathing for the time being. It'll be faster if we take the truck. The hunters were being smarter than I would have liked. The big one, I picked up his name was Paul, put me in the back seat of the cab next to Ned. He threw all the weapons, knives included, into the truck bed and climbed into the back with us. I was sandwiched with Ned to my right, Paul to my left, in that tiny vehicle that smelled like shit. Literally. It smelled like human feces. The seats were torn up and wet. I saw a few small roaches scurry away from us. After Paul slammed the door shut, a tiny face looked back at me from the passenger seat. A little girl with matted blonde hair, no older than 10. She smiled and said, "Are we gonna eat this one?" "Probably," said the fat woman as she cranked the engine.
"Which way?"
asked Paul. I pointed straight ahead. "Get up here on the main road, take a right."
"You better not be trying nothing,"
warned Paul. We hit the main road and the truck climbed up a slow 30 miles per hour. "Go straight for about a mile," I said. "You'll see a dirt road on the left." "Ain't no dirt road," squealed the fat woman in a high-pitched voice. "I know these roads like the back of my hand. I ain't remember no dirt road up there." Paul punched me hard in the stomach.
"You think you're being funny, boy?"
He knocked the wind out of me. I doubled over in the seat as they all started laughing maniacally. There's an expression in trapping called ring off, which is much worse than the phrase implies. If you're unfamiliar with the term, allow me to explain. Trappers have to check their traps frequently because if they don't, an animal's survival instinct will kick in and they'll free themselves. One way or the other. The most common form of ringing off is a coyote or jaguar or anything with sharp enough teeth chewing through its own legs to free itself. That ain't pretty, but it sure beats the alternative, right? Well, in that moment, I understood exactly how those trapped animals felt. I bit down hard on the exposed piece of wooden arrow shaft as hard as I could stand, and I yanked it out as fast as I could. For the second time, in as many hours, I experienced the single most painful thing I'd ever felt. But now, the arrow was free from my leg. I had a weapon. I spit the broken arrowhead into my left hand and stabbed it into Paul's neck, cutting his laughter into a muffled gurgle. "No shit! yelled Ned as I swung myself into the seat and I planted the foot of my good leg against the side of his face with as much force as I could muster. I pushed his head into the glass of the window, all the while holding onto the arrow that was still embedded in Pa's neck. The little girl started screaming and the fat woman turned around to see what the fuss was about. I turned to her and I noticed it. Maybe 100 feet ahead, the man in the bear costume, stepping out of the woods and crossing the road. I closed my eyes and I braced for impact. She must have looked back and seen the bear because the truck lurched wildly to one side, then back to the other, like she had swerved to miss, then overcorrected, then we started rolling. The sound of the crash was like an explosion. Pieces of broken glass and blood rained down all around me as my head hit the roof, then the seat, then the door, and finally, the world stopped spinning and I was on my back with blood stinging my eyes. A warm hand reached under me and dragged me out of the wreckage and twisted mass of bodies and debris, through the cold, wet grass and through a ditch, then dropped me into the road. I wiped my eyes and looked up at the giant black buttons of the man in the bear costume. He waved at me, gave me an excited double thumbs up before walking back to the truck, unzipping the fly of the bear suit and pissing all over the wreckage. Did a little jig off in the woods. That was the last I saw of him. What the fuck was happening? I checked the truck. The driver, Ned, and Paul were all dead. The little girl was nowhere to be found. I know if she had survived, it's unlikely that I'd have any luck finding her. The weapons were gone too, probably flung out in the crash, and even though I would have felt a lot safer packing, it wasn't worth the time that it would take to track them down. I made a quick bandage out of my shirt sleeve and wrapped it around my leg tight enough to slow the bleeding. I found a fallen branch long and strong enough to serve as a walking stick, and I started up the road in the direction of the gas station. I must have been a hell of a sight when I got back there. I was torn up and bleeding from several wounds. None of them seemed to create a sense of care, and the clerk behind the register still didn't even have the decency to look up from his damn book. I walked over to him and knocked on the counter, finally drawing his attention. I don't know what it takes to impress this guy, but the sight of me and my near-to-death sure as hell didn't register with him. Look, I need your phone. He tapped a small cardboard sign that was sitting on the counter. In sloppy black Sharpie, someone had written the message, "If you would like to use the store phone, it's 25 cents per minute. Please pay in advance, there's no exceptions." I reached for my wallet, only to remember that it wasn't on me. Ned had taken it and left it somewhere out in the woods. "Look, asshole, this is a life-or-death situation, okay? There's been an accident. I need to call the sheriff." The clerk spun the cardboard sign to the other side, where someone had written, "No exceptions means no exceptions. Not even life-or-death situations. Thank you for understanding. Signed, management." Now, under normal situations, I would have resorted to a more physical solution, but at that moment, I started to feel lightheaded and dizzy. And the next thing I knew, I was swinging in a hammock with my nails painted. "Where am I?" I repeated the question to Jerry. "Oh, you're in the gas station dry supply closet." "Why?" "Well, because customers were complaining that they didn't want to keep stepping over you every time that they wanted to buy something. But don't worry. I already called the deputy that babysits us. She's on her way here to arrest you, or whatever she does. And in the meantime, Jack says you can borrow one of his old crutches." To be continued. Jerry held out a bottled water, and I took and downed the whole thing in one pull, then forced myself up from the hammock. I need to get out of here. There was an accident. People are dead. "Cool," he said. "But you probably shouldn't go anywhere until O'Brien shows up." I ignored him. I left the closet on my own 2 feet. The pain in my leg was bad, but bearable. I'd rather power through than borrow someone's spare crutches. When I stepped into the store, the combination of natural and fluorescent lights stung my eyes and gave me the realization that I had absolutely no idea what time it was. "Is that him?" I looked at where the voice was coming from to see a woman in a deputy uniform staring right at me. She was tall and attractive, dark-skinned with hair pulled back into a ponytail and a look on her face that said, "Don't even think about fucking with me." She had been leaning against the counter next to the cashier, the one with all the books. He looked over at me and whispered something to her that I couldn't make out, which caused her to stand up straight and put her right thumb in her belt next to her gun holster. I've seen that tick before. She was trigger happy.
and ready to put me down if she needed to. "Mr. Riggins," she asked. I stood perfectly still and put my hands in front of me in the least intimidating way I could, remembering that I still had fresh red nail polish on my fingernails. "Officer," I said. She took a second, probably trying to figure out what kind of lunatic she was dealing with. In an effort to get in front of the whole thing, I tried to explain the situation. "There's been an accident. I wanted to give a statement, but I've been attacked and I require medical assistance." She cocked her head slightly to one side and said, "You look fine to me." "Yeah, bullshit, I do." "I was in the truck when it flipped." "What truck? Are you fucking with me right now?" Shit, too much. Now her fingers were on the gun, ready to pull. I needed to reel it in a little. After a long, deliberate, loud breath, I said, "Sorry, officer, I'm a little shaken up because I was in an accident. The vehicle I was in went off the road, and it flipped." "You were in an accident?" "Yes." "Was anybody hurt?" "Was anybody hurt?" That was unexpected. How long had I been unconscious? There was no possible way they hadn't found the wreck and the bodies by now. Which meant she was either screwing with me or testing me. If it was the latter, then why? Was she trying to trip me up? Get me to contradict my own story? That's when it hit me. This was an interrogation. There were bodies. Victims, now. And someone was going to hang for it. I had to choose my next words very carefully. Yeah, 3 people died in the wreck. I came straight here to call the police, but the blood loss knocked me out before I could. I could take you right to where it all happened. She took a step towards me, just one, putting herself between me and the cashier. And that's interesting, I thought. If I hadn't been paying attention, I might have missed it, but her body language was telegraphing a clear message. I was an unknown, a potential threat. And her priority in this situation was protecting the guy behind the counter. What was even more interesting was that what she didn't do. "All right, Mr. Riggins. We'll take my car and you can show me exactly where this all went down. Sound good?" It was only then that I noticed her soft Brooklyn accent. Now, one thing was for sure, she wasn't local. I'd have to look her up once I got back to my phone or someplace with the internet. Yeah, that sounds okay." She gestured towards the door and let me lead the way, her hand never leaving the gun until we were both outside. She didn't call it in. Now, I had just informed her that there were dead bodies. She didn't radio dispatch, backup, EMTs, anybody. There was one obvious reason why that would be the case. She must have already known about the wreck. I saw her cruiser in the spot furthest from the doors, parked backwards in the spot for a fast getaway. I stepped around the passenger side and looked back at her, half expecting to see her pull the gun and take me down right there. But now that we were outside, she seemed instantly calmer. "Well?" she asked. "What are you waiting for? Door's unlocked." She opened the driver's side and took her spot behind the wheel. She isn't going to make me ride in the back seat? That's good, I think. I took my spot in the passenger side and instantly put on my seatbelt. But before I could even click it into place, O'Brien had the car pulled onto the road. "Which way?" I pointed back in the direction I'd come, downhill, away from town. She peeled out and gunned the vehicle. I watched the side of the road for any sign of the bear or the little girl, but at the speed she was driving, I doubt that I'd been able to pick out anything that wasn't right next to the street. We passed the dirt road and led to the family's hunting ground. I made a mental note to come back later and find out where Ned had left my wallet and keys. "Should be right up here, around the bend." I replayed the event in my mind. Straight for a mile, you see a dirt road on the left, paw punching me in the gut. Their perverse laugh, the arrow, stab, screams, the bear. "All right, slow down. You should be right." O'Brien slowed the car and hit the red and blues. We were right on top of where the truck had gone off the road. And there was nothing. "Where?" she asked. "Stop the car." I hopped out before she had even come to a complete stop on the shoulder of the road. I ignored the stinging in my leg as best I could. This This wasn't possible. I couldn't have been unconscious that long. They had already moved the truck. I ran into the grass and stood in the exact spot where I had been pulled from the mangled wreck earlier that day, but there was nothing there, no sign of any wreckage, no blood, no debris, no ruts in the dirt, not a single blade of grass out of place. O'Brien yelled out to me from her spot next to the cruiser. "Now, I don't think it's out here. Maybe we should head up the road a ways. It all looks the same to me." No, I'm certain it was right here. Well, it's not right here anymore. So how about we get you back into town and you can give a statement? I took a deep breath, caught an all too familiar aroma. Went glaringly out of place on the side of the road near a thick forest. Bleach. I scanned the grass for something, anything that would prove that I hadn't imagined it all. I walked up the road for a better look. From there I scanned both directions. No skid marks, no nothing. This wasn't a pull the wreck out of the woods operation. This was a hardcore cleanup crew. Somebody had put a hell of a lot of effort into covering it up, but why? Does this street look like it's been cleaned recently? I asked. O'Brien scoffed by the way of an answer. I crossed the opposite side of the road and I knelt down. "Pretty sure there's not a wreck over there either, nail polish." Whoever did this had resources that I couldn't barely even fathom. This would have taken money, manpower, precision, but even the most thorough cleanup crews would make mistakes when time is a factor. I reached into the grass, I picked up a tiny shard of broken safety glass. An old silver pickup truck pulled up behind the deputy cruiser, and again, I reached for the empty spot on my right side. Like a phantom limb, I kept expecting to find my handgun, only to remember that I'm as vulnerable as when that family were arguing over who got to kill me. The man stepped out of the truck and came around to face us with a big, friendly smile. He was late 50s with a dirty white beard and a camo jacket. A tucked-in white shirt that showed off a pot belly spilling over the edge of his jeans. "Morning," he said to me, basically ignoring O'Brien. It's still morning? I hadn't actually seen a clock since I woke up. There's no way all this could have been cleaned up in just a few hours. "Hey," I said back. He laughed and said, "You look like shit. What happened?" I cut myself shaving. He finally acknowledged O'Brien with the simplest flash of eye contact before looking back at me and asking, "Y'all lose something?" Before I could answer, his cell phone started ringing, and he put out a finger and dug it into his pocket. "Yeah." His look turned into one of slight confusion before he lowered it. Took a look around, then at the phone, then at O'Brien and me. Then he said, "Is one of you Eric Riggins?" I looked at O'Brien, who shook her head and laughed softly. "Don't look at me." I'm Eric. It's for you." Put the glass shard in my pocket, and I walked over to the man extending his phone. The whole situation was too much for my brain to digest. I genuinely had no idea what was going on, who to trust, or even what was real anymore. That's when I first noticed that my tongue was feeling extra fat. A warm sensation was pouring over me. That could have just been an effect of the blood loss, but somehow this felt different. I decided to ignore the feeling for now, and I reached out for the phone. "Yeah, this is Eric."
"Finally! Where the hell have you been all day?"
Of all the possible voices I expected to hear on the other side of that line, this was not one of them. "Roger?
Who the hell were you expecting? Santa Claus?"
How did you find me?"
"I know things, Detective. Time to take a little bit of face, all right? I know the investigation got a little derailed this morning. Somebody's screwing with you, which is a good sign. They're trying to throw you off the scent before you're asking questions, and they aren't used to people in this town asking questions. You kicked their hornet's nest, and they're pissed off."
I leaned away from O'Brien and I whispered this next part into the phone. "Roger, I was attacked. People are dead."
"Really?"
He didn't sound all that impressed.
"Well, we're definitely going to have to talk about that later. For now, though, I found something in Vanessa's file that we need to discuss. You got a gun, right?"
Yeah, somewhere.
Ditch it. Drop it in the bottom of the ocean if you have to. I guarantee by now they've tied the ballistics in one or two of the open murder cases in town.
Look, tell me one thing. What the hell's going on?
Lose the coffer. I don't know who to trust yet. And meet me at the bowling alley tonight at 8. Come alone. Pay attention because you'll probably need to shake a tail. And, detective?
Yeah?
Take a shower.
With that, we're disconnected. I looked at O'Brien, who was leaning against the truck of her car, arms crossed and watching me. "Who was that?" she asked. I handed the phone back to the man and shrugged at the deputy. It looks like I made a huge mistake. "Yeah?" she said incredulously. "Yeah," I answered. She gave me a ride back to the gas station while I spun a yarn about having a serious case of sleepwalking. I assured her that I had dreamt the whole thing up, and I must have gone off into the woods in my unconscious state, gotten myself scraped up pretty bad, then must have wandered back into town confused, and a little worse for the wear. Either she bought my story or she had her own reasons to accept that there was no reason to press it further. She didn't strike me as an idiot, so I concluded it must have been the latter. She brought me to my car, gave me a straightforward warning, before she took off. "I don't know what answers you think you're gonna find, but I wouldn't stick around much longer if I were you. We got the guy who killed Vanessa. Take it from me. Closure? It's overrated. To be continued." The first thing I did after she took off was check my car to see if I might have left some spare change somewhere. I figured I could probably dig up enough coins out of the floorboards to get me a bite to eat before hot-wiring the vehicle. I was only a little surprised to see my phone, wallet, and keys sitting on the passenger seat waiting for me. My head was spinning, and I desperately needed something in my stomach, even if it was only gas station food. I did a quick run up and down the aisles, collecting whatever foodstuffs didn't look like they'd make me throw up. A bag of trail mix, some chips, a stick of jerky, and a Gatorade. And I brought them to the counter where the cashier, Jack, was typing something up on a laptop. I knocked the counter to get his attention. He looked up from what he was doing with a smile and said, "Found your wallet, huh?" I dropped the stuff in front of him and answered, "Go figure." He rang it up, and I paid. Then he went back to his computer. I didn't feel like waiting any longer, so I opened the chips right there, and then had a small heart attack when hundreds of tiny spiders poured out of the opening in the bag. They were tiny, black, and crawling over one another in each direction. I dropped it onto the ground and started stomping them all under my boot. "What the holy fuck?" I yelled at the cashier. He looked back at me and raised his eyebrows and asked, "What? Did you not see that? There was..." Right then I lost all ability to speak. There was something in the store with us. Something impossible. Another spider was crawling up the wall behind the cash register. Only this one wasn't tiny. This one was at least the size of a Rottweiler. Shiny black legs as thick as walking sticks and a pulsing black abdomen. I could see the reflection of the fluorescent light on its bulging, wet black eyes. And I could make out clear as day the thick needle-like hairs covering its body. It crawled all the way up the wall, then turned upside down on the ceiling and started towards me. I grabbed the spot on my side where my gun should have been and fell backwards into a display of pork rinds landing on my ass. My voice finally came back to me and I screamed, "What the fuck is that thing?" Jack clearly hadn't seen it yet. What? It was crawling slowly but steadily on the ceiling overhead. I waited quietly for it to move past me, never looking away, and only after it had crawled all the way to the other side of the store, I whispered, "Did you see that?" Jack followed my eyes up to the ceiling and then looked back at me. "What, is it a giant spider?" "Yes! What the fuck?" "No." The spider stayed at a constant speed and crawled back down the wall on the other side of the store, near the coolers, but I lost sight of it behind the rows of groceries. I jumped to my feet and I took a few steps to the side, trying to find out where the thing had gone to, but it wasn't there anymore. I looked back at Jack, who was not reacting to the situation the way that I would have expected. Or really at all. "What do you mean, no?" I whispered, screamed. He sighed deeply and yelled out, "Marlboro! Come here for a second."
Who are you talking to?
He stretched casually and closed his laptop, then looked at me in the eyes and said, "It's the pain meds they gave me. I had to stop taking them because they were making me see spiders."
What?
I know, right? Weirdest side effect ever, but apparently it's a thing. Brand-specific hallucinations, spiders everywhere. When I ate, when I slept, I decided the pain wasn't as bad as spiders in my cereal.
Wait, you drugged me?
No, I didn't. The door from the storage closet opened and the clerk from earlier, the one that had painted my nails, came out drinking a beer.
You rang?
He yelled. The cashier answered. "Did you give this guy my old pain meds?"
"Oh, most definitely,"
he answered.
"I ground up like 4, put them in his water bottle."
My heartbeat was finally starting to come back down to normal, the adrenaline spike slowly being replaced by pure, undulating rage.
I tried to hold it together and ask as calmly as possible, "Why would you do that?"
He smiled and shrugged and said,
"Just trying to help."
I rubbed my eyes and took a deep breath. If he had been a little closer, I probably would have slugged him. Thankfully, I managed to keep my cool. This is so fucked. "Hey man, you alright?" asked the cashier.
"What part of this looks alright to you?"
I responded. "Yeah, figured as much. You're Vanessa's uncle, right?"
"Yeah, that's right. Did you know her?"
A little. Yes, she was a decent worker. She always showed up on time, never stole anything. I was bummed out when she disappeared. That's what I hate to ask, but do you know what happened to her? Maybe it was the drugs? But I was having trouble getting a read on this guy. Was he for real? I'm planning on finding that out. I take it you don't buy the story about her joining a cult? I caught the quickest micro-expression when I said cult. He looked at the other worker for just a moment, then back at me. No, I don't think she joined the cult. There was something else going on here. I asked him directly, "What exactly do you think happened?" I don't know. The other worker piped in with,
"Maybe a demon got her."
Cashier looked at him and said, "What, like in Twin Peaks?"
"Dude, spoilers!
That show has been out for 20 years. Either you're gonna watch it or you're not." This was pointless. The two were using each other for deflection, and if I was going to find out what either of them knew, I'd need to separate them. And the question is how? Right then, the cashier leaned back and grabbed his crutches off the wall and said, "Marlboro, take these for me. Going to lunch."
"Okie dokie,"
said Jerry, or Marlboro, or whatever the hell his name actually was. He struck me as the kind of guy who would find somebody else's name tag and wear it just because. "Hey," I said after the cashier just stood up, "how about I take you to lunch?" He looked at me for an awkward couple of seconds and asked, "Why would you do that?"
"I want to ask you some questions."
"About Vanessa? I really didn't know her that well. About this town. I'll pay for your lunch. What do you say?" He mulled over the offer for a few more silent seconds, and nodded, said, "Okay." I checked my phone during the drive just to see what time it was. 12:05 p.m. Then I tossed it out the window. Even if they hadn't bugged it, there's no way in hell I could ever trust it again. We went to the small diner in town called Marion's, where we both ordered the same thing, a cheeseburger and fries. I took black coffee, he drank a root beer. I let him eat before I got to the questions. It didn't take me long to devour my entire meal. Thankfully, there was no spiders. Whatever Marlboro had put in my drink had worn off completely, and the pain in my leg was back in full force, but it was hard to complain while sitting across from this guy. At least I still had all of my limbs. From what I could see, he was a below-the-knee amputee. The way he worked his crutches made it clear that he was a recent development. I decided to keep my complaints to myself. After he'd finished his burger, I tried to ease into the questions, and learned as much as he would let me know. This guy was private, and all I could get out of him were the basics. His name was Jack. He was much younger than me. Worked at the gas station pretty much since high school, and he liked to mind his own business. Finally got around to asking about his injury, not expecting much of an answer, but surprisingly, he opened up like it was no big deal. "I got a complex fracture a while ago. Broke my leg in 2 places. Not so surprisingly, this town doesn't have the best medical facilities. There was some, complications, I guess. I got a strain of antibiotic-resistant Acinetobacter, and, long story short, he imitated a chainsaw noise and gestured like he was cutting off his own leg. Then he took a sip of root beer. What do you know about this cult? I watched his face for any kind of tell, but this time, if there was any reaction, he was keeping a lid on it. Not much. A dozen or so attractive millennials joined up with a charismatic personality. He recruited them all from using the internet? Probably enlightenment and orgies. That didn't end well. I heard. Spencer Middleton part of that cult? Jack visibly shuddered at the mention of Middleton. Interesting. No, he answered, but it certainly wraps the whole story up nice and neat, doesn't it? You think Spencer's innocent? Jack laughed and shook his head. No, he's very much the opposite of innocent. I'm just saying that he isn't exactly a team player. Outside the window, I saw the cruiser swinging into the parking lot. Shit. Running out of time. Look, I said finally, some weird stuff happened to me today and I was out in these woods. Things I can't exactly explain, and I'd like nothing more than to fall asleep for a few weeks and recharge, but I can't right now. I think that something's wrong with this town. I think Vanessa got caught up in it, and I think that maybe, just maybe, you know what's going on. Why would you think that? The deputy that's about to come busting in here, she seems awfully protective of you. The door opened, and O'Brien scanned the place, spotting us immediately. Jack still had his back to her. He said, "You're not wrong. Okay, weird things happen out here, but you're looking in the wrong places. Vanessa wasn't part of the cultists. They died way before she went missing. How do you know the cultists are dead? I thought that they were only missing." "That's enough questions for now, Nail Polish," said O'Brien as she put her hand on Jack's shoulder. "You good, Crutches?" she asked him. "Peachy," he answered. If there had been any doubt, that had taken it away. There was something going on with Jack and O'Brien. Maybe she was just protecting him. Maybe they were working together. Maybe they were hooking up. I don't know. It's damn near impossible to get a look inside his head. But the thing I took away from that interaction was this. I believed him. He knew more about the cult than he was letting on, and Vanessa wasn't part of it. So that put me close to square one. I had a meeting with Roger in 7 hours, in time to burn. The sobering fact that I had killed a man that morning in self-defense was burning in the back of my mind, and I knew that when the time came, I would have to deal with that. But this was not that time. This was the time to play through the pain. There'd be a chance for a nervous breakdown later after I found Vanessa, or her killer. Jamie looked pretty shocked to see me. I didn't feel like explaining everything, so I just asked him to put on 2 pots of boiling water and find me some rubbing alcohol, floss, and a sewing kit. He's a good kid, and I hate to keep traumatizing him, but I couldn't go to the hospital just in case. Once the pots were boiling, I dropped the sewing needle into one and my car keys into the other. I knew better than most people how easy it was to bug anything these days. Even my wallet was going to stay in the console of my car until I could get back home and order new credit cards. It was going to be nothing but cash from here on out. My nephew didn't question it for a second when I told him that I was going to be driving Vanessa's Honda for the next time I was in town. I couldn't afford the very likely possibility that my car had been bugged. He didn't ask too many questions. I didn't volunteer too many answers. The farthest we got was, "Why are your nails red?" I have no idea. I strung some floss to the needle and bent it into a hook shape. This is going to hurt if I did it right. Hurt even worse if I did it wrong. At that moment, I wondered if it might actually be worth the spiders to keep from feeling the pain I was about to feel. I ripped off the duct tape cast, layer at a time, all the way down to the base. Then I peeled back the final layer to see the grisly X-shaped wound on my leg. Just when I think nothing can surprise me anymore. I'm proven wrong. Son of a bitch. Somehow, someone had beaten me to the punch. The wound was very neatly stitched up and was almost professionally done. The work was so clean it wouldn't leave but minimal scarring. Next to it, under a dried layer of blood, I could make out shaky handwriting where somebody had drawn on my leg with a black marker. Jerry was here. I set the needle on the table and asked Jamie if there was any old antibiotics in the house. Yeah, probably. Good. I'm gonna need all of them. It's amazing the difference a shower and clean clothes can make. I popped a handful of painkillers, the over-the-counter type, and took apart one of Donnie's old speakers to get to the magnet. I'm not saying I think that Marlboro stitched a tracker or a listening device inside of my leg, because that would be crazy. I'm just saying I ran a few passes of the extra strong magnet over the stitches, just to be safe. Next I went to Vanessa's room and I stood for a silent moment, taking it in, trying to find a balance between respecting her privacy and tearing the place apart for clues. There was still plenty of time before my meeting, but right then I was kicking myself for all the time I'd wasted by getting shit-faced. There were still answers out there to be found. I did a quick mental recap to see where I stood. Facts. Town has a weird secret. Someone, powerful enough to make a flipped truck and 3 bodies disappear in the span of a few hours, was screwing with me. Someone knew how to imitate my brother, luring me into the bizarre trap in the woods, but why? The sheriff's department was only pretending to look for Vanessa's disappearance. The cult was just a cover story. Was Vanessa even involved in any of this? I was swimming through questions without any answers, when I heard Jamie say, "Hey, Uncle Eric?" I snapped out of my daze and turned to see Jamie standing in the doorway. "Yeah, kiddo?" "We have a visitor." To be continued. He was waiting for me in the living room when I walked in. First, I didn't recognize him. A short man with bad posture and thick glasses. He looked nervous when he saw me and muttered a simple, "Hey, detective." It took me a few seconds before I recognized him as the janitor from the school. But, "Hey, Roger, I thought we weren't meeting until later." He shook his head and said in an exasperated voice, "Oh, no, I'm not, could you please not do that?" Do what?" "My name is Peter Cole." I looked at Jamie and said, "Do you mind giving us a minute?" Jamie nodded and left towards his bedroom. I took a chair and invited Peter to do the same. After he had sat and taken a moment to calm down, I asked him a question. "What's up, Peter? Why are you at my brother's kid's house? Should I be concerned?" Peter took off his glasses and wiped his eyes, forcing back tears. I didn't know exactly how to react, but I assumed time would tell, so I waited until he was ready to answer. After a few moments, he managed to get it together enough to say, "I really shouldn't be here. If he finds out I came to talk to you, Who finds out?" "Roger. Who else?" For fuck's sake. "Look, Peter, is there a reason you're here? Because I'm actually still trying to figure out what happened to my niece, and bullshit distractions like this aren't helping." "I can't trust him." "Who?" "Roger. He acts like he's working for the common good, but he really isn't. He's just a manipulator. He just cares about himself and these favors he's collecting. He aren't what you'd expect. He hurts people. He can't be stopped." I took a deep breath and I rubbed my temples. "Look, Peter, I'm not interested in role-playing or whatever the hell this is. Roger is a puppet, a toy, an inanimate object. If you got some kind of anxiety or whatever and can only communicate through the doll, that's fine. You do you. But I've actually got shit to do. So unless you want to tell me whatever it was that Roger found in Vanessa's case, then please, kindly, get the fuck out of this house." Peter stood up, muttering something about being sorry for wasting my time, and left. I felt defeated. Another dead end. The only thing left to do was to start over. I took apart Vanessa's room piece by piece and spent a couple of hours on her laptop. There was nothing out of the ordinary to be found on either case. Her phone was still plugged in next to her bed, but it was locked with a passcode. I made a few guesses using birthdays, but nothing worked. This was too smart for that anyway. They pocketed her cell with the intention of mailing it to my guy back in New Orleans, the one who could break into anything if the money was right, and had already decided to make this his priority number one. She didn't keep a diary, or a day planner, or anything that could have given me an idea where to start. Her sock drawer had a stack of cash in the corner, about $350 in 10s and 20s, and a dime bag of pot. The post-it near her bed had her most recent work schedule. Everything on her laptop was password protected using a master password manager program. She was smart, but that's a level of caution that I would categorize as paranoia. I had only ever seen that kind of behavior with one other person. Me. And I deal with some pretty sensitive stuff by profession. Her Facebook settings wouldn't let me see any of her posts, but Jamie was able to view her friends list from her account. I cross-referenced names with the school database, and under an hour, I had my checklist for the day planned out. It was going to be difficult running these people down without access to a phone, never mind the fact that I was a grown man trying to convince a bunch of teenagers to sit down for a Q&A. Frankie was a tall, homely girl, and best I could tell, Vanessa's best friend. I found her at the local pizza place where she worked, and convinced her to give me a few moments of her time. She mostly corroborated what I already knew. Vanessa was saving up money, planning to move out of town, didn't have any secrets worth sharing. She wasn't seeing anybody, but what? Well, but she had this glow about her, like, I knew there was somebody. They went out a few times, not like a date or anything, but she didn't really want to talk about it. And then a couple weeks ago, it went away. Like, they broke up. But not like they were ever really official or anything, you know? Guy, girl, do you have a name? Any idea where they were from? No, see, she didn't think it was serious enough to talk about it, I guess. They met online, I think. I caught her ex-boyfriend, Brian, as he was getting off shift from the local garage. He was in a bit of a hurry to get to the deer stand, but agreed to answer a few quick questions. I asked about the mystery person in Vanessa's life, but Brian informed me that he absolutely didn't give any fucks about what she was up to since the breakup. He was an asshole. There wasn't any impression that he was lying. I found Hammonds, her English teacher, the one that she had friended on Facebook, at his home on the other side of town. He was a little too happy to cooperate, and if it wasn't for the rock-solid alibi on the night of the disappearance, taking his kids to visit their dying grandmother the next day over, I might have been tempted to play things differently. But it quickly became clear that he also had nothing to hide. He showed me the letter of recommendation that he had written for Vanessa's batch of college applications. We spent a few minutes drinking coffee and talking. He agreed that the cult story was bullshit, but he had heard some rumors around school that she was seeing somebody new. Of course, a middle-aged, overweight English teacher wasn't exactly the keyholder for information when it came to students' personal lives. It wasn't a total waste, though, if he pointed me to my next lead. Morgan Hardy. According to Hammonds, everybody knew that Morgan had a thing for Vanessa. He was an awkward kid, a year under her. He still asked her out on more than one occasion, and was turned down on more than one occasion. He wasn't on her list of friends, but Hammond knew where I could find him. There weren't any cars in the driveway at Morgan's house. I rang his doorbell and knocked, then waited about 5 minutes before circling around to the backyard and breaking in through an open window. I didn't have time to play it legal, and besides, this was hardly the worst thing that I'd done all day. It wasn't hard to figure out which bedroom was his. There was an oversized Fight Club poster, thumbtacked to his closed door like an edgy teenager beacon. I pushed it open, and immediately realized that I wasn't in Kansas anymore. There was a mirror on the wall, covered with pictures of Vanessa. Some looked like they were taken off social media. Others looked like they were snapped from a voyeur's point of view. The pictures continued all over the walls, thumbtacked in random intervals, more or less at an eye level. The room was a mess. Clothes and books and dishes stuck whatever they would fit, which made my search all the more difficult. I checked the obvious places and hit gold right off the bat. Under his mattress, next to a one-hitter and baggie of weed, was a girl's yellow t-shirt. A match for the one Vanessa wore, the last time she was seen. I could hear Morgan's car stereo blaring the god-awful excuse for music as he pulled into the driveway, giving me plenty of time to sneak out the way I came in. But that was the last thing in the world I wanted to do. Instead, I closed the bedroom door and waited for him in his closet. The door cracked just enough for me to see out. I needed to see him before he saw me. I needed to see his reaction to know for sure. It didn't take him long to get inside. He shut the bedroom door behind him and made a beeline straight for his computer desk, but then stopped halfway and muttered, "What the fuck?" He was taller than I expected, with at least an inch on me. Long, greasy black hair and the beginning of a patchy beard. Where he stood, he had his back to me, and by the time he turned around, I was there with my gun pointed right at him, ready for a kill shot. He fell to the ground and covered his face, screaming, "Oh, please, shit, man, please don't hurt me." "Shut up," I yelled at him. "What do you want? Oh God, dude, just take whatever you want, but please don't hurt me." That was the last thing he got out before he started sobbing. "Phone. Give me your phone." "What?" He blubbered. "Now! Sorry!" He dug his cell phone out of his pocket and held it out to me. "Put it on the bed," I yelled. He nodded and tossed the phone onto his dirty, unmade mattress. I kept the gun locked onto his forehead as I walked over to grab it. "Why did you put up all these pics?" "Shut up!" I screamed, running over to the spot where he'd collapsed into a pathetic heap and smacking him across the face with my weapon. It worked. He shut right the hell up, but just to make sure, I pressed the tip of the gun against his face and put the fear of God into him. "If you say one more word, just one more single word to me, I'll paint these walls red. Not if you understand." He understood. He closed his eyes and fell onto his side in the fetal position, crying. I felt awful doing this to the poor kid, but it was the only way to convince whoever set this whole thing up that I was buying their little fabrication. He almost ruined it by asking me why I put up all these pictures of Vanessa. Yeah, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I would be a complete moron to see an orgy of evidence like this and believe it. When I first came into town, I made a point to look up and memorize the sheriff's personal cell phone number for just such a situation as this. I picked Morgan's phone up off the bed and dialed. Clyde answered, and I'm sure he was confused as hell when I explained that I had found Vanessa's killer and told him where he could find Morgan. The look on the kid's face when he first walked into the room proved that he had no idea where all these pictures had come from. The whole thing was so nice and neat. The perfect horrible ending to the story, complete with a villain, motive, and a resolution that would sate the pain-in-the-ass detective that was asking too many questions. He told me to stay put, and I lied and promised him I would. 5 minutes later, I was in the Honda driving as fast as I could without raising any suspicion, and trying to decide where the hell I was actually going. The story was starting to take shape in the worst possible way. Vanessa had to be tied to the town's secret somehow. Whatever entity had set me up this morning and made the truck disappear was now adapting their strategy, offering me a way out. All I had to do was take it. I'd actually decided that there was nothing that was going to make me stop until either I figured out what happened to Vanessa, or I was 6 feet under. I tried to think while I drove aimlessly around the shithole of a town, but I couldn't come up with anything actually worth calling a plan. After a few minutes on the back roads, I came up to an old mom-and-pop hardware store and remembered what Peter had told me earlier about Vice Roger. Them, framing me up for some open cases in town. After what I had seen, I had no idea his warning was genuine, so I decided to cover my ass and pulled into the empty parking lot to go shopping. 30 minutes later, I had a Boy Scout basket of supplies for nearly any situation. Duct tape, pipe cleaner, rope, pliers, hammer, gloves, flashlight, BJ weld, and some other various odds and ends. When it comes to an unknown, there's no such thing as an over-preparation. It was already getting dark by the time I left the store, and I made the mistake of feeling optimistic. And that didn't last too long. I saw the figure sitting in the passenger side front seat of Vanessa's Honda right away. There was no mistaking him. Figure, dressed all in camo, paint green smeared across his face, stared forward with a lifeless gaze. A million thoughts had tried to crash their way through my mind at once, but by some miracle I managed to grab onto the only one that mattered. Be calm, be rational, think this through. Facts. Use the facts. The man sitting in the car waiting for me looked exactly like... What was his name? Ned. He died earlier today, I checked. How long was I inside? Half an hour? How did they find me? How did they sneak his body into my car without me noticing? And why? Why? Of course I knew why. They couldn't take any chances. Even if Morgan took the fall for Vanessa's disappearance, I was still a loose end. Which means that this is a setup. Which means the police will be here any second. Think. Now, options, go. I could run, flee the scene, call it in later that the car was stolen. But now it'd be covered in my DNA. We found the dead body. He would get tied back to me. What kind of story could I tell in my defense? I literally killed him, so the truth is out. No, forget that. Next option. Get in the car, gun it, anywhere. Leave the fucking town if I need to go. I can drop the body in the parking lot. No. The old man working the cash register at the front store would tie me to this place. Okay. Take the body with me. The cops will pull you over. How do you explain this? Cops aren't here yet. So that leaves me with one option. I dropped the things, raced to the trunk of the car, popped it open, and then opened the car door and checked to make sure. He was just as dead as the last time I saw him. The only thing different now was the bullet hole in his forehead. Whoever put him in the seat had made a point to splatter blood all over the dash and carpet, but I didn't have the luxury of time. This is going to need to be fast and messy. I yanked him out of the seat and dragged him over my shoulder around the back, shoved him into the trunk, and slammed it shut the same second that the deputy's cruiser pulled into the parking lot. I took a few deep breaths, tried to steady my nerves, and then, when that wasn't working, I lit a cigarette and I went back to where I dropped my bags. Evening, Mr. Riggins. I tried not to look guilty as fuck when I turned around to face the deputy rookie that I had just met yesterday. Ah, Franklin, right? I said as I picked up my purchase and started for the car. He followed right behind me. Sure is a small town, huh, deputy? Yeah, sure is, he said. I opened the back door and put my bags into the seat, keeping it casual and cool. I leaned against the car, slowly continuing to smoke the coffin nail, then offered one to Franklin, who shook his head and said, "No, it's all right. Been quit for a few years." Put the pack away and said, "You're a better man than me." After a second, I could see that Franklin was getting nervous, trying to look over my shoulder into the car. "Is something wrong, Franklin?" I asked point blank. No, we're good." His poker face was just as bad today. "Well," I said, "any developments with Middleton? I know you're not supposed to say anything, but off the record, does he look like he's any closer to cracking?" "I doubt it." I finished my smoke, put the cherry out in the heel of my boot, and then put the butt back into the cigarette pack as Franklin watched. "Look, I'm flattered by the attention, but something tells me you're not here for my world-class conversation skills. Something on your mind?" Franklin finally relaxed and let out a laugh. "Well, you got me. Somebody called the station, said there was a man outside in the hardware shop trying to sell drugs out of that trunk of a Honda." I returned his laugh. "No shit. You say what he looked like?" Franklin went on to describe me to a T, down to the black jacket, scrapes on my face. Franklin and I shared another laugh. "Well, I guess I'd better get going," I said, "before anybody gets the wrong idea, huh?" Yeah, but real quick, why don't you let me take a look inside your trunk? Just so I can put it on my report, huh?" He shook my head and said, "Sorry, Franklin, you'll have to put in your report that I refuse to open it without a warrant. It's the principle of the thing." Franklin nodded a couple times and said, "Oh, well, I guess you better get going then, huh?" I felt a deep sense of relief. It lasted all for half a second before the radio on Franklin's belt crackled to life with the sound of a loud and urgent voice. All units be on the lookout for a Honda Accord plate number." And Vanessa's car plate number. "Be advised, the driver is Eric Riggin. He is likely armed." I tried to laugh again, but Franklin reached for his gun, so I put a right hook across his cheek hard enough to drop him and split my knuckle open. It wasn't enough to knock him out, though, but his head hit the concrete and he started groaning. I went straight for his gun, wrestled it free from his belt, and pitched it onto the roof of the store. Then, while he was still regaining his bearings, I took out his cuffs, put one around his left wrist before he snapped back into action and jumped on top of me, throwing wild punches and screaming. He was a terrible fighter and relying entirely on adrenaline. I guarded my face until he had tired himself out, then grabbed him by the wrist and gave him a solid kick to the side of his knee. He dropped again, and I put him onto his stomach, twisted his arm behind his back, enough to connect the handcuffs. I jumped to my feet, turned to see where the sound had come from. It was the old man with white hair, The cashier from inside their hardware store. He was standing there with a shotgun in his hands aimed at the air.
"Nah, that was a warning shot," he said with a slight quiver in his voice. "The next one's for you if you don't let go right now."
As he said that, he pointed the gun at me. "That's a Hatfield break-action shotgun," he said.
"Yeah, so what?"
I answered back, trying to sound so intimidating but failing. "I'm not an idiot, old man. Thing's a single shot. You just fired your entire payload with that warning." He trembled slightly, but refused to lower the weapon, so I gave him a little incentive, pulling my own piece and aiming it right back. This one, however, has plenty of warning shots left in it. He tossed the shotgun down and held up his hands as he made his way to his knees. "Good," he said as I circled around to the front of Vanessa's car. "The idiot's gunshot would have attracted every bored law enforcement agent in the whole damn town. I needed to get somewhere else. Fast. B. Continue." I don't know what made me change my mind about going to meet with Roger. I had pretty much decided if the mentally unstable man who could only talk through a puppet was my only hope, then I was pretty much fucked anyway. But here I was, sitting outside the bowling alley, about to go inside and see what, if anything, he had to offer. I showed up early and did a few circles around the building to see if anyone else was there. No signs of any cars or activity. From the looks of it, the place had been shut down for at least a decade. I would be surprised if they even had power inside. All I could think was that this place was a nice place to get murdered. I took the pipe cleaner while I waited and used it to scrape up the inside of my gun barrel, a trick I'd picked up from some of the more seedy contacts that I had back in the city. They had found a way to tie my gun to the body currently rotting in the trunk of Vanessa's car. This would make ballistic fingerprinting impossible. Wow, I thought to myself, I'm gonna have to figure out how to ditch this body. One step at a time. That was a problem for later. Right now, I had to figure out who was pulling all the strings. Nobody had shown up by 8 o'clock. At 8:05, I decided to break into the bowling alley. It's one more felony on a night like this, anyway. The back door was open when I tried it, so I slipped inside with my flashlight in one hand and my other firmly gripping my gun at the waist. The whole place smelled like a decaying carpet. The air was thick with dust, and I followed the hallway into the main lobby, where I heard the familiar voice of the puppet speaking out from somewhere in the darkness.
Well, Detective, you sure have been busy today, haven't you? You know, if this whole private eye thing doesn't work out, I think you'd have a great career in terrorism."
"Peter," I said, "where are you?" A figure emerged from the other side of the room, and once again, it was not what I was expecting. I could see the familiar wooden puppet staring right at me as it came closer and closer, but the person carrying him was not the same man that was in my family's living room earlier that day. Roger was being held and operated by a grossly overweight young woman with tan skin and pigtails. She stared at Roger, while he said in the same voice he had always used,
Who the hell is Peter? You're expecting a friend? Because I distinctly remember telling you to come alone."
I shined my flashlight at the girl and said, "Who's this? Who are you?" She covered her eyes with one hand and used the other to work the doll, saying,
"Don't mind her. This is Tristessa. I had to find a new host after the janitor went on his little episode."
"A new host?"
"Here, you're going to want to take this."
His head spun to the side, facing the girl, Tristessa, and giving her a nod. That must have been her cue to pull a cell phone out of her pocket and offer it to me, which I accepted.
"I know you're smart enough to have figured out by now that your old phone is bugged to hell. Keep this on so I can reach you when I need to."
It was uncanny. Her lips absolutely were not moving. The doll, I concluded, must be voiced remotely somehow, and the girl was somehow moving his lips along with the words perfectly. This was insane. "All right, what exactly are you, Roger? I'd love to know who I'm really dealing with." Roger let out a gleeful cackle and said,
"Well, we really know who we're really talking to, don't you agree? Look, I bet you have a lot of questions, but I only have time to share the important stuff. You have to figure out the rest on your own. If you're not comfortable with this arrangement, then you can beat your feet right now, because the only answer I'm interested in giving you are about Vanessa, as per our original deal.
I shook my head and said, whatever. Look, let's stick to the plan. What is it you found?
It's not what I found, Detective.
Roger turned his head to Teresa and nodded again, signaling her to hand me a thick manila folder labeled V. Riggins. I took it and started thumbing through. Roger, or whoever was really controlling Roger, had compiled an amazingly extensive list. Her background, childhood, family, report cards, school essays, her entire life, cataloged in these pages. It was impressive work. I stopped on a page that said passwords, followed by a list. How'd you get her passwords?
It's pretty easy, really. You just need to know the answers to some very basic security questions. Mother's maiden name, childhood best friend, favorite color, first pet. What's the point in having a secure password when password keeper is so easy to work around?
I scanned the list until I found a 6-digit code labeled CEL. I suddenly felt the urge to change all of my passwords and move off the grid permanently. All right, I said. You say it's not about what you found. Care to elaborate? He continued.
In 1604, a star exploded, creating the Kuiper supernova. It was reported and recorded far and wide all over the entire planet. A brand new star in the night sky. Ooh, that was a big deal. Religions claimed that it was proof of their gods. Musicians wrote songs about it. Folks lost their frickin' minds, and enough that we're still talking about it 400 years later. People spent their lives trying to find a new object out in that void. But what's funny to me is that in the last decade, dozens of stars have disappeared. That's just a remarkable phenomenon, isn't it? The Starry Nights is still irrevocably changed, but nobody tells stories when something old goes away. Only when something new shows up. Now I wonder what that says about mankind.
So you're saying the key here isn't finding something that shouldn't be there, but is. The key is finding something that should be there, but isn't.
Bingo! Now you sound like a detective.
All right, I said, holding up the folder. You want to tell me what should be in here?
Mom.
I looked at the girl, Tristessa, for any kind of emotion, but I couldn't get a read on her. I sure as hell wasn't going to look for any expressions on a puppet. Well, what about her?
Oh, she has almost no footprint. She's a rock that falls into a pond and makes no ripples. Where is she? Why isn't she racing hell and trying to find her missing daughter?
I put the folder under my arm and I fished out my smokes, lighting one up before answering. You seem to know a lot. Do you know what capgras delusion is?
As a matter of fact, I don't, but please, I live to learn.
Capgras delusion is a mental condition where you think somebody you know, somebody you love, has been replaced. Vanessa's mother had it bad. She would tell me shit like, I know it looks just like her. It acts and talks and smells just like her, but the thing isn't my Vanessa. Now, nothing anyone could do would convince her otherwise. Just something wrong with the way that her neurons fired.
Wow, that's messed up.
Yeah. He didn't say anything for a while after that, and I took the time to finish my smoke. When it was finally done, I asked, is that it?
Detective, I don't think you realize the gravity of what you just told me.
Oh, really?
Yes. Well, this is the key to the whole thing. This is why they chose Vanessa. They've done an amazing job of hiding her mother to the point that even I can't find her name anywhere.
Wait, I said. Back up 1 second. What do you mean by, this is why they chose Vanessa? Well, you know that I don't. Somewhere far behind me in the dark came the sound of metal scraping. A door had been pushed open.
Oh, shit, said Roger in a hushed tone. You smell that? They sent one of those big things here. How did they find us, Detective? I know you weren't stupid enough to be bugged, were you?
I turned off my flashlight, pulled my gun, and pointed it in the direction where the noise came from. Fuck you, I whispered. How do I know that you didn't bring somebody? It was nearly pitch black in there, but I could smell it. A gag-inducing something abysmal, like rotting meat, putrefied shit. It came closer to us with the sounds of heavy footsteps. I could hear it breathing loudly,
like a guttural animal growl. Detective, there are 3 exits behind us. Our best shot is getting out of here alive is to split up and go. For once, I was already on the same page. I made a mental note of the closest way out before we had even started talking, and I was already running by the time I heard Roger's voice scream, "No!" The thing, whatever it was, began running. I threw Vanessa's folder and clicked on the flashlight as I bolted towards the side doors. I couldn't tell which direction the girl had gone, but the thing was right behind me, chasing me straight after and gaining. I hit the double doors full speed and they flung open, sending me falling down the 3 steps on the other side and landing on the broken concrete before spinning onto my back and pointing the gun up at the empty doorway. Whatever had been there was now vanished, and I didn't feel inclined to wait and see where it had gone. I got back to the car and I peeled out of there. Part of me wanting to hit the interstate and never look back, but the stronger part of me realizing how pathetic a move like that would be. Was that thing back there? Some kind of hitter? It seemed like they changed the plan again after the frame-up job went south. Now they were trying good old-fashioned murder. I knew I wouldn't last long on the road with a bolo on the car, and I couldn't head back to Jamie's just yet because the police would be watching. I'd run out of good options a while back, but it wasn't until I drove past the bar and saw that it was now open that I realized just how desperate I was. I helped a few bounty hunters track down dirtbags on a few occasions, and it never ceased to amaze me how stupid people can be when they're on the run. If they'd only kept their heads down, laid low, they wouldn't have been caught. If it were me, was the way I'd started plenty of thoughts back then. But if you'd told me a week ago what I was about to do, I'd have thought you were crazy. I would have never been that stupid. I pulled into the bar's parking lot, parked right there in the thing that had caught my attention from the road in the first place. The sheriff's department cruiser parked backwards in the spot. I checked the plates to make sure, and I was right. This was the same cruiser I'd been inside earlier that day. I walked inside and scanned the room, a small, poorly lit place with a ripped-up pool table, broken jukebox, deer heads on every wall, and country music playing overhead, while a couple barflies sat at the stools watching something on the television in silence. The bartender was a frumpy old gal who looked like she didn't know how to smile. She was leaning against the bar with her arms crossed, wearing a blue jean jacket with the sleeves cut off, and in the far corner at a small table by herself, O'Brien was looking at something on her cell phone. I went straight to the bar and made my order. "I'll take one of whatever the woman in the corner's drinking." The bartender looked over at her and gave me a disapproving face and said, "Yeah, anything for you?" "I'll take a Jack and Coke." "Hold the Jack. I'm the DD for tonight." She rolled her eyes and made up the order. 1 soda and 1 dark beer that said, "You know, it ain't none of my business, but you and her don't gee-haw, hon. I know it may not be PC or whatever, but race mixing is wrong, and that's just my 2 cents. In the midst of all the crazy shit that had gone on that day, I had almost forgotten how much I hated this fucked up, shitty small town, but nothing like a little fresh dose of old-fashioned racism to remind me. She put the drinks in front of me. I dropped some cash on the bar next to him and said, "You're right. It ain't none of your business." I placed the beer in front of her and took a seat, waiting anxiously to find out if I'd made another mistake. O'Brien looked up from her phone and gave me an icy stare, and I returned the look with a smile. This was probably the biggest and stupidest gamble I'd ever made since showing up in this shithole, but my gut told me that she wasn't one of them, and my gut had a pretty decent batting average. So here we were. She started laughing, instantly betraying how drunk she was. "Okay, so far so good." "Thanks, nail polish, but I'm an adult. I can get my own roofies." "I just wanted to say thanks for driving me around earlier." "Yeah, well, aren't you a gentleman?" "No, of course not. I swear." She laughed again, put her phone away. This was the moment of truth. Was she going to arrest me, or... She finished the half-empty beer in front of her and put the glass next to a couple of empties, then grabbed the one I'd given her and took a healthy swig. I took a sip from my drink and waited for her to speak. "Any luck today, detective?" "Oh, yeah, lots. All of it bad." "I suppose you expect your luck to change now, huh?" "Well, I can't get much worse, can I?" I looked back at the bar and caught the woman there glaring at us in disgust. "Well, you can't say I didn't warn you.
thanks for the drink, but maybe you should get out of this town before somebody with an inclination to arrest you figures out that you're at the watering hole. Somebody like you, deputy? Definitely not someone like me. As you can plainly see," she gestured at the empty glass on the table, "I am off the clock, and while I am off the clock, you can just call me Amelia. Now look, I know this is going to sound pretty ballsy, but mind if I ask you a few questions?" She laughed out loud. It was a genuine, deep, drunken laugh, and made me realize that under other circumstances, I would probably really enjoy having a few drinks and pissing the night away with Amelia O'Brien. Sure, why not? But I get to ask you some questions too. That seems fair. So, is there a Mrs. Nail Polish? Well, there was. A couple times actually, but there's just something about being a deadbeat husband that didn't really sit right with him. And here I assumed it was your brutal honesty that put the ladies off. Actually, that was one of the more charming attributes. She laughed again, and I relaxed just a little. So, what brings a city girl like you to a BFE town like this? I'm not completely sure. Sometimes I suspect that I died and this is hell. Well, that is a reasonable theory. You don't need to circle around the question with me, Riggins. I know what you want to ask. What's going on here? Well, I can't help you because I'm still trying to figure that one out myself. I showed up a month ago, and every night I go to sleep thinking the next couldn't possibly be weirder. And every day I'm proven wrong. You can call me Eric. I'm not going to call you that, Manny Petty, but if you let me bum a smoke, I'll tell you whatever I know. Not like it's going to help you anyway. I fished out 2 cigarettes and lit hers for her between her lips. After her first drag, she coughed and laughed and put it out. She clearly wasn't a smoker. I know this is probably hard to believe, but I didn't sleepwalk off into the forest this morning. I got a phone call from somebody claiming to be my brother. Only thing is that he'd been dead for 4 years. Then I heard something off in the woods. It's actually hard to explain, but when I was out there, the air started to heat up like I was boiling alive. She was listening to all this attentively, and so far I hadn't lost her. I considered finishing the story, but knew that the truth was too much for her right now, even if she bought it. No good could come from her knowing about the dead rednecks and the missing truck. You know what? I believe you, because when I first started, there was about a week straight where the office was flooded with calls from locals saying that they were being contacted by their dead loved ones, and we figured it was just a bunch of kids playing pranks, but it didn't take long to figure out that no, alright, something really happened on a huge scale. Grandma Gertrude called to tell little Timmy that she didn't know where she was, but they got her, put her brain in a jar or some shit. It's really fucked up people out. Then one day I get the order to drop the whole thing, and I'm warned not to talk about it. I put up a little resistance, and they saddle me with a gas station duty. and the rest is history. She took a big swig and pulled down half her beer before continuing. You know what a heat burst is? No, but I think I can gather from the name that it's going to be an official explanation for what happened out there in the woods. If you stick around here too long, you'll notice a pattern. No matter what happens, no matter how insane, there will always be an official explanation. Nothing supernatural ever happens. A heat burst is a rare weather phenomenon that occurs around these parts. See, sometimes temperature will spike up, like to 100, 120, maybe more. No good reason. You want to know why I know that? I shrugged. They were talking about it on the radio last week. Last week! That's a pretty weird coincidence, don't you think? But what else could it be? You think somebody knew I'd be listening to the radio a week ago and wanted to make sure that I'd have this story loaded up to tell you tonight, just in case you were sitting here thinking, oh, I wonder what something supernatural is going on. My smoke was spent, so I put it in the ashtray and tried to think what to say. But then I felt something in my pocket vibrate. Pulled out the phone that Roger had given me and read the text message. Triss is dead. The thing got her. Going to find a new host. Stay safe. I made a mental note to pour one out for the poor girl later on. she really was dead, then that was a damn shame. I wanted nothing more than to find the person responsible and kick his teeth in, but just like the pain in my leg and the shock of dodging death by inches more than once, I have to put this thought into a compartment somewhere deep in my mind and let it stay there until after. After what? Hell, I didn't even know. Look, Riggins. I'm just as hot for malicious compliance as the next girl, but I can't exactly aid and abet a fugitive. I'm going to the little girl's room, and you're gonna be gone by the time I get back, and then maybe after I finish this drink, I'll call Clyde. I'll tell him you stopped by. Think that'll give you enough time to go back on the road and head towards that home of the best lawyer that you know? Yeah, I can do that, but here's the thing. There's always a thing, isn't there? No, you aren't going to like this, but I'm gonna need a huge favor. I was right. She didn't like it. To be continued. In the center of town, there's an old cemetery connected to the Baptist church. Behind it, there's a service trail leading off into the woods, which connects to a dilapidated caretaker's cottage that's been out of commission since the 50s. When I was in school, it was a popular spot for kids to sneak around and make out or get high. I had a hard time imagining teens slipping back there these days, now that the forest had swallowed up any semblance of civilization. The path was overgrown and narrow, with low tree branches reaching out like claws of forest giants, scratching the cars on both sides as I drove past. I pulled O'Brien's cruiser back there deep enough that nobody would spot it from the main road, killed the lights and engine, and I got to work. I used the passcode to glean from Vanessa's file to get inside of her phone, and started with the emails and texts. Not too much to see, but it was a long conversation chain with somebody named Toulouse. They had first started chatting a couple months ago. I had a good time yesterday. Looking forward to our next hangout sesh. Wow, desperate much? LOL, kiss my ass. I tried to pay you a compliment. What the hell is a compliment? Is that some kind of a sandwich? God, you're so weird. Want to come over and play Smash Brothers tonight? Can't. Got a thing. It's super mysterious, yet important as fuck. Sounds interesting. Can I have a hint? Gotta help a guy get rid of some bodies. When you're done, come play Smash Brothers. And bring beer? I'll spare you the gritty details, but there's a few times when I had to put the phone down and roll my eyes. That's how kids flirt these days. Toulouse seemed mostly harmless, but immature even by teenager standards. I honestly couldn't tell what Vanessa saw in him, or her, but there's no accounting for taste, and Toulouse made her type LOL enough times that she must have enjoyed his company. There was nothing overtly sexual in their messages. Just a strange overtone of two horny kids trying to figure themselves out. I felt like such a creep, and reminded myself that this is what I did for a living. Stalking couples, waiting for cheaters to get busy, then stealing some photos while they were going at it. The only difference here is that I knew the person whose life I was digging into. But even still, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that this feels wrong. Vanessa and Toulouse's texts weren't as exceptional as I'd hoped. A whole lot of see you tomorrows gave me the impression that Toulouse was from work. The couple I had fun last night told me that they had gone out for some non-dates. A ton of emojis back and forth reminded me of just how out of touch I was with this generation. And then the whole thing ended abruptly. A few messages from Vanessa. Hey, what are you doing? You there? I'm bored. Want to hang out? Hello? I guess you're not talking to me anymore, huh? Lose my number. What the hell did I do? Vanessa was a friend of mine. Douchebag. I should have listened to everybody when they said that there's something wrong with your brain. You're an asshole. Sorry, my bad. Autocorrect. What I meant to say was, Vanessa was a friend of mine. You twat waffle McFuckface. And that's how it ended. The date of the last message put the conversation about a week before her disappearance. I saved Toulouse's number on the burner I got from Roger, and made a plan to track the line down once I had a moment's reprieve. The next step was checking her phone for pictures. I opened the gallery, scrolled down a ways, and started flicking through the slideshow in chronological order. Vanessa was a normal teenage girl. She took what I would consider an average amount of selfies, one for every day or so. I studied them, looking for any sort of clue or indicator that something was wrong, or about to go wrong. But she was always happy, always wearing the same old brown jacket and that same typical teenage girl smile. I had to smile when I first saw it. The jacket. I'd recognized it as the one Donnie used to wear all the time. It was a little too big on her, but she made it work. Starting about a month back, there were more frequent pictures of her. 4, 5, and maybe more each day. Not selfies, though. Somebody else was taking pictures of her with her phone. Well, she looked back and laughed. The last picture on her phone was taken an entire week and a half before she went missing. 2 days before her breakup text with Toulouse. And that last picture was the only one I needed to see. Motherfucker. The last photo showed her and Toulouse, cheek to cheek, smiling in a shared selfie, and I recognized the guy that she was with instantly. I had met him the day before. He said he didn't really know her all that well, only back then I knew him as Jerry. And I was quickly running out of reasons not to beat the shit out of this guy. I lit a smoke to calm my nerves and then remembered that I wasn't in my own car, and O'Brien might not be too merciful when she got her car back smelling like tobacco. I rolled down my window. That's when I smelled it. That sour, putrid stench, the one from the bowling alley. I flicked on the headlights, illuminating the forest path in front of me, but as far as I could see, it was empty. Then I heard it. Stomping through the overgrown trail far behind me, walking towards the cruiser from the cemetery, and instantly realized why O'Brien always parked her car facing the road. I couldn't see what it was, but I could smell it from a mile away. The thing, whatever it was, kept walking, closer and closer, the outline of its shape, slowly taking form in the darkness, an unnatural juggernaut, enormous, wide, dark, and dragging something behind it that scraped at the road with each step. From this distance, there was no way for me to make out exactly what I was dealing with. It was protected by shadows and whatever manner of monster. One thing was glaringly obvious. I didn't want to be out here alone with it. I turned on the engine, then reached for the gear shift and heard the sound of that thing's feet slamming onto the ground as it sprinted down the path towards me with impossible speed. By the time I had the car in gear, it was there. The car rocked as the back window was shattered into pieces. The roof bulged and suddenly the front window erupted into a spiderweb of broken safety glass. I dropped my lit cigarette onto my lap and tried to figure out what the hell was going on. In the center of the smashed glass, a giant piece of metal wriggled and pulled itself free and then disappeared into the sky. It came right back down into the windshield again with a loud impact that completely covered the entire field of vision in broken glass. The reality of the situation clicked into place, and I screamed, "Oh shit!" The thing was standing on the roof of the car, swinging a giant mallet into the windshield. And by the looks of it, it didn't have long until there was nothing left between me and the hammerhead. Drive! I couldn't see anything in front of me, and even if I could, I didn't have anywhere to go. The trail would dead end in the forest, and I would be fucked. Reverse didn't feel like much better option. The back window was busted out, but there was no light to guide me, and I'd pretty much be flying blind. There wasn't enough room to turn around, and I sure as hell wasn't going to leave the rapidly deteriorating safety of the vehicle. The piece of metal that had penetrated the laminated glass in front of my face started to bulge like the thing was getting ready to pull it back out for another swing, and I made a split-second decision to kick the car into reverse and put the pedal to the floor. We lurched backwards and started flying down the trail, but somehow the thing on the roof didn't fall off. An enormous hand the size of a baseball glove reached down and wrapped its fingers through my open window. Giant, gray, inhuman digits gripped the roof just inches from my face, and I could see another hand on the opposite side as it smashed through the tempered glass of the passenger side window. This titanic fuck was laying flat on top of the car with an arm span wide enough to reach both side windows at the same time. I kept my foot pressed hard onto the gas while I yanked at my Beretta, pressed it against the roof, and fired off 3 shots. I would have fired off a 4th, but the car bounced over a tombstone, and we went into a quick spin. I yanked the wheel back, gaining control without even dropping speed. I'd cleared the forest road and hit the cemetery, and we were going over graves, colliding with markers, mowing over the smaller ones and ricocheting with the bigger ones. At one point, I ran over the back bumper. Before I knew it, we were through the ditch and back on the main road.
There were streetlights here, and I could actually see the path in front of me. I swung the wheel again, fishtailing into a near-perfect 90-degree turn that pointed me in a straight line down the road. We climbed in speed, and in no time I was redlining the RPMs. But this thing held on firmly to the top of the car. The road was about to run out, a sharp dead man's curve to the left, and despite my performance up to this point, I wasn't so sure I'd be able to hook another turn at these speeds in reverse gear. If I stayed the course, I was going to crash into another dense portion of forest, so I made one more split-second decision. I picked up my gun, put it against the roof again, and started shooting at the same moment I slammed the brakes, sending us into a long skid, tires screeching against the road loud enough to wake the dead. The thing finally flew off the top of the car and landed somewhere between the trees across the ditch with a loud crash. I immediately pointed the gun back there and waited to see if it was going to get up. The only sounds were those of the unhealthy rattle of the cruiser engine and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I still hadn't gotten a good look at it, and now I couldn't even tell where the thing was. "What are you doing? Get out of here!" I turned in my seat to face forward and realized that I still couldn't see out of the front window. The shattered laminated glass held it in place, and it was impossible to look through. I pointed my gun at it. And I caught myself. What are you doing? That won't work. This isn't a fucking movie. Okay. So what are my options? I had to get that windshield out or this car was useless. I put the cruiser in park, opened my door, took a breath, and stepped out into the open road, bracing myself for another attack. And the thing wasn't too far away. I knew that much from the horrendous smell that continued its assault on my senses. My gun wasn't about to leave my hand until I was at least 10 miles down the road. When a few seconds had passed, I finally turned half my attention away from the forest and looked at the deputy's cruiser. The vehicle looked like I felt. Beat to hell and back and running on fumes and prayers. The sides were scraped up and covered in dirt, and the frame was dented in to the point that any reasonable insurer would call it a total loss, twice over. Somehow the engine was still running, and the car could still go, and right now, that was all I needed from it. If I managed to survive all this, O'Brien was gonna kill me. The mammoth mallet still sticking out of the windshield was a metal-gripped sledgehammer. I climbed onto the hood of the car and grabbed the thick handle with my free hand and pulled until it started to come free of the glass. This wasn't going to be easy. The tool was a custom job, a steel pole thick enough that I could barely grip it with one hand, welded to the block of square metal. A weapon for someone or something way stronger than me. Before too long, I realized that this heavy bastard was a two-handed job and begrudgingly holstered my gun for just a moment while I pulled with all of my strength to yank that hammer out of the glass and drag it off the car onto the road. Without a doubt, the weapon weighed more than I did. On the bright side, the hole that the sledgehammer left in the windshield was big enough that I could see through it. I didn't waste any more time before putting some distance between myself and that thing in the woods. I left the cruiser parked behind the daycare center a few blocks from Vanessa and Jamie's house, then made my way through the backyards, praying that there wouldn't be any unchained pit bulls along the way. For once, luck was on my side, and I got to my brother's backyard without any hitches. I was annoyed to find the back door was unlocked. It was clear that Jamie was way too trusting to live in this town on his own, and this just reinforced that I made the right call in what I was about to do. "Hey, kiddo!" I yelled from the kitchen, suddenly realizing for the first time that I had fucked up my ears. I snapped my right finger next to my head to confirm. I was definitely deaf in that ear. He came out of his bedroom and took one long look at me before saying, "You look like you've been in a fight." I turned my head slightly to point my good ear at him and responded, "Yeah, well, you should see the other guy." It's weird that I could make it this far without realizing that I'd fucked up my ears. Adrenaline really is a wonder drug. "We need to get you out of town," I said, "right now." "What? Why?" "We don't have time to discuss it. I'll explain in the car. Get packed. Only what you need and can't live without for the next 48 hours, understand? Leave your phone, leave any electronics. You get 30 seconds to pack, now go move." "Uncle Eric, I don't think I can." 28 seconds! Did I stutter? He ran back into his room and I pulled out Roger's burner and called O'Brien. She picked up after the first ring and said, "Yeah." "Okay, I need a favor as soon as you can." "Don't say I never did anything for you." She hung up and I crossed into the living room, over to the blinds and peeked out. The deputies sitting outside in unmarked sedans couldn't have been more obvious if they tried. I could see Williams reclining in his front seat and playing a game on his cell. If this was all I was up against, it would be an embarrassment if I got caught.
But the real threat was still out there. And I'd have to give these guys the slip first. I watched as Williams got the call over his radio, sat up and answered before he pulled out his spot and drove away. Followed shortly by the other 2 cars. O'Brien would have just called in the report. Shots fired at the high school. Eric Riggins had lost his mind and started trading lead. She was pinned down and needed backup. This distraction would give us just enough time to get out of there. I yelled towards Jamie's room, 10 seconds, kid! Don't forget your jacket! And that was the moment. The moment it all slipped into place for me. They say your subconscious keeps working on problems when they're in the back of your mind, even when you don't realize what you're actually looking for. It's not what's there, but what shouldn't be. I read the report on Vanessa more times than I could recall. That night she disappeared was a cool one. Damn near every picture of her on that phone had one thing in common. She was wearing Donnie's old brown jacket. Jamie came out of his room with his backpack slung over his shoulder and said, "Okay, I'm ready." The night your sister went missing, you said she was wearing a yellow t-shirt. The question caught him by surprise. "Yeah, so?" "Was she wearing her jacket?" He shook his head. "No, I don't think so." "You don't think so? Or are you sure?" I'm sure. I'm pretty positive. She wasn't wearing Dad's jacket." His lip quivered, and I got the sense that maybe he was hiding something. Jamie, look at me. "Is there something from that night you aren't telling me?" "No." He was lying. It was written all over his face. He stared at the floor and said, "You just go now?" I walked past him to Vanessa's room. We were spending precious seconds here, but this was important. I knew I was onto something, just not sure what it meant yet. It's what should be there, but isn't. I had already gone through every single thing in his room, but I needed to see if maybe I had somehow missed it. Donnie's old jacket had struck a nerve when I saw it in the picture. I realized it the moment I saw her wearing it. I would have that same reaction if I'd seen it in here earlier, but I hadn't. Jamie came into the room while I was digging through the clothes hung up in her closet. "What is it?" he asked. "Does her sister have any laundry anywhere?" "No. She did a load the day before she went missing." "What about her jacket? Have you seen it anywhere? Do you know where it ended up?" "No. Maybe she left it in her car." I knew for a fact it wasn't in the car, and it wasn't here in her room. And she wasn't wearing it when she disappeared. That thing was clearly more than just a piece of clothing to her. It looked stupid, but she wore it to work every day anyway, so it had to have some sentimental value to her. So where the hell was it? Jamie, this is important. Are you sure you don't know where the jacket is? I swear, I have no idea. Why? Don't worry about it. We need to go. Now. We took the back roads headed away from the school. Jamie was kind enough to not make a big deal out of how junky my car had gotten, ignoring the fast food containers and empty liquor bottles on the floor. I kept one eye on the rearview mirror and waited until we were a few miles from his place before I started digging into the suspicious look that he'd given me earlier when I asked if there was more to the story. Jamie, I need to ask you some more questions. Okay, fine. That night Vanessa went missing. I know it's hard, but I need you to go back there again and walk me through the whole thing. What was the first thing you remember that day? I don't know. Okay, we'll start with that night. You were watching television. She came out of her room, didn't say a word, walked right out that door. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what happened. All right. What were you watching? I don't know. I don't remember. But you do remember exactly what she was wearing. Yeah, that's a little weird. Your memory sure was being selective that night, huh? I hated this, but it had to be done. They can't treat him like family. He's a witness, and he's hiding something, so nut up and grill him. Look, I told you everything that was important. That was important? What aren't you telling me, kid? He was silent. So I slammed on the brakes and yelled, "Hey, tell me what you're keeping secret. I just spent the last 2 days getting the shit kicked out of me by every fucking weird thing in this town, and the last thing I need is for my own blood to start lying to me too." "I'm not lying," he shouted back with tears in his eyes. "It just wasn't important, okay?" "Bullshit. I'll decide what's important. You just tell me the truth." The tears were running down his face as he said, "We had a fight, okay?" "About what?" I don't even know. Just some stupid stuff. I thought she had been acting weird, like there was something wrong with her, and then the last thing I said to her, he lost it at that point. Sobbing into his hands, loud and ugly, and real. Broke my heart, but I knew we were getting somewhere. Look, I loved your dad, okay? I know he loved me too. He was my only sibling. We used to get into fights all the time. Not just play fights. Something about growing up together gives you the ammo to really hit someone where it hurts. We could tear each other apart. But at the end of the day, I knew we were family. Nothing could change that. Your sister loved you, and an entire lifetime of being your big sis isn't going to get wiped away over one stupid fight. You don't understand. She sobbed. Last thing I said to her was that Mom was right. What did you mean by that? I told her I didn't really believe she was my sister. And then she left. And that's the last time that anyone saw her. I think I made her... No, shut up. You didn't... Don't you dare say that. You... Don't even think that. Your sister was smarter than me. She didn't do anything. You didn't make her do anything. Somebody took her, and when I find out who, I'm gonna make them pay. You think she's still alive? I didn't answer. I just started driving again and watched the road. What in the ever-loving fuck is this? O'Brien yelled while I stood in her doorway with Jamie at my side. Look, we didn't have anywhere else to go. Literally, anywhere else in the fucking world, Eric. Not my house. Hey, she called me Eric. I let her scream and yell and make a big deal about it, and when she was done, I pointed out the fact that this wasn't for me. It was for my 15-year-old nephew. And at that point, she couldn't really say no. She had sobered up a lot in the past couple of hours since the bar, where I had convinced her to call in the bogus shooting at the school. After that, I gave her a ride home in Vanessa's car. Then I stole her keys and went back to the bar and stole her cruiser, but she didn't know about that part, and I was fine with letting her figure it out on her own later. After I was dead. Or out of town. Once Jamie was safe inside O'Brien's house, I turned to leave. Aren't you coming inside too? I got someone I need to talk to first. That's too bad, she said. Do me a favor. Try not to die. My next stop was at the shitty gas station at the edge of town. I pulled into the parking lot to find Toulouse with a water hose and smoking a cigarette and spraying down the concrete. I parked, got out, went up to him, and then snatched him by the neck and put him against the wall. He calmly took the cigarette out of his mouth, smiled at me, and said, "Hey, detective, what's up?" I held Vanessa's phone next to his face. The picture on the screen was the selfie he had taken with her, the last picture to be taken before she disappeared. You want to tell me something? I asked. Not particularly, but if it'll keep you from kicking my ass, I'll tell you whatever you want. You will, I lied. Okay, here's the thing. Van and I were close, but you're like her dad pretty much, and I don't do well with parents. Look, you got 3 seconds to stop with the bullshit before I make you eat this phone. Okay, fine, you got me. I lied to you because I didn't want you really looking for her, or if you were one of them. Cut out with the vague pronouns. Who were them? I have no idea. The ones that took Van. I put the phone in my pocket, pulled out my Beretta, and put it to his head, just in case there was any confusion about whether or not I meant business. But Jerry just chuckled and said sarcastically, "Oh no, not a gun against my head. Look, detective, believe it or not, this ain't my first rodeo." Just tell me what you know. Well, you wouldn't have believed it yesterday, but maybe now you're ready. The truth is that somebody took Van, but it wasn't 2 weeks ago. It was more like a month ago. I figured it out right away. The thing that came into work the next day, well, that wasn't her. Sure, it looked like her, it acted like her, but I wasn't going to be fooled. No. Now I know you're not going to believe this, but I have a little experience with clones. And she wasn't a very good one. I tried to figure out what I thought of this, because honestly, I couldn't decide. Toulouse took my hesitation as an opportunity to put his cigarette back into his mouth and take a drag. I let go of his neck, then put my piece away and asked, "Why would somebody want to clone Vanessa?" Well, isn't it obvious? She was the test run. If she could infiltrate Vanessa's life without raising suspicion, then, well, they would know that their recipe works. But it didn't. So, she had to go before anyone with credibility realized what had happened. That was a couple weeks ago. It's entirely possible that they're still switching people out. Maybe they fixed the kinks in Vanessa. And now, they don't even know who's real and who's been replaced. What's the point in switching people out with clones? Well, duh. It's an invasion, man. He finished his smoke and flicked it off into the grass. And then I asked, the night Vanessa went missing, the real night she went missing, assuming this is true, did you see her? Yeah, we were together. You remember what she was wearing? What? Can you tell me what she was wearing the night she actually disappeared? Jerry thought for a second, and then said, hold on a sec. Before dragging out his cell phone, flicking through a few photos and holding it out to me, showing me a video he recorded of Vanessa and him taking turns tossing 2-liter bottles of soda to each other while the other tried to cut them in half with a sword. On that video, she wore jeans, a green long sleeve, and Donnie's brown jacket. When it was finished, Toulouse smiled proudly to himself and put the phone back in his pocket. That was the last night before, as you say, she was taken and replaced. Yeah. I had just gotten the rad sword and come up here to try it out, and we ended up breaking it like 2 days later, but it was totally worth it. This was textbook crazy, but what he said made some kind of sense. There was no denying the fact, after that night in Toulouse's video, Vanessa started acting differently. Her best friend confirmed it, her brother confirmed it, even her phone confirmed it. She'd stopped taking selfies. For 2 weeks, it was like she was a different person, and then, the final straw, her own brother told her that he knew she wasn't the real Vanessa, and then, what? She gets out of there before anyone else has a chance to suspect? Whoa, dude, what's that smell? Asked Toulouse. I snapped out of it and realized what he was referring to and pulled my gun. That thing, the juggernaut, it was here. And from the smell, I knew it was somewhere close by. Get inside and lock the doors, I said. Okie dokie, he answered, before bounding into the gas station building. I pointed the gun, scanning the edge of the parking lot where the light meets the darkness. And then I heard it. Walking through the forest on the opposite side, I kept the gun aimed in the direction of the noise. A strange, inhuman, gurgling breath, and the loud dragging of something heavy through the brush. I walked towards the noise. This is going to be a showdown. And if this thing killed me, I didn't want it taking out Toulouse just because he was there. Then it stepped out of the forest, and for the first time, I saw it, and my blood ran cold. To be concluded. The thing, the juggernaut, almost looked human. In the same way a child's crayon drawing might almost look like a horse. The pieces were there, but the proportions were way off. It towered an easy 7 feet, even with the clear curvature of the spine that gave it a sideways hunch. The body was inhumanly wide, like an upright grizzly. The hands, a dark shade of ashy gray, were hairy and composed of fingers like sausages and nails, blackened from blood ruptures. As it dragged the sledgehammer behind the pavement, it moved with an arithmetic gait as if it were still learning to walk on 2 legs of different sizes. Like a chimera from the ancient stories, this creature stalking ever closer was made up of mismatched parts. The head didn't come close to anything remotely human, but its visage is burned into the corner of my memory in a place where no amount of therapy will ever allow me to forget. The face, if you can call it that, was coated in black scales and comprised of an elongated snout that formed the top half of a jaw. The bottom was equally long, connected at a hinge like that of an alligator, with ivory hooks growing wildly in every direction from the maw. If the monster had any eyes, I couldn't see them. The lipless orifice hung open, exposing a wet tongue, tangled in jagged rows. The teeth were overgrown like a cancer, and there was no way the mouth could ever close without shredding the gums to pieces. I didn't know how it ate. I wasn't even keen on finding out. The noise came from within a wheezing gurgle, steady with each shallow breath. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out why, but somebody had gone through a lot of effort to dress him. On the outside, an extra long black duster. Beneath the body was more or less contained within a long-sleeved blue jumpsuit, and on its feet were a new pair of enormous black tactical boots. There was a sort of fog about the creature, and as it came closer, I realized that the humming cloud around its face was actually a thick swarm of flies. Festering boils on its neck wriggled with maggots, and I became dizzy just trying to fathom what I was beholding. This must have been what they thought of when they first invented the word abomination. I kept my Beretta steady, waiting for the thing to charge. With the way it ran back to the bowling alley and in the cemetery, I likely wouldn't have but a split second, if that, to take it down. The gun was pointed at the whitest point on its center, the chest, where I quickly noticed a cluster of bullet holes already in the jumpsuit and stained black. Looks like I hit him already. Whatever this thing was, my pathetic 9mm wasn't going to do more than annoy it. But at this point, running simply wasn't in the cards. Yet again, I found myself with the ever-familiar feeling of being a sitting duck. Think fast. You're running out of time. Options? Run? Hide? No, too late for that. Shoot it! The thing took 4 shots to the chest before you launched him off the car. He's not going down from bullets. Unless... headshot? It could work. Go for the weapon. Shoot his hands. Also valid options, but even without that hammer, a charge from that thing would be like getting run over by a truck. I need to slow him down. Slow him down. That's the play. I can keep a hammer's distance, but if this thing starts moving like he did earlier... I pointed the gun at his knee and fired 6 shots in rapid succession. The cloud of flies exploded off the monster after the first impact, and the creature stopped. But it didn't go down. It stood still with that expressionless reptilian face. I waited. After a tiny eternity, the thing shifted its weight to its good leg and lifted the wounded one, moving it clumsily forward, and then landing. I held my breath and I watched as it trod the injured limb, then dragged the metallic weapon forward and moved its other leg. It had just taken another step, and all those shots had succeeded in doing were jack and shit. The cloud of flies had returned to the area around the monster, and I prepared myself to go out swinging. When he charges, starts shooting. If there's a reason God decided not to let me die right then and there, I don't know what it could have been. I'm not a good person. I've barely done anything in my time on this earth to make anybody miss me when I'm gone, but whatever the reason, this was not going to be the moment I had to face my maker. The partial deafness from the gunshot, coupled with the situational blinders, kept me from noticing the black vans until they had sped past me and screeched to a stop. I didn't see where the smoke grenades had come from, but the parking lot was swallowed in a thick gray in a matter of seconds. The last thing my eyes were able to pick up was the juggernaut lifting the weapon over its head. When the shots started, I hit the ground. By my count, I was dealing with at least half a dozen fully automatic weapons. I held my breath and I started to crawl away from the fray. The next thing I remember was waking up on the floor of a moving vehicle. There was splitting pain in my side, reminding me of all the shit I put my body through that day. I was on my back when I came to, and I sat straight up. The van rocked back and forth as we drove. There were no windows back here, only bench seats against the walls, and 5 heavily armed men in camo fatigue and tactical gear. In front of me was a 6th man, only he didn't have a weapon or helmet or any kind of gear. He was just dressed in a tan t-shirt and jeans. And when he saw I was awake, he smiled and said, "He's up. Good. Welcome back." Where am I? I instinctively reached for the spot on my side and found nothing but an empty holster. One of the armed men put a firm hand on my shoulder, his way of saying, "Take it easy," and no sudden moves. "Don't worry, you're safe now," said the man in jeans. "That's not what I asked." I sat back. "Who are you people?" "We've been watching you for a while, Detective. You're lucky that we showed up when we did." This is it. I'm finally getting to see the man behind the curtain. "Where's Vanessa?" I demanded. "Wow," the guy shot back. "You really have no idea what's going on, do you?" I know enough. I know you're part of some shady organization with reach and pull. I know you're working on something big, and you're willing to kill people to keep a lid on it. And I know my niece was involved somehow. I was showing my hand, but at this point, I didn't even care. They had me dead to rights. And even if I played dumb, there was no way they were going to let me off without a warning. I also know you're responsible for what's been going on in this town. The disappearances, the phone calls from the dead, the weather. I don't know how. But I know you— Let me stop you right there, he interrupted. You're embarrassing yourself, because not one part of that was correct. Yeah, there's something going on here, but we're not it. We didn't take Vanessa. We've been trying for years to find out who or what is actually responsible for all of this. Bullshit. You're saying that this shithole small town just happened to have 2 secret paramilitary organizations? No. Definitely more than 2. The van made a sharp right turn and I started tracking seconds. I couldn't be sure how long I was out, or even how they knocked me out to begin with. But if I made it out of this van alive, I might be able to retrace my steps. Let me ask you something, Detective. How much time have you spent at the gas station? I mean, concurrently. Because it looks like you actually slept there.
That place messes with your head, you know. Most people can't stand it for more than a couple of hours at a time.
I ignored his question and asked my own. So, if you're not the one that took Vanessa and framed me, then who the hell are you? Well, you can consider us an interested third party. Yeah, I replied, echoing Spencer's words from yesterday. There sure seem to be a lot of those in town. A man pulled a gun from beneath his seat and pointed it. Before I could move, the men on either side of me clamped down their grips on my shoulders, holding me in place. I looked at the gun and recognized it as my own Beretta. You are me? The man asked. I knew this guy. He was a ranger in the army. You remind me of him. No, I'm not army. The man nodded, then stared at the ground like he was trying to decide what to say next. The van made another right turn and I restarted my count.
You know what's weird? You'd be so careful, constantly watching your rear view, switching up cars, keeping an ear to the ground. And still, you couldn't find the tracking device they put in your gun. No, don't worry, we took it out. They have no idea where we are now.
They?
The ones that actually took your niece.
I wasn't buying this story for a second. After everything they had tried to throw me off the trail, this was just another elaborate setup. But why? Why not just let that thing kill me and be done with it? Were they testing me to see what I knew? How much I had figured out? For what it's worth, we've been trying to find her.
But these guys are careful. They cover their tracks, avoid every camera, leave no footprints. Then you come along and they get sloppy, they get frustrated, and they send a knight after a pawn. No offense.
Oh, fuck you, he continued. We've finally captured one of their tall guys.
And all we had to do was piggyback off their tracking device and follow you until it decided to show.
Oh, this is a big deal for us. Van turned to the right. They're driving in circles. At this point, I knew that there were 2 possibilities. Either this guy was telling the truth or he was lying. I couldn't decide which was worse. But regardless, one thing was clear. I needed to get out of this van if I wanted to live. Once they were done questioning me, I was just a loose end. Okay, I said, trying to buy time. You're the good guys. You want to take out that secret organization? You must know more about them than me, right? Oh, you know about Planet X. Scientists have
known for years that there's another planet out there because they can see the effects.
Jesus. Does every person in this town talk in sermons? They don't know what it looks like or even
where it is, but they know it's there. This organization we've been tracking is huge, but all we get to see are the gravitational effects.
Gravitational effects? Is that what you call an 18-year-old girl vanishing without a trace? He kept the gun pointed at me and reached his free hand into his pocket to pull out a cell phone. As he typed on it, in one hand he spoke. They sent out one of the tall guys to grab her after she left the gas station. We tried to catch up to them. We really did. And to be frank, we thought that she was dead. Until the next day when she showed up for work like nothing had ever happened. Took us a while to realize the girl that came back wasn't really Vanessa Riggins. So you took her, right? Kidnapped the double agent for questioning? That's where the story is headed, isn't it? He pressed a button on his phone and held it out to me while a video played. I instantly recognized the aerial view of Vanessa and Jamie's neighborhood at night. The source must have been a drone. It was steady and clear. This is the night she officially went missing. The camera was wide, but I could see the house in focus. I watched as the front door opened and Vanessa walked calmly to the edge of the driveway in jeans and a yellow t-shirt. She looked down at the road at something out of frame. And I saw it. The sheriff's cruiser pulled to a stop and she got in the passenger seat and then they drove away. What in the ever-loving fuck is going on in this town? Are you familiar with the theory of pocket realities? The steady pop, 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 pop from somewhere else in the distance arrested all of our attention. I instantly recognized it as automatic weapon fire, but maybe a mile or so out. I could see the moment the same realization registered in the man's face. He jumped out of his seat and grabbed the radio from somewhere in front of the van and yelled into it. Victor, come in. We hear gunfire. Is the package secure? There was no response from the other end of the radio, but the gunfire continued, and then it didn't. We all held our breaths and we waited until the man yelled at the driver, Turn around! We need to help them! I wasn't going to get a better distraction than this. I jumped out of my seat, wrapped my arm around the man's neck, and spun him around and towards the other man as a human shield. Before he knew it, I had my Beretta again, and it was pressed against his head. You're making a mistake. We weren't going to hurt you. I'll take my chances. I grabbed the handle of the van door, yanked it open, and dove out into the wet grass. I tried my best to tuck and roll, but I still ripped open my stitches and bruised both elbows before sliding down the hill towards the forest. I could hear the van screeching to a stop while I pulled myself up and ran into the thick-covered trees. Spent hours out there in the dark, doing my damnedest to keep moving, no matter what. I couldn't know if they were following me or not, but I wasn't going to take any chances. Eventually, I hit a creek bed and followed it upstream until I reached an old bridge, then I collapsed under it and slept until morning. After those few precious hours of rest, I started following the road back towards town. I put my thumb out to the first passerby, hoping that I might get lucky. And amazingly, it pulled over. The car was a new model shiny red Firebird, and the driver was an old woman that I knew from my childhood. Aggie Sistrunk. She didn't recognize me. She was already old when I was a kid, and at this point, I wonder if she even knew what day it is. Old Aggie offered me a swig of her medicine while she drove me back into town. I politely declined. Then she asked me where I was headed, and I gave her the address. Clyde didn't get home till around noon, which gave me plenty of time to raid his pantry, clean up my wounds, and of course, search his house for clues. I came up empty in the last category, but I had already assumed that was going to happen. If he was one of them, he wouldn't be sloppy enough to leave evidence in his underwear drawer. Not that it was really much of an if anymore. I saw him in that video. He was the one driving the car that picked up Vanessa on the night she went missing. I should have seen it earlier. Of course, the sheriff would have to know what's going on. An operation this size couldn't fly under law enforcement radar forever. I wasn't expecting him to come home until much later, but I was ready just in case. I surprised him in his kitchen. Let the Beretta do most of the talking. Hey there, Sheriff. Fancy meeting you here. He went pale, but he didn't reach for his gun or put up a fight. I was hoping he wouldn't, but prepared just in case. Fortunately, things were working out. I took his gun and I walked him into the den. There were no windows in here, no weapons, and the seats were arranged far enough apart that I could sit across from him without having to worry about him making a move. Once his ass was down on the couch, I poured him a glass of his most expensive scotch and set it down on the coffee table in front of him. Professional courtesy. I took my seat across the room and broke the silence. I have to assume you know why I'm here. 'Cause you're a lunatic. Maybe. Try harder. We found the body in the trunk of Vanessa's car. I don't know why you're doing this. Pull my other leg. He plays Jingle Bells. What followed was another heavy silence. I could see he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to do it. And that was fine by me. As long as I was on this side of the gun, I didn't mind waiting. Finally, he broke down and grabbed the drink, put the whole glass back in one go, and then he said, "Well, how much do you know?" "That's not gonna work, Clyde. You tell me what you know." "I had nothing to do with Vanessa's abduction." "Bullshit. You picked her up the night she disappeared." "What? No, I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about Vanessa. The girl I picked up that night wasn't even..." He caught himself. He took a long, sad breath before continuing. "I had very specific instructions for what I was supposed to do if this ever happened." "Instructions? From who? Tell me who you work for, and this will all be over soon." Gave me a chilling look that I'll never forget. He said, "Thanks for the drink, Detective." I should have been smarter. I'll never forgive myself for being so careless, for not giving him a thorough pat-down. In the midst of all my planning, it never occurred to me that he might have a second piece. The gun in his ankle holster was a PS1 single-shot, a pocket shotgun. Before I could scream no, he put the gun in his mouth and ate the bullet. Painted the walls of the living room. Jesus fucking Christ. My brain kicked into overdrive. Why would he do that? What do I do now? What's the play? I have no answers, but an overwhelming urge to get away from here as soon as possible. The cell phone in my pocket began to ring. Roger was calling. Do I answer? Does he know what happened? Can he help? I let it ring. I weighed my options. What options? There's no options. You leave this house, make sure there's no DNA, no prints, get the fuck out of Dodge, or you'll go down as a cop killer. Yeah, my choices are looking pretty limited. I answered the phone.
Finally! I've been starting to think that they got to you.
Roger, listen to me. I'm in deep shit. Is this line secure?
Detective, this might be the only line in the whole town that isn't being monitored, but I can guarantee you that this is just the two of us.
Look, I need to tell you two things, okay? The sheriff is dead. I didn't kill him. There was a lull in the conversation. So long that I had to wonder if I'd been disconnected. And then Roger came back in line with it.
Oh, this is bad. This is real bad. Should I assume that you're with the late sheriff right now?
You can assume.
You need to get out of there yesterday, because the chatter on the radio is all about the shots fired at the sheriff's house. And that call came in 10 minutes ago.
Fuck! I made a break for the front door, but stopped at the window when I saw the flashing lights outside. I turned and ran to the back door, pushing it open, and took off towards the fence, but before I could make it 2 steps, I was surrounded. Every deputy was working that day. Actually, all but one. And there were more guns pointed at me than I could count. I dropped to my knees. I threw up my hands and I closed my eyes, embracing for the inevitable. They tackled me hard. Someone pushed his knees against my neck, while they twisted my arms behind my back and put on the metal bracelets. A team of them dragged me out front and tossed me into the back of a squad car. And they left me there to cook for an hour. The whole time. The only thing I could think was, why am I still alive? When they finally sorted out the crime scene, I was taken to the sheriff's station. I did my best to cooperate, but that didn't stop them from slamming me into a few walls or taking turns sucker punching me in the back and kidneys. To them, I was a monster. I was lower than garbage, and they were taking me to be with the only other person as bad as me. The holding room was small, dark, windowless, only big enough for 2 cells, and those cells were just simple metal cages. They throw me into the other one closer to the door and locked the cage behind me, and then they left us alone in there, shutting the door to the holding room and bolting the lock into place. I looked at the man standing on the other side of the metal bars, the man trapped in the other cage. He smiled and laughed at me from his cot against the wall and said,
"You look like shit, Riggins."
"Yeah, well, I've been better," I said. Spencer Middleton stood up and walked over to the bars, leaning against them as he said, "I think you should know something.
This is only going to get worse."
I reflectively took a step back. He'd gotten the jump on me once before, and I sure as shit wasn't going to stand close enough for him to grab me through the bars. Yeah, well, I'm not sure it can get much worse. I've been in this cell for a week now. Trust me, it gets worse. He smiled and scratched the scar on his neck. I suppose you don't feel like taking this opportunity to tell me what the fuck is going on, do you?
I'll tell you what's gonna happen. They're gonna spin a yarn about you just like they did about me. They'll sell some bullshit. The news will polish the bullshit. The people will eat the bullshit. And you, eventually, you'll start believing it too. They're all gonna lie to you. Not me. I'll never lie to you. You wanna know why?
Yeah, why?
Because I know the truth is so much worse.
He laughed, let a long, self-satisfied laugh, and turned to go back to his cot. As he got comfortable, he added,
You and me are gonna have a lot of fun, Riggins.
I looked at the cot on my side of the cell. It wasn't much. It wasn't long enough for me to lay on without my feet and elbows hanging off the edges. It was better than the floor. And right now, the idea of getting some real sleep was pretty damn inviting. I woke up to the sound of a loud clang against the bars of my cell. The man standing on the other side next to the exit was the one that I had left in handcuffs outside of the hardware store the day prior. The bruise over Franklin's jaw was already a pronounced deep purple, and I have to admit, I was a little proud of it. I could see the thing that he used to wake me, the police baton in his right hand. No doubt, this was going to be his turn for a little petty revenge. All right, let's get this over with. Howdy, deputy, I said, standing to my feet and immediately remembering that my body was still beaten and bruised. If it had been an option, I might have just stayed in that cot until the judge threw the book at me, and they put a needle in my arm. It's time for your one phone call, Franklin said unemotionally. He led me down the hall into another small room where I was pretty sure I was about to get another round of beatings, but shockingly, the only thing in there was a small table and a corded telephone, which sat with a receiver off the hook next to it. Franklin locked the door and nodded at the table. What's going on? I approached the table, anxiously awaiting some sort of trap, but none came. Once I was certain Franklin wasn't going to crack open my skull with his baton, I reached out, grabbed the telephone receiver, and put it to my ear. Hello? I said. The voice on the other end of the line was sad and tired, but familiar.
Detective, I'm sorry it's come to this. I tried every other plan I could think of, but I'm afraid we're out of choices. We go nuclear or we lose.
It was Roger.
Thing is, well, I'm sure you've already worked it out on your own.
I'm not leaving this place alive.
I'm sorry.
Honestly, I'm surprised I made it this far.
You remember our agreement? I'd help you the best I could, and in return, I want a favor. Well, this is it. I'm calling in my favor. And prepare yourself, because it's going to be a doozy.
Franklin took out his gun, and I quickly scanned the room for a weapon to defend myself with, but then he surprised me and he turned the gun around and held it out. He said with a frown, "Make it look good." I snatched the gun away. "What is this?" I asked. Roger answered.
Your deputy friend here, he owed me a favor, and now, well, you know what to do. Try not to hurt him too bad.
Franklin closed his eyes, and I swung the weapon hard, cracking him across the face, spurting blood all over the floor where he landed.
Good,
said Roger. I didn't know how the hell he could see me, but at this point, I didn't care.
Now listen carefully, detective, because this is your turn. I know you know how to use that thing. There's only one way this story ends with anything remotely resembling a happy ending. You're going to go in that cell right now and put a bullet into Spencer Middleton's head. No half measures are going to work. You have to kill him.
Why? I demanded.
They need him. I'm sure by now you've figured out this whole thing. The invasion? Well, Spencer's the only one who knows where to find the ingredients they need to build their army.
Just tell me one thing. Is Vanessa alive?
I'm sorry, Eric.
I hung up the phone. That was enough. Am I really gonna do this? What else could I do? Take Franklin's gun? Shoot my way out of the sheriff's office? No. I was done for. Only thing I could do was make my death count for something. There's no person on this planet I could say was more deserving of a bullet behind the ear than Spencer fucking Middleton. Was I really gonna be the one to literally pull the trigger? I took Franklin's keys, I cracked the door and looked out. There was a straight empty hallway. On one end, the way through the station full of angry men with guns. On the other, the holding room. My heart pounded in my ears as I walked alone back to the room and put the key in the lock. Spencer was staring right at me when the door opened, like he had been waiting for me.
Well, look at you. They turned you into their little bitch, huh?
Turn around, I ordered. He refused to look away as he said,
Let me tell you something. You're gonna shoot me? You better not miss.
Spencer was expecting this. I chambered a round in a Franklin's gun and I prepared myself to do what I had to do. Spencer was part of this conspiracy, and his death was gonna fuck over the ones who took Vanessa. What the fuck was that? Someone was shooting in the same building as us. I turned and looked back down the hallway. Who?
Well, how about that?
Spencer taunted from behind me. Looks like you might need to preserve your ammo. The gunshots continued. Dozens of them now, out there, beyond the hallways. There was a firefight. It exploded in shots and then nothing. The door at the other end of the hall came crashing off the hinges along with a large chunk of the wall. The beast was there, holding the sledgehammer, and this time it wasn't alone. Behind it were two more creatures, just as huge and terrifying, their bodies all matched, their clothes, their height, and their wretched smell. But the heads on the other two were different. One had a somewhat human face, no hair, no ears, no nose, and no lips. Its skin, chalk white, its head swollen up to an unnaturally large size, its eyes red and bulging. The third one's head was barely more than a skull covered in red and pink oozing boils. One eye socket was vacant, and the other held a single bloodshot eye. Its mouth was just as red and skeletal with a smile. At their feet lay bodies of several deputies. I pointed the gun and fired. I kept pulling the trigger, but son of a bitch. Franklin only gave me one bullet. I slammed the door to the holding room and shut and scanned the area for weapons, but of course there was nothing. Without even thinking, I got inside the empty cage and closed the door behind me and locked it. Didn't take long for them to break the second door down. The creatures stepped into the room, their heads nearly touching the ceiling as they all three piled in and walked right past me to Spencer's cell. He approached them with a big smile and said,
What the hell took you so long?
They all grabbed the doors to Spencer's cage and pulled. The metal bent and snapped free at the hinges, and then suddenly, Spencer Middleton was free. The creature stepped back against the wall, allowing him the space to walk past. And as he left the room, he looked back at me and said,
See you around.
I stood in the corner, watching the monsters as they followed him out the door. They weren't here for me. And now they had what they wanted. They were done and gone. I waited there in the cell, staring at the door until I couldn't take it anymore and ran to the toilet in the corner to throw my guts up. I had failed hard, and now it was only a matter of time before somebody found this bloodbath and pinned the whole thing on me. I still have the keys. I could make a run for it. Grab Jamie, make a break for New Orleans, find a good attorney, or even slip off the grid for a while. There was no chance for justice anymore. I'd lost the war, and now I needed to make a strategic retreat. I spit the last of the bile into the toilet and pulled the handle, images of carnage and monsters still fresh in my mind while I tried to work out the plan. The next part was going to be rough, but I needed to get through it. Climb past the bodies. Find one with car keys, take another car.
Hey, detective.
I turned around to see that psychopath waiting there, alone on the other side of the bars. What? Why did he come back? My words caught in my throat, but he didn't seem to mind guiding the conversation.
Looks like you ate something that must not have agreed with you, huh?
Hey. Well, before I go, I wanted to ask you something.
He guided his hands between the bars. When I saw what he was holding, I felt a cold shiver run down my spine.
In case you were interested, my offer's still on the table. What do you say? Do you want to know where to find her?
That fucker had come back with a pair of pliers. I crossed the tiny cell to where he stood, reached out and took them from him. He smiled a wicked smile, and I looked at the tool in my hands. Don't let him see you flinch. I ran my tongue across my teeth, trying to decide which one I would miss the least. I settled on one of my upper bicuspids. Put the pliers to my mouth. I can still feel the sensation of the metal touching my tooth. The way it shot up my nerve into a spot below my sinuses. As I pulled and wiggled it, trying to yank it free while Spencer choked on his own laughter. And when I finally had it detached from my jaw, the blood was pouring steadily. I spat a mouthful onto the floor and placed my tooth in Spencer's outstretched palm. Then I ripped a piece of cloth from my sleeve and I bit down on it to stop the bleeding while Spencer inspected it like a diamond assessor. And once he was satisfied, he told me where I'd find Vanessa's body. I walked into the gas station looking and feeling like shit. A quick scan of the place told me that there weren't any customers in there. Behind the counter, Jack sat typing on his laptop. Toulouse leaned on the counter next to him, reading a magazine. When they saw me, I heard Jack say, "Check it out. The detective's still alive." Toulouse nodded and said, "Yeah, look at him go. Good for him." Before turning his attention back to the magazine, my stomach turned and I went straight for the bathroom, where I started to drive heave into the sink. If there had been anything left in my stomach, I might have lost it there. How am I even going to do this? I looked at my reflection in the mirror and I noticed that the man dressed as a cowboy was standing in the corner behind me. I spun around and screamed at him, "What the fuck? What the fuck even are you, man?" He was thankfully wearing all of his clothes this time, including a red bandana around his neck and a cowboy hat. With a wry smile, he held out a ball-peen hammer and said in a calm voice, "Make good decisions." I couldn't explain why, but that weird sentence hit me with a sense of calm and renewed focus. I took the hammer, I thanked him, and I left the bathroom. "The wall behind the notice board. That's where you'll find her." Jack and Toulouse didn't seem nearly surprised enough by what I was doing, smashing a huge hole into the wall of the gas station with a hammer. I kept swinging, breaking the hole open wider and wider, and I didn't stop until the wall was gone, exposing the dry, shriveled corpse of a young woman inside. From the looks of her, she had been dead for a long time. Her skin had turned gray, her face was unrecognizable, but her clothes still clean and new. A pair of blue jeans and a yellow t-shirt. A pair of blue jeans and a yellow t-shirt. O'Brien was the first one on the scene. She wrote the official report, which I got a look at a couple weeks later. An unknown man came into the gas station, broke a hole in the wall, revealed the corpse of a young missing girl. The body was dried of all blood post-mortem, which is probably responsible for the accelerated mummification process. DNA samples and dental records proved conclusively this was the body of Vanessa Riggins. But I knew the truth. That wasn't my niece. Spencer was always very clever in the way that he worded his offer. "I'll tell you where you could find the body of a certain girl." He had been referring to the double the whole time. There was a funeral, but neither Jamie nor I bothered going. I moved some money around, got the kid out of town. I won't say where he is, but believe me when I say that he's in a safe place now. As for my legal troubles, well, they actually went away on their own. One final departing gift from the ones in charge, maybe. Besides, it's too hard to arrest somebody for killing the sheriff when the sheriff isn't dead. Yeah, I got a message not too long ago from O'Brien. Clyde showed up to work the next day, and everybody's decided to pretend he never gave himself amateur brain surgery. In fact, there's no record of anyone dying in that nice little peaceful town the whole time I was there. I had almost convinced myself that the entire thing was a stress-fueled delusion. But yesterday I got a package in the mail at my office with no return address. The only thing inside was Donnie's old brown jacket. Then last night, I got a phone call.
Hey, Uncle Eric?
Yeah, this is Eric.
Do you know who this is?
Vanessa.
Yeah, they told me that I could talk to you for a second.
Where are you?
I don't know. Some kind of hospital, I think. What is this? What's going on?
I don't know.
There's a man here who wants to talk to you.
No, Vanessa, don't.
Hey, detective.
Spencer? What do you want?
Me? Oh, I don't want anything. I just thought that I'd let you know that despite all my objections, you're taking very good care of Vanessa.
Please. Okay? Is that what you want to hear? You want to hear me beg? Please. Please don't hurt her. Just let her go.
It's too late for that. Even if she went home right now, no way anyone would ever believe that she was the real one. Even you. Right now, have your doubts, don't you? The line between what's real and what isn't starting to blur so much that it might not as well be one anymore. And that's what they want. They want you doubting your own eyes. They want you to wonder who's real, who's been replaced, because that's part of the attack. When you can't trust the person next to you, that's when they know they've already won. It's a brave, new world, detective. And if I ever see you again, I'll skin you alive.
I've tried tracking the number, but even my computer guys told me that it's a high-tech dead end. It's been months now since I started looking for my lost niece. I've used this time to prepare. This next time that I go back to that town, I'll be ready. I won't get caught off guard. And when I find her, there's gonna be hell to pay. Spencer isn't a complicated guy. I understood his message good and well. Sure, it sounded like a warning. But it wasn't. It was an invitation. Something isn't right. I was halfway through my Monday overnight shift, sitting behind the cashier's counter eating a sandwich, and mulling over the thought process that had led me to this unsettling conclusion. Something was bothering me, and I couldn't figure out what that was. Why am I so anxious right now? My subconscious had spontaneously latched onto some small detail inside the gas station that wasn't as it should have been, and I couldn't decide which was worse. The mysterious nagging thought that was going to town in the back of my mind like a horny Pomeranian in a pillow factory, or the fact that something in this room with me was bad enough to still register on my weirdness scale. I don't want to sound like I'm bragging when I say this, but I've seen some pretty bizarre things working at the shitty gas station at the edge of town. I've seen things that have legitimately made grown men lose their minds. I've heard poor Arnold still won't leave his house without a security blanket and his emotional support falcon, Screecher. My point is, I'm probably a little desensitized when it comes to what the average Joe may consider abnormal, but this, whatever it was, had left me feeling particularly troubled. What was it? It's hard to put into words exactly how I felt. Have you ever walked into a room and immediately forgotten whatever it was that you came into the room to do? It was almost like that, only worse. It was a mental itch that I couldn't mental scratch. It's like a pain in a phantom limb. I was having a disconnect between my conscious and subconscious, probably just another lovely side effect of my chronic insomnia. I tried to retrace the breadcrumbs. I had a thought. That thought bothered me. In fact, I wouldn't consider it an exaggeration to say that the thought had shaken me to my core. And when I attempted to bring that thought to the forefront of my mind, it simply wasn't there anymore. My brain was straight up glitching. The store phone rang, and even though it was the middle of the night and I wasn't expecting a phone call, and most of the phone calls to the store come from a deranged psychopath hell-bent on torturing me to death after I shot him in the stomach, I answered. That's part of my job, and I'm a decent employee. Hello? The voice on the other end was deep and sonorous, like a film trailer narrator.
It's 4 a.m., Jack. Do you know where your children are?
Hey, Jerry. He dropped the fake voice.
Heyo! What's up?
Not much. Did you or Rosa change something before I came into work?
What do you mean?
But the gas station seems off. I can't put my finger on exactly why.
Sounds to me like you have what the French call "ce traduction non fonctionne pas correctement."
I don't know what that means, but I'm sure it's wrong. Look, did Rosa attempt to clean the place? Did you rearrange the lawn gnome display again?
First off, I never touched the gnomes. I did, however, light some incense and candles to realign my chakras, but then Rosa tried spraying some disinfectant to cancel out the smell because it was bothering her. But then, the disinfectant spray hit one of my lit candles and we found out that it was flammable, and we accidentally made a huge fireball. And then we attached the spray can to a lighter to create a poor man's flamethrower. We took it out to the front to try it out, and we torched a couple of watermelons. It was hella rad. I'm sorry, I forgot what your question was.
Never mind. Why are you calling?
Oh, I wanted to tell you that Coca-Cola used to make a coffee-flavored soda called Coke Black, and I just found an entire case of it. Also, I needed to know what time I'm supposed to come into work today.
I checked the schedule and informed him that he had the day off, to which he responded,
Cool beans!
And hung up. I took another bite of my sandwich. I looked around the room for anything noticeably out of place. Nothing jumped out at me figuratively, or literally. Well, maybe this has something to do with the undeniable fact that the hallucinations have been getting worse. For a while, I was imagining that things weren't really so bad. In foolishly optimistic moments, I even considered a possibility that I was getting better. The last week had proven this was not the case. The last week had proven that the hallucinations were back. And here to stay. On Monday night, I noticed a strange black cloud hovering over in the far left corner of the store. It didn't have much of a shape or a size, other than that of an amorphous blob, bigger than a bread box, but smaller than a blue whale. I watched as it floated around over the aisles, shifting in size and shape, as if it were breathing, smoky black tendrils that expanded from the hovering mass to grab the displays. It picked up a bag of potato chips and a can of sardines, and absorbed them into itself, and then it stopped and hung in a still suspension near the doors. You have to pay for that, right? I called out, prompting the black cloud to continue floating. It stopped next to an air vent in a ceiling and began to shrink and shrink. And eventually, the entirety of its body disappeared through the metal slits of the ventilation airway. I wrote up the inventory loss slips, and under reason, I checked the box next to theft and penciled in a note. Giant black cloud. Then I spent a few minutes drawing a sketch of the thing to post in the Do Not Serve These People wall. Things aren't so bad during the daytime, or when I'm not alone, but during those long stretches when most people sleep, the world gets weird. During my shift on Tuesday, I swear I saw a small pack of lawn gnomes dragging a possum by the tail into the drink case. But by the time I made it around the corner and crossed the store, they were nowhere to be seen. Later that night, my old friend Tom came in to visit. His pure white hair and frown wrinkles were starting to show off just how old he was getting. He drank a cup of black coffee and he caught up on all the things that had happened since he retired from his job at the sheriff's station. The Christmas thing, Bo, the carnival. He asked how his replacement was doing. O'Brien's hanging in there. I think she's finally starting to accept that not everything at the gas station is going to make sense. Tom grunted. It takes a special kind of person to work gas station duty. Weirdness. That kind of thing don't sit right with most people. I told Tom about the book I was writing. I wouldn't be too cavalier about it if I were you, he warned. There's plenty of people around here that won't exactly be happy to learn that you're keeping records. I think it's okay. Most people think I'm crazy. Tom tossed his styrofoam cup into the garbage and asked, "Now, why would they think that?" And that's when the realization fell into place like a pallet of bricks. "Oh, shit!" I yelled. "Tom! Aren't you dead?" Tom stretched a little before responding. "That's what they tell me." Well? Well, what? What's it like? Tom gave me a sad look and answered. Being dead's a lot like dreaming. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Most of the time, you don't even realize you're doing it. On Wednesday night, someone new came through the doors. He had a long, pointy nose, light blue hair down to his shoulders, and a black pork pie hat with a red feather sticking out of it, a faded yellow wife beater showing off a chest full of bristle-like hairs. He wore thick glasses with Coke bottle lenses and a wide smile that showed off more gums than teeth. He asked if I wanted to see something really cool. I said no, but he showed me anyway by lifting a bird cage and setting it on the counter with a large, triumphant "Voila!" Inside the cage was a tiny live elephant, the size of a purse dog. He looked at me and made a high-pitched toot before digging its miniature trunk into a saucer of birdseed and shoving it into its tiny, adorable mouth. Okay, I said. What do you think? About what? My creation! He exclaimed. I don't know, it's pretty weird. I don't see the point in having a baby elephant. It's not a baby, it's a miniature! He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. His smile disappeared. Do you know how long it takes to create one of these things? Look, I don't mean to hurt your feelings. No, it's fine. I don't know what I was thinking. All they do is eat and poop. They aren't actually good for any farm labor. I tried cooking one. They taste like meatballs made of gristle and cauliflower. You know what? Forget it. He scooped the birdcage up with both hands and he turned to leave. As he walked out of the store, I noticed that he was wearing a red and white striped bathing suit and flip-flops. It wasn't until the next morning that the thought finally occurred to me. Probably none of that was real. On Thursday, well, absolutely nothing strange occurred on Thursday. Sometimes that happens. O'Brien told me before my shift started Friday that they'd found what remained of Beau Cavilion, lying in the middle of the street a few miles from the gas station. On the one hand, this is good news. It means Beau probably won't try to kill me again. But on the other hand, if his body is back, that means that the portal to hell must have reopened. But there wasn't much left of him besides a scorched skeleton, and they had to identify him by his dental records. Officially, they're going with suicide again. I feel like the ones in charge aren't even trying with these cover-ups anymore. Saturday was a good day. Saturday was a day that I had been looking forward to for months. The doctors told me to take it easy and not overdo it on the first day. No cartwheels or jumping, no sports for a while, and maybe give it some time before I go back to driving a car. I assured them that I won't be doing any kind of physical activity if I could help it, and silently hoped that I wouldn't find it necessary to run away from anyone, or thing, anytime soon. Rosa showed up to work about 15 minutes before her shift was supposed to start with a big, excited smile on her face. And she ran up to the counter where I was seated. "Okay," she exclaimed with even more mirth than normal. "Come on out and let me see it, you bipedal SOB!" After all this time, I was back to walking like a normal human being again, more or less. And when I came around the front of the counter, Rosa slammed me in with a tight and completely unexpected hug that nearly knocked me over. "Okay, wow, I didn't know we were on a hugging basis already." "Oh, shut up," she said, as she detached and looked down at my legs. "I can't remember. Which one is it again?" Before I could answer, Jerry appeared out of nowhere and tossed a construction paper card onto the counter next to us and said, "Y'all sign this card? I made it for Mel." "You made Mel a card?" I said. "Oh, that's so sweet," Rosa chimed in before picking it up and reading it out loud. "Hey, Mel, sorry you got stabbed in the heart. Oh, look, he drew a picture of it and everything." "Yeah," Jerry said. "I'm just a really caring kind of guy." I could tell Jerry must have been in a particularly crafty mood lately. He's been wearing a white t-shirt with the words, "My name is Jerry," written across the front. Well, I'm just glad that he's got a healthy hobby now. He cocked his head at me and asked, "You get a haircut or something? You look taller." "No, I got rid of my crutches." "You used to have crutches?" Yeah, Jerry, I used to have crutches. Now I have this thing." "Well, how good is it? Are you able to run and stuff? Can you dance?" I couldn't dance before, so no." Rosa asked with a smile, "You feel like going on a short walk? See how that bad boy handles?" I told her that I was getting used to long distances, and I didn't want to press my luck just yet. This was only my first day with a prosthetic, after all. I must admit, a month earlier I'd come to peace with the idea of never going anywhere without crutches again. Like so many things, the whole leg situation had started bad, gotten out of control, and before I knew it, it's too late. I don't know all the technical terms, but basically my body forgot how to heal broken bones. I had to get a few surgeries, then a few more, and then that's when it started to look like the leg was going to get better. I caught an antibiotic-resistant superinfection, and the doctors decided that, yeah, it was time to quit throwing good money after bad and just say, the hell with it. Turns out, if you ask nicely, they let you keep the removed body part once they're done. So, we held a Viking funeral for my amputated limb at the creek down by the road from the station. Jerry loaded up a little makeshift boat with fireworks, pyre-soaked in kerosene, and shot Roman candles at it from the bridge until the whole damn thing exploded in a fireball of glory and gratuitous gore. It was definitely one of the nicer funerals that I'd been to. That was back in December. But now I had 4 limbs again. And it felt good. Sunday night, the man in the trench coat returned. He stood just on the other side of the doors, scratching the glass, but refusing to actually come inside. I considered calling O'Brien to come and shoo him away, but I didn't want to bother her over something so trivial. As much as I hated to admit it, I knew he probably wasn't even real to begin with. That had been my week leading up to this moment. So was that it? Was the continuance of hallucinations that had left me with a sensation of presentiment? No. Whatever was bothering me had a stronger sense of immediacy attached to it. Was it adjusting to life without crutches? Definitely no. Could it have something to do with all those people that died at the carnival? No, that was like a week ago. How was this possible? How could I lose the memory of what was bothering me, but not the feeling it left behind? Jerry once told me about an idea he had to travel the country visiting retirement homes and informing patients with severe Alzheimer's that they had won the lottery and that their grandkids loved them and that Matlock had been renewed for 10 more seasons. But by his reasonings, the fogies would become extremely happy and promptly forget why, leaving him with no responsibility to follow through while still making the world a better place. He had pitched the idea to his church group, who agreed it would satisfy their mission of increasing the happiness/suffering ratio of the world, but ultimately declined to foot the bill on the grounds that it was still a pretty stupid idea. But now I was starting to think that maybe he was onto something. See, I took a bite of my sandwich and pondered the situation. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe I needed to put it away for a while and let my subconscious work it out for me. If it was really all that bad, surely I'd figure it out sooner or later. Till then, I would be sitting here in this poorly lit, stuffy gas station, waiting for customers and eating a mediocre ham sandwich. The bread-to-meat portion wasn't quite right, but the lettuce was crisp, and the inner bread lining was coated in butter instead of mayonnaise, a decision I greatly supported. It was a little dry, and I could probably use a root beer or something to Holy fuck, where did this sandwich come from? I stopped mid-chew, and I stared at the sandwich. Then I opened my mouth and allowed a partially masticated concoction to fall onto the counter. Well, that was definitely it. The entire source of my misgivings, the sandwich. I did not make that sandwich. I did not bring that sandwich to work with me this morning. I don't have a car, and we don't sell the ingredients necessary to make a ham sandwich here at the gas station. Most troubling, I don't remember when I started eating this thing, and by the time I had realized what I was doing, it was already halfway gone. I poked at it to make sure it wasn't just another hallucination. Is that even how hallucinations work? Wait, I should look that up. Focus. Okay, think, Jack, think. There's no way a sandwich just showed up out of nowhere and you started eating it. That's not how sandwiches work. I decided to play it safe and move the sandwich into another room until I could figure out what was going on. I instinctively leaned back and reached for my crutches, only to experience a momentary panic before realizing that they weren't there. Old habits die hard, I guess. For months, those crutches were like an extension of my being. Hell, they even stood in as a makeshift weapon a handful of times. And now they were gone. I was almost going to miss them. Yeah, almost. What I wouldn't miss were the peripheral bruises under my armpits, or all those affectionate nicknames from O'Brien. Crutches, Gimpy, Dumbass, or all of the annoying stares. I stood up and I admired how normal it felt. For someone with an odd number of limbs and fingers, It's comforting to know that a body can somehow find a way to feel symmetrical again. Anyway, what was I doing? I looked around the room trying to remember why I had stood up in the first place. Oh, right, the sandwich. Damn, that thing's tricky. But I wasn't going to let it get the jump on me again. I put the sandwich under a bucket in the cooler, then I stacked a few heavy boxes on top to make sure it wasn't going anywhere. Then I returned to the front of the store. There was something standing there, waiting for me, something terrifying, and if I'd had the hiccups at that moment, they would have been cured. The figure was tall, lumbering. The top of its hood nearly touched the ceiling. In its left hand, it held a long black scythe made of dark, knotted wood. The weapon alone was taller than me. His body was covered in the floor-length black velvet robe where his hands protruded from the cloth. They were covered in gloves, and his face was a dark void invisible below the hood. He was a rather cliché version of death, and definitely one of the more ominous presages to walk through those doors, like easily in the top 10 for the month. I collected my nerves, taking comfort in the realization that this was probably just another vivid hallucination, but just in case it wasn't, I should make an attempt to be a good customer service representative. "Good morning," I said. Can I help you with something?" The figure of death slowly pointed his right hand at me and spoke.
Jack, I've come here for you. The time has come for you to shed this mortal coil.
His voice was deep, menacing, like a grossly overweight Darth Vader. "Really?"
I'm afraid so.
"Oh. That sucks. Was it the sandwich?"
Yes, it was indeed the sandwich.
Damn. Death turned his hand over and extended it to me.
Come, Jack. You've done well with your time on this planet. But now, we leave the Earth to the living.
Hang on, I said. Don't I get to play you in, like, chess or something?
This isn't Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. I'm in a bit of a tight schedule here.
The fact that he didn't make a deadline pun will forever haunt me. Look, I'm not trying to be a bother or anything, but I just wasn't expecting to die so undramatically, you know, after everything I've been through. I thought for sure there would be some kind of, I don't know, stupid monster involved.
Yes, I am aware of your history. I've been watching you for some time. You and I have been as two ships passing in the night, never close enough to connect, before now.
I looked around the store for my own dead body, hoping to find that I wasn't dead face down in the mystery sandwich. But I couldn't see myself anywhere, and once again came up with that nagging feeling that something wasn't right. And I had just gotten rid of it. Hey, where's my body?
This world is merely an in-between, an object outside your 7 dimensions. In an effort to make your journey more palatable, I created this reality from your memories. You will not find anything here that doesn't exist in your mind, other than you and I.
Isn't it other than you and me?
What?
Look, I don't want to sound like pedantic or anything, but if you're the literal incarnation of death, shouldn't you speak English properly? Like, I don't know, where'd you even learn to speak? Why aren't you, like, speaking Aramaic or Greek or something?
Do you understand what I meant, Jack?
Yeah.
Then maybe stop being an asshole about it, okay?
Sorry.
Nobody likes a grammar Nazi, Jack.
I said I'm sorry. He still had his hand outstretched, but I wasn't exactly ready or eager to go. He finally lowered his arm and turned to the door, saying,
It is time. I shall lead you to the other side, where you'll be reunited with the ones who have gone before you.
Hang on, I said. I have so many questions for you. What is the deal with the glowworm thing that Rita ate? Also, who is the man in the trench coat? Also, what happened to the shapeshifter? Death let out a long, annoying sigh and said,
Look, dude, I don't know the answer to any of that stuff, alright? I've got one job. I take you to the other side. You can ask all your questions to whoever is over there, but you need to get moving. Do you have any idea how many people die every day? Literally, hundreds. And I have to ferry every single one to the other side. So can we please Get on with it, while you're still relatively fresh.
He held the door open for me and I walked through, imagining how the others were going to take finding my corpse here at the gas station. Not like they didn't have enough warning to prepare themselves, but still. It's gonna suck. And this, my final moment, connected to the only world I've known. The only thing I could think about was Rosa, Jerry, and O'Brien. And then, right before I selfishly pushed those thoughts away, I remembered one more person. Her. I shuddered at the thought of her showing up at my funeral. I didn't even realize it, but I had stopped walking about 10 steps outside. Death put a warm hand on my shoulder and then gently pushed me forward. I turned around to face him. Hey, I have one more question.
What?
He bellowed. What's gonna happen to the people I left behind?
You should be worried about the ones that left already. Tom, Carlos, Vanessa, every cute puppy that has ever died. They're all waiting for you on the other side.
Wait, I said, looking up at Death's shadowy face. But Carlos isn't dead.
He's not?
No, it's really weird that you don't know that. It sort of puts everything that you've said up to this point under suspicion.
Hey, look over there.
Death said, pointing with his scythe at a peanut butter green windowless van parked next to the gas pumps with the engine still running.
It's your chariot to the other side.
My what?
This entire reality is sort of a dreamscape, created from your mind. And your mind has chosen this vehicle as the vessel to cross into the netherworld. Why don't you get into the back, and I'll drive? You may want to lay down and close your eyes. If it feels stuffy, feel free to take off your shirt.
Right then O'Brien's cruiser peeled into the parking lot at lightning speed and came to a screeching halt just a few feet away.
Oh shit, seriously?
Death muttered to himself. What's going on? I asked. Is O'Brien dead too? She stepped out of the car and casually drew her weapon and then said, Hey Jack, what's going on here? Death stepped between us and faced me with his back to her.
Jack, this woman isn't really Amelia O'Brien. She's a manifestation of your desire to remain chained to this place. You mustn't believe anything she says, or you'll be trapped here forever.
Like a ghost? I asked.
Precisely.
Why didn't you tell me that was an option to start with? I'd love to be a ghost. O'Brien called out to me again. Jack? Everything okay over there? I tried calling the store, but the lines were down. Death shoved me forcefully towards the waiting vehicle and shouted,
Shut up! Get in the fucking van, Jack!
Hey! O'Brien yelled. Death turned to her and said,
What are you doing here, lady? Poking your nose around where it doesn't belong. Everything was going perfectly before you showed up.
Mister, I'm gonna have to ask you to drop that stupid-ass looking weapon and step away from the scrawny cashier before I light you up. If this really wasn't O'Brien, that was a damn good facsimile. Death screamed.
I'm not gonna let you ruin this.
Then he raised his scythe and he charged. O'Brien didn't even flinch before discharging her taser and filling the Grim Reaper with 50,000 volts of neuromuscular incapacitation. He hit the ground and started flopping like an epileptic fish at the disco. This a friend of yours? O'Brien asked with a single raised eyebrow. It slowly dawned on me. This probably wasn't the real Death. It turned out that the man in the elaborate Grim Reaper costume was just another overly obese fan of my blog that had tracked me down. His name was Greg Walton, and he had driven all the way here from California after stealing his outfit from a community theater in his hometown that had used it as the costume for the Ghost of Christmas Future. The inside of his van contained duct tape, massage oil, and several notebooks filled with, what I can only describe as erotic fan fiction about me and the other gas station employees. He even included a few comics and sketches, and some of them weren't too bad. O'Brien had driven out to the area to check on Jerry after a belligerent drunk dial. She was worried that he may have overdosed on some new street drug called Coke Black. After finding him alive and stupid, she tried contacting me, only to find that somebody had cut the phone lines to the gas station. That's when she came up and found Greg, trying to trick me into the back of his dad's old Ford Econoline. His actual intentions were anybody's guess, but I try not to think about it. Oh, and, never did figure out where that sandwich came from.